The first thing I felt was the world getting in. Not air, not light, the world itself, pouring through my skin like somebody had left every door in my body standing open. It came in cold, and it kept coming, and there was no bottom to it. My chest was on fire, my throat was sand. Somewhere far above me, a woman was saying my name, and the name she was saying was Kenji, and I was almost sure that was correct. I opened my eyes. Wooden ceiling. 16 years of my life had been spent under that ceiling, and I could have drawn every knot in it from memory. I could also, at the exact same moment, remember an apartment with a humming white box that made cold, and a screen that showed people who did not exist, and a stack of paper books about ninja. 2 lives stacked in one skull, both of them absolutely certain they were the original. Cool. Great. Love that for me. Kenji, you're awake! That was Hinata, my fiancée since we were 9, which sounds romantic until you learn we got engaged because the strongest man alive decided our clans should stop killing each other, and we were the paperwork. She ran to the bed so fast she nearly took the door with her. Lord Hiroki said you'd wake up soon, and you did. He's really amazing. I looked at her and said nothing for a long time, because I was busy running a very stupid check. Black hair, sharp chin, the specific way she stood with her weight on one foot like she was already annoyed at something. My chest knew her, my other memories did not. Kenji? Hinata, I said, and my voice came out like a rusted hinge. Could I have some water? She poured it. She handed me the cup. I closed my hand around the cup, and the cup exploded. Not cracked, exploded. Clay dust and water all down my front, and my fingers still closed on nothing, and I sat there staring at my own hand like it had committed a crime while I was out of the room. What are you doing? Hinata scolded, already grabbing a cloth. You had a fever an hour ago, and you're crushing dishes. She pulled my shirt open to change it and stopped dead. I followed her eyes down. There were markings on the left side of my body, thin, dark lines, curling, and they had not been there yesterday, and I was certain of that the way you're certain about your own ribs. They started somewhere below my hip and climbed. What is this? I don't know, she said, and her voice had gone very small. Lord Hiroki called them sage markings. Lord Koji said they only appear when someone reaches sage mode. Sage markings. In the comics I remembered from a life I hadn't lived, sage mode put marks on your face, not up your entire left side. The only person I could think of who wore them like this was a man named Ryuga, who was decades from being born. I put my hand on the edge of the bed to think, and the bed frame broke. Right, not thinking on furniture anymore. Here is what was happening to me, told properly, because nobody told me properly for another hour, and I spent that hour convinced I was about to die on a mattress. Chakra is what happens when your body and your spirit shake hands. Everyone gets some. Natural energy is the other thing, the stuff that flows through the world outside you, and normal people can't feel it any more than a rock can feel weather. If you can feel it, and if you can hold it in perfect balance against your own chakra, you become something the world calls a sage. If you can't hold the balance, if the outside outruns the inside, then you stop being a person and start being scenery. My body had decided to drink the world. It had not asked me. And it was drinking faster every hour. Hiroki came in around evening, and I got my first real look at the first Hokage of the Leaf. 40-something, built like a door, and grinning like a boy who'd just gotten away with something. This man had personally ended 100 years of clan warfare, and he was standing in my doorway teasing us about the wedding. Then Hinata opened my shirt and showed him the marks, and the grin went off his face like a lamp going out. I knew it was serious, he said. I didn't know it was this serious. If I'd come back any later, we'd have had a problem. He put 2 fingers on my chest and pushed chakra into me, and the marks retreated down my body like a tide going out. All that stolen strength drained out with them. It was the first genuinely comfortable breath I'd taken since waking up. Then he sent Hinata outside, sat down across from me, and explained exactly how I was going to die. When natural energy passes your own chakra, you become part of the outside world, Hiroki said. For a person, that's the same as death. Lord Hiroki, I was proud of how level my voice came out. It only shook a little at the end. Is there a way to learn to control it? He blinked. He'd been braced for panic, and I understood why. The Kenji who'd lived in this body a week ago was famous for having a temper you could set a clock by. Instead, he got a boy on a broken bed asking for the solution. That's exactly why I'm telling you, he said, and then he leaned in and dropped his voice like we were stealing something. Between us, I can use sage arts myself. Very few people know that. Don't tell anyone. The God of Shinobi, the man in the history books, was a sage, and he had never told a soul, and he told me on day one because he thought I needed the confidence. I did not need the confidence. I needed to not turn into a rock. He taught me anyway, and I learned it in one sitting. I want to be clear that this was not modesty adjacent. He explained how to feel the balance point. I felt it. He explained how to hold it. I held it. He explained the meditation state you have to reach, the one where you forget you have a self and imagine you're a part of everything, the one that kills most of the people who try it. And I sat down and went there like I was walking into my own kitchen. Hiroki stared at me for a while and then said, in the voice of a man revising a document in his head, "Since when was natural energy this easy to control? I nearly died learning this." I didn't have an answer. I still don't have a good one. Something had happened to my mind, and my body was chasing it. He tested it 3 times. 3 times the marks crawled up and stopped exactly where I told them to. On the 4th, he sat back and laughed and told me I was probably a born sage, which was very funny and which I did not correct. Before he left, he had one more thing. "Koji's opening an academy," he said. "Every clan sends their heir. They learn together, they grow up together, and maybe the next generation doesn't hate each other by default." He scratched his head. "You're the head of the Arata clan, so that means you. Once your body's stable, you'll go." The Arata clan, for the record, was me. All of it. My family had been wiped out in a feud when I was 8, and Hiroki had arrived a day too late to stop it, and a day early enough to carry one survivor out. That was the whole story. One boy, one name, one seat at a table where nobody looked at him. And now I was being invited to a room with 37 other heirs, one of whom was going to become the 3rd Hokage. I said thank you. I bowed. I waited until the door shut. Then I sat in the dark and did the arithmetic. Because the dream I'd had while I was dying wasn't a dream. It was a life, in a world with no chakra in it, where somebody had drawn all of this as a story. I knew the name of the 3rd Hokage. I knew the name of the man who'd burn this village down and the name of the boy who'd save it 60 years from now. I knew that inside a few years, the Uchiha clan head was going to walk out that gate, come back with the 9 tails on a leash, and take Hiroki's life with him, even in losing. And I knew that after that, 5 nations were going to spend 3 years feeding their children into a war. I was 16. I had a talent nobody in 1,000 years had been born with. And I had a list of everyone I loved with dates on it. Nobody was going to believe a word of it. So I wasn't going to say a word of it. I was going to do the other thing. I was going to become the man who got to make the decisions. Hinata came back in with rice porridge and found me sitting up in the wreckage of the bed frame with a very strange expression on my face. "What?" "Let's get married," I said. She dropped the spoon. To be fair to her, we had been engaged for 8 years. To be fair to me, I had spent 7 of those 8 years telling her we'd marry after I made a name for myself, which was my way of saying I was going to fix the fact that our family register had 1 line in it before I asked her to sign the 2nd. "You said you'd wait until you were a jonin," she said, suspicious, cheeks going red anyway. "I almost left the world this week," I said. "I decided it would be embarrassing to die without doing the one thing you actually asked for." "Don't say unlucky things." She grabbed my hand hard enough to bruise and glared at me with her eyes shining. "You can't die. You still have to rebuild your clan." "I know. I don't plan on dying." I looked at her. "I don't want to leave you here alone." She went quiet. Then she said, "Kenji, you've changed." I had. I just didn't have a way to tell her that the boy she'd been engaged to had come back from a fever with a war on his calendar. Hiroki came by every day that week to teach me, and every day I got further ahead of where he expected me to be. By the 4th day, I could pull the natural energy in and refine it into senjutsu chakra and push it back through my own body like polish. Old injuries stopped hurting. I stopped needing 8 hours of sleep. I started waking up before dawn with the specific feeling of a man who has already had 3 cups of coffee and would like to fight the sunrise. That was the part nobody warns you about. Sage mode isn't a mode, it's an economy. The longer a fight runs, the more everyone else runs down and the more you don't. On the 6th day, Hiroki said the thing that ended up shaping the next 10 years of my life. "Your situation isn't mine," he said. Koji looked at your blood. I absorb natural energy with my body. You don't. If it isn't your body, it's your soul. He shrugged. So don't copy me. Find your own way to use it. Then he made a face like a man remembering he had a village to run and left me sitting there with the single most dangerous sentence anyone had said to me yet. Find your own way. The day the Leaf Academy opened, I put my headband on very carefully and walked across a village that was 9 years old. 38 of us, one classroom, one desk each desk stamped with a clan crest, and mine was the only crest in the room that belonged to exactly one living person. I found the Arata fan on a desk near the back, and sat down and tried very hard to look like a man who was supposed to be there. Then I looked up and got hit in the face by history. Kaito Tanaka, 16, cheerful, already the strongest kid in the village and completely unbothered about it. Ren Saito beside him, arms folded, watching everybody. Haruki Aoki adjusting his glasses. Akari Sato daring the room to say something. Kazuki Honda, huge and calm and eating. And the boy who sat down next to me was Ryoma Uchiha. Kageyama had no children. So Kageyama had picked the closest blood he had and made him heir. And the heir was this, a polite, cheerful, absurdly gifted kid who smiled at strangers, which for an Uchiha is roughly as normal as a shark doing card tricks. He was also, according to the comic in my head, going to die at 25. Kaito came over first. Of course he did. Kenji-kun, genuine concern, no performance in it. I heard you were hurt hunting. Are you all right now? Recovered, I said, and shook his hand. He held it half a second longer than he needed to, and I watched him notice that something about me had changed and failed to find the word for it. That happened a lot that year. Hiroki gave the opening speech, which was 4 sentences long and mostly about being friends. Then he nodded to his brother and got out of the way, and Koji walked to the front of the room, and the temperature dropped about 10 degrees. I want to say something about the second Hokage, because the comics did not do him justice, and neither did the village. Hiroki was the sun, everybody knows that. Koji was the man who noticed the sun was going to set eventually, and started building the lamps. That's all Lord Hokage had to say, he said. From now on, I am your teacher. For 6 months to a year, I will test you. Then my brother and I will select some of you as our personal students. 38 heirs sat up so fast the desks moved. His first lecture was about what a ninja is for. His second lecture was the one that broke the world open. He brought a bowl of water to the front of the room. We divide chakra into fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning, he said. I'm going to tell you that those words are the surface and not the thing. When we use water release, we are not turning chakra into water. That's meaningless. We are making chakra behave the way water behaves. He dipped one finger in the bowl and pushed chakra down it, and the water spun itself into a small, tight whirlpool. The room made a noise. Every clan in that room had been teaching nature transformation the same way for 200 years, which was, here are the hand signs. Copy them until your hands understand what your head can't. And if you're not talented enough, then that's the god's problem. And Koji had just walked in and said, no, actually, there's a reason, and here it is. So the other releases work the same way? Kaito said, hand already up. Then why does fire release burn? Koji did not answer him. Koji turned it around, the way good teachers do, and asked him how you make a fire without a fire. Kaito said the flint thing. Koji said no, deeper. Why do the sparks work? And that was when I made my first real mistake of the year, which was opening my mouth. It's heat, I said. The room turned around. Extreme heat causes things to burn. Lord Koji, I think that's the answer. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he told the class I was right and asked me, in front of everyone, what I thought the property of wind release was. Now, I knew the answer to this. I knew the answer because I had read it, in another life, in a book with a boy on the cover. It is one thing to know a fact. It is another thing entirely to say it out loud in a room where nobody has ever said it before, and watch a man who invented the shadow clone technique realize he has competition in a 16-year-old with no clan. Cutting, I said. Koji laughed. I need you to understand that the man did not laugh. There were people in that room who had known him since childhood, and their heads came up like deer. Well said, Arata. He clapped once. I didn't expect that answer. My opinion of you has changed. 37 heirs turned around and looked at the back row, and there it was, the first crack in the wall. Everyone in that room had been raised to know exactly who mattered, and the list did not include the last man of a dead clan. Now it did. I sat back down with my heart going like a bird and Ryoma leaning over to whisper, "You're amazing, Kenji-kun." And I thought, clear as a bell, 6 months. He tests us for 6 months. Kaito Tanaka is a genius who will master all 5 natures. I cannot beat him at breadth, so I'm not going to compete at breadth. I'm going to build one weapon and make it the sharpest thing on the continent. Wind. Just wind. Wind and a short blade and a body that never gets tired. 6 months went by like a hand slapping a table. Koji tested us into the ground. Physical conditioning, weapons, illusions, ninjutsu, and after each test the class got a little more sorted until you could stand in the doorway and see who was going to be chosen just from the seating. Half the room was quietly, politely drowning. I was not drowning. I was drinking the world every night and burning it into muscle. And by month 4, I was matching Kaito Tanaka's numbers in 3 categories out of 4, and the entire class was looking at me sideways, trying to work out when exactly the errata kid had gotten dangerous. Ryoma figured out something was strange long before anyone else, because he had the eyes for it. We sparred constantly, blades only, no ninjutsu. He used a scythe, because Kageyama used a scythe, and Kageyama wanted his heir built in his own shape. I used the short blade my clan had died holding, a light, ugly little thing designed for one job, which was ending an argument from behind. The first time we crossed weapons, I brought up Senjutsu Chakra, and his Sharingan came on, and he saw it. 3 commas in red, staring right through my shirt at Chakra doing something no Chakra was supposed to do. He asked once, politely. "A special way of condensing Chakra," I said. And Ryoma Uchiha, heir to the most secretive clan in the village, nodded and never asked again, because he decided we were friends, and friends get to have secrets. We fought to a draw 11 times. The 12th time, half the class stopped training to come and watch, which is how I learned that the whole academy had decided the errata kid and the Uchiha heir were the show. 3 days before the disciple list was announced, we were sitting in the dirt catching our breath, sweat-soaked and stupidly pleased with ourselves, and a boy from our class came running across the training ground with his face wrong. "Ryoma-kun, I heard something outside. You should go home, right now." Ryoma stood up. Gentle, mild, easygoing Ryoma Uchiha stood up with a face I never saw again in 10 years. "What is it?" The boy's throat worked twice before it came out. "Lord Kageyama has left the village." Ryoma went home at a dead run, and I let him go, because there was nothing I could say that wouldn't have been a confession. Here is the thing I need to get out of the way now, because otherwise you'll spend this whole story shouting it at me. Why didn't I just tell them? I knew Kageyama was going to come back with the Nine Tails. I knew when. Why not walk into the Hokage's office and say it? Because I ran the conversation in my head about 40 times, and it ended the same way every time. A 16-year-old with no clan and a body full of a power nobody has ever documented walks in and announces that the greatest ninja alive will attack in 2 years, that the Hokage will die of it, that 4 of the 5 great nations will be at war inside a decade. Best case, Hiroki believes me. Then what? He hunts a man who has vanished off the face of the world and doesn't want to be found, while the village watches its Hokage chase ghosts on the word of a nobody? Worst case, and this is the case, Koji does his job. Koji looks at a boy who has intelligence he cannot possibly have, and he does not conclude prophecy. He concludes spy. The future was not a weapon I could hand to anyone. It was a weapon I could only fire myself, from close range, once per target. So I kept my mouth shut and made a list. The village came apart very quietly over the next few days, which is the worst way for a village to come apart. Nobody shouted, nobody drew a blade. Everybody just started doing arithmetic. 9 years ago, Hiroki and Kageyama had shaken hands in front of the world, and that handshake was the entire foundation the leaf stood on. Look, it said, if these two can stop, anyone can stop. Every clan that joined this village joined that handshake. And now one of the 2 hands had walked out the gate in red armor with a war fan on his back. Ryoma got the story from his own clan, and it was uglier than the rumor. Kageyama had come up out of the shrine basement, stood in front of the whole Uchiha clan, and asked them to leave the village with him. All of them, every man, woman, and child. Not one person moved. So he turned around and left alone. And within a day, the Uchiha, who are the most stubborn people in the world about absolutely everything, folded flat. This was his personal act. We had nothing to do with it. We were never with him. And then, because a clan under pressure always eats its own first, somebody worked out that Ryoma had been made heir by Kageyama personally. And therefore, Ryoma was tainted. And therefore, Ryoma should not be clan head. Which is how the best man in the Uchiha clan nearly lost everything for the crime of being chosen by the wrong person. Hiroki called every clan head to the Hokage residence. That included me, because I was technically a clan head, which meant I got a seat at the very back of a room full of 30-year-old men who had never once looked in my direction. Ryoma was in the Uchiha seat. He caught my eye and gave me a small nod, and I stopped worrying. Hiroki came in and sat down and did 4 things in 10 minutes, and I have never seen political work that clean before or since. 1. He stated, flatly, that Kageyama had not betrayed the village. He had chosen to leave. Believe it or don't, but that is the official definition, and there will not be a second one. 2. He addressed the rumors going around about the Uchiha and called them garbage in a voice that made 2 clan heads sit up straighter. 3. Ryoma stood and said the Uchiha had always stood with the leaf and always would. 4. Koji announced in front of every clan head in the village that he was taking Ryoma Uchiha as his personal student. That last one landed like a dropped anvil. In this world, a personal student is not a student. A personal student is a successor. You give them your techniques and your will, and your name in the room after you're dead. Koji Senju, who had spent his entire life not trusting the Uchiha clan, had just publicly adopted their teenager. Then Hiroki, who was riding an emotional wave and had never once in his life stopped to check the water level, offered Ryoma his youngest daughter's hand, and Ryoma said no. In front of every clan head in the village, a 17-year-old told the God of Shinobi, "Thank you, but I'm already engaged, and she's waited long enough, and I'm not going to hurt her." The room stopped breathing. Hiroki sat there for a second with his mouth slightly open, and then something moved behind his eyes, and he started nodding, because he had just watched a boy turn down the single most valuable marriage on the continent to keep a promise nobody would have blamed him for breaking. Then, because the universe is a comedian, Hiroki's gaze swung around the room and landed on me. Every clan head turned and looked at me, and every single one of them smiled the smile of a man watching somebody else get in trouble. See, they all knew. The Arata boy has been putting off his wedding for years, hasn't he? Wants to make a name for himself first, doesn't he? I bowed my head and agreed to get married soon. And then Ryoma Uchiha, polite, gentle, thoughtful Ryoma Uchiha, raised his hand and suggested that since we were both getting married anyway, we should do it on the same day. Hiroki clapped so hard the table jumped. We walked out together afterwards, and I told him he'd startled me. Isn't it perfect? He was delighted with himself. The village has been sour for weeks. Let's give them something loud. Fine, though I'm still stuck on you turning down the Hokage's daughter. It's impossible not to be tempted, he said, and he meant it. And then his face went soft in a way I did not like at all. But Lord Kageyama arranged my engagement when I was small. I didn't know anything about his feelings toward the village then. I just knew she was mine to look after, so I looked after her. That was a long time ago. She's part of my life now. I couldn't give her up. The Uchiha are a clan of people who feel things so hard it rewrites their eyes. Their entire bloodline power comes from losing someone you love. Kageyama made peace with Hiroki because he loved him, and then spent decades trying to kill him because his brother died. 60 years from now, a boy named Obito is going to try to end the world over one girl. And I was standing there in the sunlight, next to a young man explaining that he had refused a princess for a girl he'd been introduced to as a child. Ryoma, I said, I hope you're happy. For a long time. He paused. Then he smiled and said the same back, and I have never in my life wanted a sentence to work as hard as I wanted that one to. He wasn't finished, though. He walked me nearly all the way home and then said, with the air of a man producing a trump card, Kenji, since we're marrying on the same day, why don't we make a promise? What kind of promise? If my wife has a boy and yours has a girl, or the other way round, let's engage them. I nearly walked into a wall. The children have not been born, I said. The weddings have not happened. And you're arranging the second generation? I think it's a great idea. Setting aside whether I agree, your clan will never accept a child of mine. Because they wouldn't. The Uchiha married Uchiha. Bloodline clans are all like that, and my blood was a footnote from a clan of one. Your fiancé is a Senju, Ryoma said, entirely reasonably, so your child will be a Senju too, close to Lord Hiroki's line, if I remember. Then engage your child to Hiroki's grandchild, purer blood, better politics, and he'd say yes in a heartbeat. Ryoma stopped walking. Honestly, he said, and his voice had gone quiet. Lord Kageyama's leaving hit me very hard, and Lord Hiroki is in trouble because of it. I'd feel ashamed tying myself to his descendants right now. Ah, there it was. He didn't want the honor. He wanted a friend. I care more about what my kids want than what I want, I said. So no arranged marriage. But let them grow up together, and if they choose each other, that's theirs. He laughed like I'd handed him a present and said, settled. And that was how I ended up making a family alliance with the Uchiha clan on a dirt road on a Tuesday. Hinata was waiting when I got in, and she'd clearly been pacing. I told her about the council. She sagged with relief, then got fierce about it. Ryoma should be clan head. With him there, the Uchiha will get along with the village properly, not like before. Yes, I said, and did not say, as long as he doesn't die at 25. Because I'd been doing the arithmetic on that too, and it was worse than it looked. In the history I remembered, Ryoma Uchiha dies young, and the Uchiha choose their next clan head the traditional way, which is a violent internal competition, and the man who wins is not one of Ryoma's people. And that is the exact moment the thread between the Uchiha and the leadership of this village gets cut, and it stays cut for 60 years, until it ends the way it ends. One funeral, that's all it takes. One funeral, and a clan starts dying by inches. I filed it. 25. 9 years. Then I told her about the double wedding, and about Ryoma's insane in-law proposal, and she demanded to know if I'd agreed. Of course not. You'd be the one having the child. How would I decide that alone? She sniffed at me, which is Hinata for, you got that right. Then she said we should let the kids choose, and it was fine for them to be close from the start, and I said that's what I thought, and then I asked her something I'd been chewing on. Hinata, if you hadn't liked me, would you have refused the engagement, even though Lord Hiroki arranged it? Of course, she said immediately. I'm not spending my life with someone I don't like. And then, quieter, with her eyes on the table, in fact, it's because I liked you that Lord Hiroki arranged it at all. I sat there while my two lives got in a fight about what that meant. Because I remembered being 8. I remembered the fire and the noise and being carried out of it by a stranger with warm hands. I remembered lying in a room in the Senju compound for a month afterward, not eating, not talking. And I remembered a girl who came in every day and sat down and talked at me about absolutely nothing until the noise in my head got quieter. And I remembered that the day I got up, I went outside and started training, and I never went back to find her, because I had decided that being strong was the only thing that mattered, and everything else was a delay. I got engaged to that girl a year later, and I did not recognize her. I stood in a room and shook hands with the only person who had bothered to sit with me, and I looked straight through her, and she waited 8 years for me to notice. I started laughing. I couldn't help it. What's funny? An idiot, I said. He knew someone, then he met her again and forgot her. Hinata went very still. Then she made a small sound and said, You finally remembered. When we got engaged, I kept waiting for you to say something to me, and you talked to me like a stranger. I'm sorry, that was mine. I made you sad. It wasn't that dramatic, she said, in the voice of someone for whom it had absolutely been that dramatic. Then she propped her chin on her hand and smiled at me and said the thing that shut my brain up for a week. You've seemed like a completely different person lately, so much more reliable. But now it turns out Kenji hasn't changed at all. That's good. I had been walking around for weeks, unable to decide whether I was Arata Kenji with a second set of memories or somebody else wearing his life. And a girl who didn't know either of those things existed just settled the argument by accident, over dinner. I was Kenji. Fine. Then Kenji had work to do. The disciple list went up a week later. 7 names. Kaito Tanaka, obviously. Ren Saito, obviously. Kazuki Honda, who was not from a top-tier clan, but was so calm and so strong that nobody argued. Ryoma Uchiha, already announced. Me, which caused some muttering. And then Haruki Aoki and Akari Sato, which caused an actual scandal because those two had no clan at all. Their families died in the wars, Hiroki picked them up out of the wreckage the same way he picked me up, and they had walked into the academy with less lineage than a farm dog. Half a dozen heirs had spent 6 months being visibly better bred than them and were now being visibly not chosen. Koji had looked at 38 bloodlines and picked 2 orphans and a man with a dead clan. I remember thinking, this is why the Leaf wins. Ryoma's faction won inside the Uchiha, and he was confirmed as clan head, which meant our wedding stopped being 2 weddings and started being an event. His was enormous. Every clan in the village sent somebody important. Mine was in a small house with about 30 people in it, most of whom had come because Ryoma's wedding was happening the same day, and it would have looked rude not to. Under normal circumstances, the head of the Arata clan gets married with 4 witnesses and a bowl of rice. I was fine with it. I owed him one. Koji stood in for Hiroki at mine, since Hiroki had to be at the Uchiha compound in person. And the Senju sent one other person, Izumi Senju, Master of Illusions, one of the few women in the village who had fought her way to the top of a clan on nothing but skill, and the woman who had raised Hinata since her parents died. Izumi took me aside before the ceremony, put one finger on my chest, and delivered the following. Arata, you take care of that girl. I practically raised her myself. Don't fight, and if I find out you're not treating her properly, you'd better watch the door, because I'll be coming through it. Of course, Lady Izumi, I said respectfully, to a woman who could put an entire room to sleep with her eyebrows. She looked satisfied and went to go fix Hinata's collar. The ceremony itself was old and quiet and took a long time. We did every step of it exactly right, and at the end of it, I was holding the hand of a girl who was no longer a Senju, who had signed her name onto a clan register that had exactly one other line in it, and who was looking at me like I was worth it. Hinata, I'll make you happy, I said. I promise. You've said that about 9 times. I'm going to keep saying it. She was very pleased about that and pretended not to be. Here's what I didn't say. I didn't say that in about 2 years, the sky over this village was going to open up. I didn't say that in about 4 of the 5 great nations would be at war, and this village would bury half of everyone in this room. I didn't say that I had just legally attached this woman to the only clan in the Leaf with no relatives, no reserves, and no depth, so that if I died, she'd be the last line on the page. I said the short version instead, and I meant it as an oath and not a compliment. I was going to survive the first great ninja war, and I was going to bring her out the other side of it. The 7 of us met at the Senju training ground on the first morning and stood around being awkward at each other. Kaito came straight over and elbowed me. Kenji-kun, how's married life? You held out for years, and now here you are. Are you genuinely this interested in other people's houses? Haha, understood. He backed off immediately, then swung right back in. Also, we're from the same school now. Drop the honorifics. So it was Kaito and Kenji after that, which is a small thing, and which mattered a great deal about 8 years later when we were both standing in a war room deciding who died. Then Koji arrived and everyone shut up. Kaito asked who he'd teach first. No need, Koji said. I'll teach all of you at the same time. We all did the same polite blank face people do when an adult says something impossible. There was 1 of him, there were 7 of us. He made a single hand sign, and 6 more Tobiramas walked out of the smoke. Kaito actually shouted, Master, is this the shadow clone technique you created? Each one is real. Each one is another me. He said it the way you'd describe a shelf. So there's no need to argue about turns. Every ninja in the world today learns the shadow clone. It's the first thing they hand a genin who's got chakra to burn. The man who invented it used the first working version of the single most influential technique of the next century to solve a scheduling problem for 7 teenagers. My Koji walked me to a corner of the field and looked at me. Arata, you have an aptitude for sage arts. I do not know sage arts. Only my brother can teach you that. He put a sword in my hands. So I will train the rest of you, wind release, and the blade. The Arata style is a short blade paired with wind, and it was never built for duels. It was built for coming out of somewhere dark, ending it in one motion, and being gone. Koji took one look at that and did not try to change it. He simply set about making me able to survive standing in the open afterward, which is the part my clan had historically been bad at, on account of all of them being dead. He was also, personally, one of the finest swordsmen alive. Man could hold a line against samurai. He handed me his entire life of blade experience in about 4 months and never once acted like he was doing me a favor. His training was called hell by everybody in that group, and the name was earned. I loved it. Every day I could feel the numbers going up, and every night I went home and slept 4 hours and woke up ready. Which brings us to the wall. Around month 5, my sage arts stopped improving. Not slowed, stopped. I'd hit a ceiling I could feel with my hands, and I brought it to Hiroki, who by then was coming by twice a week to teach me personally. He thought about it and said the marks were the tell. In the beginning they covered your face. Once you learned control, they only appear on your left side. That's your limit. Push past it and the natural energy eats you. Then what do I do? He grinned, and it was the grin of a man about to show a kid something enormous. Make the water source bigger. Here's the mechanic, and it's the only piece of bookkeeping in this whole story, so I'll be quick. Senjutsu chakra is a ratio. So much natural energy, so much of your own chakra, mixed in a fixed proportion. My control was perfect. My proportion was perfect. My problem was that my own chakra pool was the size of a teacup, because the Arata were a small, quick, light-boned clan of assassins, and small, quick, light-boned people do not come with reservoirs. I was 18. My natural pool would keep growing until about 30. I did not have 12 years. I had about 4. Hiroki listened to me ask him, straight out, if there was a way to speed it up, and he got a look on his face I later learned meant he was about to break a rule for someone he liked. Every clan has its secret medicines, he said. I've been taking ours since I was a child. They stopped working. Right, medicine is medicine. He bit his thumb, ran through signs, and slammed his palm into the ground. But there are things in this world that are outside what ninja imagine. Runes crawled out across the dirt in a ring, and a creature appeared in the middle of it. White with blue markings, about the size of a large dog, and unmistakably a slug. I knew that slug. I knew who else would sign that contract, 60 years from now, and win a war with it. It's been a long time, Lord Hiroki, said the slug, in a voice like cool water. I never thought you'd need me. Because that's the joke about Hiroki's summon. The man never called it. What is a slug going to do for the God of Shinobi that he can't do better himself? He'd signed the contract, gone to the Shikotsu forest once to ask the slug sage about sage arts, and then politely never bothered them again for a decade. I'd like to borrow that thing from the forest, he said, nodding at me. This kid needs it. The slug turned, looked me up and down, and bowed. Hello. Hello, I said, to a legendary being, while my brain quietly filed the fact that of the 3 great sage grounds in this world, Mount Myoboku is full of loud toads, the Ryuchi cave is full of things that will absolutely eat you, and the Shikotsu forest is staffed entirely by extremely polite slugs. They rolled out a scroll with a very short list of names on it. Hiroki's was the last one. I bit my thumb and wrote mine under it. Then the ground went out from under me. The Shikotsu forest is not a forest. It's a place where somebody drew a forest from a description. The trees have no leaves. They're pale, bare, jointed things that look like something's skeleton propped upright, and there's a wet green smell in the air that goes into your chest and makes you feel 8 years younger. And the natural energy there is so thick it walks into you unasked. I nearly lost control in the first 4 seconds, caught it, held it, stood there in a dead white forest with the world flooding through my ribs, keeping the balance by hand, while the first Hokage stroked a tree trunk and said it hadn't changed a bit. He walked me down a path to a pool. I want to describe what that pool looked like in my perception, which by then had gotten strange. Everything in that forest glowed. The pool was a hole punched in the world with a lamp behind it. The spring water here draws in natural energy and feeds sage training, Hiroki said, and it strengthens the body. This is the raw ingredient of the Senju secret medicine. Once you take it out of the forest, most of the effect dies. That's why our medicine is only medicine. So you drink it, and your constitution improves. Yes, if I could, I'd bring my whole clan here, he shrugged. But most people can't handle the natural energy. You can, 1 bowl a day, no more. Drink too much, and it comes in faster than you can hold it, and that's the end of you. A little slug pushed a stone bowl at me. Lord Arata, please. I filled it. I looked at it. And then I drank, on the reasonable grounds that a man who had told me not to have more than 1 bowl would not have handed me the bowl at all. It was sweet, and it was cold, and it went down like winter, and then the entire forest tried to get in through my mouth. The marks came up my body faster than they ever had. I put both hands on the ratio and held it while my heart tried to leave, and after about 10 seconds it settled, and I opened my eyes, and the little slug was staring at me. Then it said something to Hiroki that I was not supposed to hear. In terms of pure aptitude for sage arts alone, this young man may surpass Lord Hiroki, which is a hell of a thing to overhear on a Tuesday. They weren't being kind. Hiroki could absorb natural energy because he was born with a body that was practically Otsutsuki plumbing. In 1,000 years, the slug sage had met 3 people who could do it unassisted, and every one of them had the blood. I had no blood. I had a clan of wind users who died in a squabble, and a soul that had come back with the wrong shape. So that was my life for a while. Every morning, a little slug in the Shikatsu forest reverse summoned me across the world. I walked to the spring, drank 1 bowl, and got sent back. Some days I said good morning. That was the whole ritual. I had signed the most exclusive summoning contract on the continent so that I could commute to a drinking fountain. But it worked. Inside a week, my chakra came out thicker and there was more of it. Inside a month, I could feel the ceiling moving. Inside a year, Hiroki looked me over and told me my body had caught up to a senju with a strong bloodline, which was funny because before all this, I couldn't outlift my own wife. The effect fell off eventually, the way everything does. I did not push it. I wanted a bigger pool, not a headstone, and that's how the 10th year of the leaf arrived, with me in the best condition of my life, and a growing knot in my stomach, because 10 was the year on my list. Kageyama comes back this year, or next. Hiroki dies not long after. I did the arithmetic on saving him about 400 times. Gather help. Who? Nobody in the world could stand in that fight. There were 2 men on the planet in that weight class, and they were the 2 men in the fight. Warn him. Warn him how? On what evidence, from what source, and what does he do differently stand somewhere else? Ambush Kageyama. With what? My short blade and a cup of forest water? Some things you don't get to fix. You get to decide what's still standing afterward. That was the deal I made with myself, in my own kitchen, at 19. I can't keep Hiroki alive. So I will make sure that everything he built outlives him, and I will spend my life doing it, and I am not going to tell anyone why. Then, Koji called the 7 of us to the Hokage residence, and there was a farmer standing next to him, which is how I got my first mission, and it was the strangest one I ever took, because it should not have existed. The leaf did not do jobs for people. The leaf was employed by the Land of Fire. The clans owned land and fed themselves and fought for the country, and that was the entire economy. A man in patched clothes walking up to the gate and asking to hire a ninja was not a thing that happened, and the guards had nearly thrown him into the street. Hiroki had happened to be walking past. His name is Takeshi, Hiroki said. Explain it to them. Takeshi was middle-aged and terrified of us and did it anyway. I farm over the mountain, he said. We were fine until bandits started coming. They come through the village whenever they like. We couldn't stand it and we didn't know what to do. I heard people say that here, if you have money, things get done. Then he pulled out a cloth bag and emptied it into his hands. It was old coin. It was, I would guess, the entire village's savings scraped into one bag by every household in it. Please, drive them away. And he bent over at the waist in front of 7 teenagers. I want to be honest about the room. 6 of the 7 of us were clan heirs. The amount of money in that man's hands would not have covered the cost of the trip. Nobody said that out loud, but I watched everybody do the math, and the math was not in Takeshi's favor. I stepped forward and got him standing up straight again. Don't worry, I said. We'll take it. He looked at me like I'd caught something falling. You've come a long way. Go and rest. We'll go now. With any luck, by the time you wake up, it'll already be finished. He believed me. I still don't fully know why. He fell asleep about 11 seconds after somebody put him in a room, which tells you how long he'd been walking. We ran over the mountain and got there in a couple of hours. The village was small and peaceful and absolutely could not defend itself. We sat in the tree line and watched because gathering information first is not a preference in this profession, it's the whole job. And about 20 minutes in, we noticed something the client hadn't. Those weren't bandits, they were ronin. Actual samurai, or the remains of them. You could tell by how they stood. 10 years ago, samurai were the top of the world and ninja lived under rocks. Then Hiroki put the ninja above ground, the daimyo made us the national army, and the samurai class dropped through the floor in a single generation. Some of them adapted. Some went to the land of iron, where the mountains are cold and the swordsmen are still real. And some of them ended up out here, taking food off farmers. Filthy, Akari said, and there was real heat in it. Her whole family had been killed by exactly this kind of man, back when there had been a lot more of them. Doesn't change much, Kaito said. They're behaving like bandits. Let's drive them off, like Takeshi asked. Should we drive them off? Everybody turned around. I'd like to tell you I said it because of some deep tactical assessment. The truth is that I had a second life's worth of opinions about men who take food from farmers, and I had just watched a village's entire savings fit in one hand. There's a country full of people who will take a samurai, I said. The land of iron takes anyone. Nobody has ever been turned away. These men had somewhere to go, and they chose this instead. If we push them out of here, we've moved the problem to whoever's over the next hill. Kaito's eyebrows went up. Kenji, what do you mean? Wipe them out. There was a pause. Then Akari said yes immediately, and nobody else objected, and Kaito thought about it for 4 seconds and nodded, and that was the first time I ever decided that a group of men should die. I would like to report that I felt something about it. I didn't. That came later, in a different country, with different men. We tracked them home. They had a mountain fort, which was frankly embarrassing for everyone involved. They'd been at this long enough to build. Ren summoned a small rodent-looking thing with no combat ability whatsoever and sent it in through the walls, and it came back and drew in the dirt for him. 22 people, Ren said. 22. 7 of us. Not one of them a real fighter, or they wouldn't have been out here. And then Kaito Tanaka, future third Hokage, pillar of the village, said the following out loud. It'd be boring to just go home. It's our first mission. Let's make it interesting. He was actually smiling. A contest. Each of us goes in alone. Nobody raises the alarm. If they raise the alarm, you lose. Otherwise, most kills wins. Nobody stopped him. We were 17, 18 years old. We were the 7 best young ninja in the Leaf, and we had all been told our whole lives that this was what we were for. We went in. I want to describe how easy it was, because that is the point. My control had gotten to the place where I could put my presence away entirely. In Sage mode, I could feel every man in that fort like fingers on a drum. I walked up behind the first one while he was standing at a wall with his back to the dark, and he never turned around. The second one came around the corner to talk to him, saw what was on the ground, and got about half a word out. 2 men, less than a minute, and my hands were steady. And I remember thinking clearly, I am supposed to feel something now. I didn't. I'd already accepted this was the job. That's the trade. You get to be the one standing up. I found a room with a lamp in it, and a man in a chair, and a girl in farmer's clothes standing in front of him. I recognized her. They'd taken her out of the village that afternoon while we were watching from the trees. She saw me over his shoulder, and her eyes went wide, and he noticed her face change and started to turn, and that was the end of the argument. Then she screamed. I could have stopped her. There was time. I didn't, and I'd like to pretend that was principle, and it wasn't. I just did not want to put my hand over a terrified girl's mouth after what she'd been sitting in for 6 hours. The scream lost me the contest. Across the compound, a wall came apart, and 2 men flew out of it, and Ryoma Uchiha stepped out of the wreckage with his eyes going from red back to black. Kenji, he said, that was your problem, wasn't it? I nodded. She startled me, he said, wounded. I had 4 of them lined up. I got 2 clean, and then the other 2 made a fuss. Very capable men, actually. I looked at the 2 very capable men lying in the dirt. They weren't. You had them before they made a sound. The girl asked in a very small voice whether she had gotten us in trouble. Ryoma turned around and gave her the smile that made every mother in the Leaf like him and told her not to worry about it in the slightest. The others came in from the other side of the fort. 3 each, silent, no alarms. Kaito looked at the broken wall, looked at the girl, and shrugged at us. Kenji, Ryoma, what a shame. So the 2 of us lost a competition on account of noticing that a person was in the room. I have thought about that night a lot. Not the killing, the scoring. Ryoma and I walked the girl home. She was scared of us for about the first 10 minutes, and then not scared at all, which is a specific talent Ryoma had, and I did not. When we reached the fields, her whole village came boiling out to grab her, and she started to turn around to introduce us, and we were already gone, because we'd finished the job, and standing there, being thanked, was not part of it. Takeshi woke up to find his village's problem solved, and could not make himself believe it until Hiroki put the proof on the table. He looked up, embarrassed, and asked if he was allowed to come back if there was ever anything else. Of course, said the first Hokage of the Leaf cheerfully to a farmer. If you need help, ask this village. Once we accept, we'll do everything we can, and we will never go back on our word. I stood in the corner of that room and watched the mission system get invented by a man being nice to somebody. Koji's debrief afterwards was less warm. Low-grade men, he said, but it tells you the country isn't as stable as it looks. We'll take more of these. They'll bore you. Take them anyway, because you have never actually done this, and the first time you're unprepared, it won't be against farmers. Then he looked at all 7 of us in turn. Go over what you did tonight, every detail. Do not repeat any of it. If you carry those habits into a real mission, you will lose your lives. We said, yes, sir, in unison. 2 years later, 4 of the 7 of us had already been in a fight where he was right. Then we got 2 years of nothing happening, which is the best thing that can happen to anybody, and which I spent in a low-grade panic the entire time. The country was quiet. There were barely any missions. So we trained, and I went home, and home turned out to be the part of my life I was actually good at. Hinata refused to be a housewife with a straight face. She'd been trained by Azumi Senju herself. She could hold her own against most of the men in her old clan, and she was not going to sit in a kitchen while I got better. So whenever I had a free evening, she made me spar with her, and I want to be honest, I enjoyed it more than resting. The one thing that wasn't happening was a child, and that was on me. I was training like the calendar was on fire, because it was, and I came home most nights barely able to feel my hands. She never once complained about it out loud. She just got quieter about it, which is worse. So for her birthday, I did something slightly ridiculous. A merchant had come through the village, one of the few brave enough to try. I got him to bring things back from the capital, clothes, the pins and combs that women in the capital were wearing that year, things that did not exist in a village that was 10 years old and made entirely of ninja and blacksmiths. I also had to borrow the money from the first Hokage to do it, which is a conversation I am still slightly embarrassed about. But I got to watch her open it, and I got to watch her eyes go, and then she flatly refused to let me go training for 3 days. The unintended consequence was that Hiroki found out. Kenji didn't borrow that money for nothing, he told his brother, delighted. I never realized he had a talent for charming girls. Who knows, said Koji, who did not care. Before I taught him, I didn't know he was intelligent either. We simply didn't know him. And then Hiroki said, in the voice of a man about to cause work for everyone else, but it's interesting, isn't it? We could try imitating some of the customs in the capital. Koji's face did a thing. Brother, that's a bad idea. The village has stood for 10 years. We should celebrate. Koji stared at his brother for a long moment, sighed the sigh of a man who has lost this exact argument 200 times, and started planning the Leaf's first festival. Nobody in that village had ever been to a festival. Half of them had been born in the middle of a war. When the announcement went up, the whole place lost its mind, and even the clan elders who disapproved shut up about it because they'd seen their grandchildren's faces. For about a week, the Hidden Leaf was the happiest place on the continent. 3 days before the festival, a man walked up to the gate at night wearing red armor with a war fan on his back. I was in my house when the noise started. I knew before anybody told me. There was exactly one silhouette in the world that made a village go silent that fast. It's finally here. The whole village came out to the gate. Every clan head, all 7 of us, the guard, everybody. Kageyama stood outside the wall and did not come in and did not speak. His eyes were already red. He swept them across all of us, and when he got to Ryoma, they stopped, just for a moment, and something moved in them. Then it moved off. Whatever Kageyama had come for, his heir was not on the list. Lord Kageyama, Ryoma shouted it. There was so much hurt in it. Kageyama did not answer him. He looked at the gate and said, mostly to himself, Has Hiroki not arrived yet? Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. A dozen clan heads stood in a field and waited, and the air was so heavy I could feel it on my skin. Then Hiroki came out in a white robe, at a jog, smiling. Kageyama, good timing. We're holding a festival. You must be tired from the road. Stay for it. Oh, Kageyama's eyes narrowed. A celebration. The village has been run well, then. It has. Come and see. It gets better every year. No need, Kageyama said. This place will soon be as it was in the beginning. That was the moment the whole crowd understood. Hiroki, do you remember what we talked about that day? I watched the first Hokage's face change. I didn't come back to reminisce, Kageyama said. I came to realize my dream. You are in the way of it, so I spent 2 years alone looking for something that could beat you. And then the sky lit up. Not lightning. A red light over the tree line, low and enormous, and even people who had no sensory talent at all felt what was underneath it, because it went through your bones and told you personally that you were small. Brother, Koji behind him, the chakra over there, it's expanding, it's about to fire. Kageyama raised one hand and made a sign. Can you protect this village, Hiroki? The ground burst open. Something enormous came out of it and lifted Hiroki up on its shoulder, and I finally saw what he was looking at over the trees. A fox, lying down. 9 tails spread out behind it like a hand, mouth open, and in front of that mouth, a ball of chakra was condensing so dense it looked solid. The wooden giant raised its hands. The fox fired. I have seen a lot of things since. I have never again seen anything cross that much distance that fast. It hit the wooden statue's palms, and half the statue simply stopped existing, and the shockwave came across the field and put grown clan heads on the ground, and Hiroki fell out of the sky and landed on his feet. Show me your true power. Kageyama was standing next to him, unhurried. I could have summoned it here, but I wanted a real fight with you. Destroying the leaf is the prize afterward. There's no rush. Kageyama, who are you? You'll understand when you see it. And Hiroki stopped smiling. He grabbed his white robe and tore it off, and underneath it he was already wearing armor. He'd been wearing armor under his clothes for 10 years of peace. He had never once, not for a single day, actually believed it. I don't know what your dream is, he said, but this village is ours, and you want to break it. I won't allow that. Even if you've given it up, I'll stand by it to the end. Then the two of them went into the trees, and the world changed shape. Koji threw his brother a sealing scroll full of weapons on the way past. I heard what he said under it, and I've never forgotten the sound of it. If I lose to Kageyama, Hiroki said, quietly, you move immediately. Do not let him leave. Because he wasn't confident. The God of Shinobi, going out to fight, was not confident, and had already worked out what the village should do about his corpse. Brother, he smiled at Koji and patted his shoulder and went. Koji sounded the emergency assembly, and the village turned into a machine. I ran evacuation with the rest of the young ones, moving families toward the center, and Hinata arrived out of the crowd with her gear already on, having heard an explosion, felt the wind take half the roofs off the eastern district, and immediately gone looking for me instead of shelter. I gave her the short version. She put a hand over her mouth. Kenji, can Lord Hiroki win? Definitely, I said instantly, and it was the first flat lie I had told her since I woke up in that bed. Because he does win, and that's the problem. He wins the way you win a fight that costs you your legs. Here is what I could and could not do, which is the whole shape of my life in that period. I cannot sense chakra. I never could. That entire branch of talent, the one Koji had and the Hyuga had, and half the sensors in the village had, is closed to me forever. What I have instead is natural energy. I feel the world, and I feel what the world does when something moves through it. Which meant that from inside the village, standing in the dark with my wife's hand in mine, I could not tell you who was winning. I could only tell you one thing, and I sat there waiting for it like a man waiting for a verdict. The instant Hiroki used Sage Mode, the natural energy in that direction would empty out, and Hiroki does not use Sage Mode until he has to. Hiroki uses Sage Mode last, so I stood there for hours, feeling nothing move, which meant he hadn't needed it yet, which meant he was still holding. And every hour that passed, the flashes on the horizon got bigger. They changed the shape of the ground out there. I want to be clear that this is not an expression. There is a canyon in the Land of Fire today, with a river in it, that did not exist before that night. People call it the Valley of the End. 2 men made it in an afternoon by disagreeing. The elders had all gone out toward it and stopped a long way short, because getting close to that would kill you by accident. Koji stood at the edge of it in a cold sweat with his fingers on the ground, listening for the one thing he was afraid of, which was his brother's chakra going out while Kageyama's stayed lit. Hinata held my hand hard enough to hurt and prayed. Everyone around us was already gray with exhaustion and would not sit down. Then, deep in the night, the natural energy went out of the world to the east like somebody pulling a plug. My eyes snapped open. What, Kenji? What is it? Hinata's voice came out wrecked. She hadn't noticed how long she'd been not speaking. It's about to end. She looked at the horizon, where the noise was getting worse, not better, and did not understand at all. 10 minutes later, Koji's signal went up. Victory. The village made a sound I have never heard before or since, and then most of it fell over, because everyone had been standing braced for 8 hours, and their legs had been the only things holding them up. I did not fall over. I had a forest in my veins, and I was already moving, because I had exactly one job that night, and it wasn't cheering. Ryoma saw me go and shouted after me, "Kenji, what are you doing?" "I'm going to check on Lord Hiroki. Kageyama brought a monster. Even if he won, he could be in trouble." Which was true, and which was not the reason. "Wait, I'm coming too." I nearly said no. Then I did the arithmetic on the next 4 minutes and said, "Come on then." Because I needed Ryoma. He was the only person alive who could do the thing I needed done. Here's what I was running toward. Kageyama had a plan for losing. Of course he did. In the eye he had left, he had already laid in a technique called Izanagi, the ultimate genjutsu of the Uchiha clan, the one that lets you turn one specific piece of reality into a dream you didn't have, including your own death. He had set it on a delay. He was going to lie there dead, get carried off quietly by somebody, and then, at a time of his choosing, stop being dead. And when he did, he was going to spend the next 50 years assembling a plan that ends with the whole world asleep and a thing older than all of us walking out of the dark. The technique needs one thing to work. It needs the eye. No eye, no Izanagi. I had a window of maybe an hour, and I was going to spend it burning the most valuable pair of eyes on the continent. The rain started as we ran. By the time we got there, it was already over. There was a river, and there was a wall of stone that hadn't been there yesterday, and there was Hiroki on his knees in the shallows, and there was a man lying on his back in the water, not moving. I heard the last of it as I came over the rise, Kageyama, quietly, to nobody in particular. Foolish. Hiroki. Sooner or later, this will become the darkness of the village. Then he stopped. Hiroki stayed standing over him for a long time and did not say anything at all. Behind them, coiled up in a lattice of living wood, was the fox, asleep, not dead. Hiroki had spent the last of his senjutsu chakra putting it under, which is why he had nothing left, which is why he was on his knees. And it was already waking up. I could see the red starting to bleed out through the wood. Koji and Ayumi got there just before we did. Ayumi had come out because someone had to, and because of what she was. The Uzumaki clan are distant relatives of the Senju, and the finest sealers who have ever lived. Nobody in the world can touch them for it. And Uzumaki Ayumi, princess of the land of whirlpools, wife of the first Hokage, had a specific gift on top of that. Her chakra suppresses other chakra. Hiroki asked her to help him seal the fox, and then asked the obvious question, which was, into what? The clan records said the tailed beasts had been bound before, always into an object, and the better the object, the better the seal. And there was nothing in the world good enough. Kageyama's war fan was a relic of the Sage of Six Paths, and even that wasn't the right shape for it. Ayumi said, "Seal it inside me." Both brothers turned around. She quoted her own clan's history at them. Long ago, when the beasts ran wild, an Uzumaki had done exactly this, sealed one inside himself, and held it until he died. Her body could take it. Nobody else's could. "No," Hiroki said instantly. "We're not gambling on a vague record. Hiroki, can you find another way right now? When that thing wakes up, you can't stop it. I can hold it for a while. You can't find a relic in an hour." He had no answer. "Then let me do it," he said, and his wife looked at him and said, "Does your chakra suppress other people's the way mine does?" That was the end of the argument. They woke it up doing it, of course. The fox came around in the middle of the ceiling and understood immediately what was happening to it, and it was furious in a way that made the air taste like metal. It had been living in a forest, minding its own business, and a stranger had walked in and taken its mind, and now it was waking up in chains held by different strangers who intended to put it in a box. Chains came out of Ayumi. Actual chains, gold, out of her body. Hiroki held the wood down with everything he had left, and the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts went into a woman's stomach and stayed there for the next 40 years. The first Jinchuriki in the history of the world was a middle-aged noblewoman who volunteered. Koji spun around with a shout, "Who's there?" and then relaxed because it was us. Then he immediately unrelaxed because we had disobeyed a direct order to stay in the village. I apologized first and fast. Ryoma said he'd come to see Lord Kageyama. Hiroki, half dead in the water, waved his brother off. "It's fine, Koji. Kenji meant well." Then, to us, gently, Ryoma, go and see him. Ryoma ran to the body and turned it over and held onto him, and I stood there and let him, because there was no version of what came next that wasn't cruel, and I at least owed him 30 seconds first. Then Hiroki tried to stand up and his legs folded. I caught him. He asked me to walk him over, and I did, and he looked down at the man he'd known since they were children throwing stones across a river, and he sighed, and he said, Ryoma, take him back and bury him in the Uchiha graveyard. No, Ryoma said. Everybody looked up. Lord Kageyama's crimes are too great. The clan won't accept him. If we put him in the ancestral ground, there'll be an uproar. Then we'll find a plot somewhere else, Hiroki said after a moment. I won't leave him in the open. No, Ryoma said again. And then he said the sentence I had spent the last hour building, one careful piece at a time, on a dead run through the rain. If we bury Lord Kageyama, someone will come for him. I want him cremated, so no one can disturb him. What? That was Koji. I did not look at him. I was already watching him out of the corner of my eye, which is how I know exactly what his face did. Because I had figured out Koji's plan on the way here. Look at the timeline. Koji sends every senior fighter in the village home, Tanaka Genji and the whole Warring States generation, all of them, back to hold the gate. Then he stays, with his brother, who is destroyed, and his sister-in-law, who is about to be very occupied sealing a tailed beast into her own body. That is a man clearing a room, because a corpse like Kageyama's is worth more than a province. There are secrets in that body, there is a bloodline in it, and there is a pair of eyes in it that will never go blind. Which is a thing that has happened exactly once in recorded history. Koji Senju had every intention of switching that body out on the road home and spending the next 20 years learning from it, and honestly, I don't even blame him. I'd have done the same in his place if I didn't know what I know. I just couldn't let it happen, because as long as those eyes exist anywhere on this earth, the man attached to them gets up again. So on the run out, I'd asked Ryoma, casually, how he intended to handle the burial. He said, find a plot, avoid the clan politics. And I said, what if somebody wants the Mangekyo? I watched him understand. I watched him think about his own clan and their own history and the specific and very well documented thing the Uchiha do to relatives who have better eyes than they do. I watched him realize that a grave with Kageyama in it would not stay closed for a year. He came to the answer himself. I just left it lying where he'd trip on it. Hiroki was quiet for a long while. Then he said, very well. Afterwards, we'll keep the ashes somewhere we can visit him. Koji did not say a word, and I could hear him not saying it. It couldn't be a proper cremation. The Uchiha would never have allowed the ceremony. So it was 5 people, at night, in the rain, at the bottom of a canyon that hadn't existed that morning. I stood there and watched the light on Ryoma's face and felt the tightness in my chest let go. Because that was it. That was the whole plan. 4 decades of it, gone in a fire nobody would ever hear about. The Eye of the Moon plan needed Kageyama, and Kageyama needed the Eye, and the Eye was going up as smoke over a river. Farewell, Lord Kageyama, I thought. The age that's coming doesn't need a god in it. I even felt sorry for him, sincerely. Better to die not knowing than to spend 50 more years building toward a thing that was never going to work. Afterward, Ryoma collected the ashes, and Hiroki sealed them into a scroll and said, to all of us, this stays between us. Everyone else hears that the body was destroyed in the battle. We agreed. Koji agreed too, because ashes are worth nothing to a researcher. You can't even reanimate ash. He'd lost, cleanly, to a 19-year-old with a suggestion, and he had no idea that he had lost to anything at all. He did say one thing out loud on the walk back, mostly to himself, and it is the only time I ever heard the second Hokage whine. If I'd known, I should have hidden the body before we sealed the fox. Then we came up out of the canyon, and Hiroki looked around at what the 2 of them had done to the country and said, I never expected to cause this much destruction. And I remembered something, and my stomach dropped. Lord Hiroki, I wonder if the villages out that way were affected. He turned around. Because Hiroki had spent that entire fight walking Kageyama away from the leaf, deliberately, hour after hour, redirecting attacks so they'd land somewhere that wasn't his home. Somewhere, not nowhere. Koji got there before anybody. If the towns out there took damage, this gets complicated fast. He didn't mean grief. He meant 100 farming families with nothing left, walking to the capital to say the ninja did it. He meant a daimyo with a reason to reduce the village's budget, or its independence. It's my fault, Hiroki said. If anyone comes to us, the village takes responsibility. We'll take land out of the Senju holdings and settle them inside the walls. And Ryoma, without a second's pause, said, "Then the Uchiha will provide land as well. Lord Kageyama bears part of this. The clan won't let it stand." I looked at the two of them, filthy and half dead and standing in a field of broken trees, competing over who got to give away more of their own land to people they'd never met. I gave nothing, because I had nothing. Everything the Arata clan technically owned was administered by the Senju on my behalf, and if I'd handed it over, I'd have been living off missions inside a month, in a village that didn't have missions. I remember that clearly. Standing there, 20 years old, with the most valuable knowledge on the continent in my head, and absolutely no ability to put anything on the table. That was the night I decided I was tired of being the man in the room, with nothing to give. The refugees came in over the next month, and the leaf got about a third bigger overnight. They had every right to hate us. Their homes were gone because two men had an argument in the neighborhood. But nobody had died. Hiroki had made enough noise before it started that everyone got out. And when a village offers you land, protection, no tribute, and no lord skimming your harvest, most people will take the deal and file the grudge. Takeshi's village was in that group. So was the girl from the mountain fort. Takeshi, for the record, had already decided he wanted to live here before any of it happened. He'd heard from her what the people of the Leaf were like, and he'd made up his mind. Those farmers walking through the gate were the first civilians the Hidden Leaf ever had. Every civilian ninja in the history of this village comes from that column of people. I stood on the wall and watched the next 100 years walk in carrying their bedding. Meanwhile, Hiroki was dying and knew it and had made a to-do list. He could feel something in him going out. He'd already decided to hand the hat to Koji, and rather than spend his last stretch resting, he sat down and looked at the map and worked out the following. Peace on this continent is currently held up by exactly two things, and one of them just died in a river, and the other one is me, and I have maybe 2 years. The 5 nations had spent 10 years digesting the Warring States period, and were all quietly getting hungry again. When he went, the deterrent went with him, and the only thing that had ever kept them apart was fear of a person. So Hiroki decided to replace himself with something that doesn't die. That's what the tailed beasts were for. 9 of them. Immortal, kill one and it comes back in a few years. Which is not a thing you can say about a Hokage. 1 was in his wife. 1 was already sealed in a temple in the land of wind. 7 were loose in the world. He was going to go out and catch all 7, hand them out to the other 4 nations, and build a balance of terror that would still be standing after he was in the ground. That is a monstrous plan. I want to be fair about it. Every awful thing that happens for the next 60 years, every child raised as a weapon, every village hunting another village's weapon, all of it, starts with a dying man handing out beasts as a peace offering. It was also, at that specific moment, correct, and I knew it, and I couldn't think of anything better. The clan heads pushed back, obviously. Some of them had watched Ayumi and gotten ideas. Why give them away? Keep all 9. Be the strongest village that has ever existed. Koji shot it down in about 90 seconds. 1. Ayumi herself said that even inside the Uzumaki clan, only exceptional talent can hold one properly, and using its power is another level again. 2. The Uzumaki are not our clan. They're a separate country with their own hidden village. They're proud of it, and you don't get to conscript your cousins. 3. And this was the one that landed. If the Leaf takes all 9, the other 4 nations will stop being 4 nations and start being one alliance, and we will be fighting all of them at once, without Hiroki, with a Hokage who is merely excellent. The clan heads went away and did the arithmetic, and agreed. I worked the rear on that operation. Ryoma and I were both clan heads, and both about 20, and both firmly informed that catching a tailed beast is a job for adults. Which left me time to notice something about myself. Hiroki had told me to find my own way, and I'd been chewing on it for 2 years. The 3 sage grounds each do it differently. Mount Myoboku blends natural energy into ninjutsu and throws it at you. The Ryuchi cave pushes it into things that aren't alive and makes them move. And the Shikotsu forest, as far as anyone could tell me, pushes it into a body and makes it live harder. Every sage anywhere carries the fingerprints of whoever taught them. I had no teacher. My sage arts came out of a change in my own mind and nothing else, which means my senjutsu chakra has no shape and no accent and no house style. So one afternoon, out of curiosity, I tried the Toad's technique. The frog gym, the one where you punch with natural energy instead of your fist. fist. I got it in an hour. Then I tried the snake's version, pushing it into an object, and I failed. But I failed the way you fail a language you haven't spoken yet, not the way you fail a door that's locked. I sat down in the dirt with that for a while, because if I was right, then the 3 great sage traditions of this world were 3 dialects, and I was the first person in 1,000 years born without an accent. That's not the sort of thing you write down. That's the sort of thing you keep in your back pocket for about 6 years, and then use once, in a hole in the ground, on a man with 5 hearts. Hiroki got his 7 beasts, and then called the first 5 Kage summit in history. 5 nations sat at one table. Nobody had ever done that. The deal was, sign a non-aggression pact, and in exchange, take a tailed beast. Lightning, water, and earth took 2 apiece and paid for them. Wind already had one and took land and money instead. The last one went to the land of waterfalls, because you can't hand a country 3. The first Kazekage tried to hold out for more. The other 3 nearly walked. Hiroki talked them back into their chairs. They signed. The whole village exhaled. It was over. Real peace on paper with signatures. Hinata and I sat in our courtyard a few days later, and she was so pleased, and she said, "Now that they've signed, you don't have to be so busy. You could relax." And I opened my mouth and said the stupidest thing I have ever said to my wife. "Hinata, how long do you think that agreement holds?" She blinked. Then she thought about it seriously, because she always did, and shaved the number down because she could see my face and she was trying to be nice. 5 years? I think war comes inside 1 or 2. The look she gave me. She wasn't upset that I'd said it. She was upset because she had never once known me to be wrong, and now she had to live with the number. And I want to be honest about what I did there. I could have said nothing. I chose to hand my wife a countdown because I needed her to be ready, and because I'm not built to sit across from her and pretend. We sat with it. Then she said, quietly, "Is war really coming?" "Sometimes it isn't up to us," I said. "Ultimately, the man who owns this country is the daimyo, not the Hokage." Then I changed the subject to something concrete, because that's what you do. Lord Koji's forming a unit. I'll probably be pulled into it. The unit was the Anbu. He was building it right then, a standing force under the Hokage's direct hand, aimed outward, 4-man squads modeled on the old Ino Shika-cho formation, with modified gear so people could actually move. And Hinata looked up at me and said, "I want to join it. Will you talk to Lord Koji?" "No," I said. I said it fast and flat and without 1 second of thought, and the temperature in that courtyard went to 0. I have replayed the next 30 seconds more times than I've replayed most of my fights. "Why?" She was on her feet. I had never once seen her actually angry. "What do you think I've been training for? Because I'm spoiled? I am a ninja. Protecting the village is my responsibility. Do you want me to sit somewhere safe and watch you walk out to face the village's enemies and pray?" I said something like, "Let's talk about it later," and got out of the house, which is the tactical equivalent of setting yourself on fire to avoid a conversation. I walked to the Senju compound because I had told her I was going to check on Hiroki, and I am a coward with excellent follow-through. He'd abdicated by then. Koji had the hat, and Hiroki spent his days at home. And when the maid opened the door, I could hear a small child laughing. The first Hokage of the Leaf was sitting on the floor, holding a blonde toddler over his head. "Kenji, look, my granddaughter. Her name's Sayuri." So that's how I met the 5th Hokage. I asked how he was. He said, cheerfully, in the voice of a man discussing weather, "Neither good nor bad, from where I'm sitting, another year or 2. The Leaf had no medical department then. Medical ninjutsu was a pile of clan secrets and folk remedies, and the single best practitioner alive was Hiroki himself. So when Hiroki gives you a number, that's the number. I must have looked like it landed, because he waved it off. It's all right. I was ready. I spent half my life at war. Being able to grow old in peace is very fortunate. My father never had a single peaceful day from birth to death. Then Sayuri started crying because he'd stopped paying attention to her, and the God of Shinobi immediately abandoned the topic of his own death to make a face at a 1-year-old. He got her giggling in about 4 seconds. Then he looked over her head at me. "You've got something on your mind." I wasn't going to tell him about the war, so I told him about the fight instead. I didn't want her in danger. She got angry, which is my fault. I didn't realize how much she cared about being a ninja. Hiroki looked genuinely puzzled. "Why would you think that? Hinata is a ninja. Isn't it natural for her to do a ninja's duty?" And there it was. I had brought an opinion from another life into a room where it didn't exist. In this world, everybody agrees on this. Even Hiroki, the softest man in the profession, the man who forbade children from going to war, had never once considered that an adult woman shouldn't. She was grown. She had the training. That was the whole conversation. I was the strange one, not her. It's my fault, I said. I should have tried to understand her. Kenji, he bounced his granddaughter, if you really don't want Hinata in danger, then protect her, stay close, and keep her safe. Which was, annoyingly, the entire answer. Then he asked if I had any questions about sage arts, and I did, and he said, and I quote, "Let's play a game, and I'll tell you while we play." He got a stack of cards out of the closet. I want to note for the record that the legendary sucker of the hidden leaf, the woman whose gambling losses became a running joke on 3 continents, learned it directly from her grandfather, who was pulling a deck out of a cupboard in front of her while she was still in nappies. Lord Hiroki, is this really appropriate education for a child? You don't have children, and you're lecturing me about children? He laughed. It's fine. It'll be fun in the end. It will not be fun in the end, I thought, watching a 1-year-old clap her hands at the pretty cards. It is going to be extremely expensive for approximately 40 years. I beat him repeatedly because I'm a beginner and he has the worst luck of any man alive, and he didn't care in the slightest. He wasn't playing to win. He was playing to be in the room. And in between hands, he told me how he used sage arts. He'd never studied at the Shikotsu forest, but he'd borrowed the idea. Their way is to run natural energy into the body and make it burn brighter, which is essentially what yang release does. Hiroki's yang release was monstrous. That's the actual reason his wood release could do what it did. Put sage chakra behind an already absurd yang, and you get a man growing forests to fight a fox. He'd imitated an entire school without attending it, which told me my hunch was right. Self-taught sage arts aren't weaker. They're softer clay. Then I asked him something I'd been holding. Lord Hiroki, the founders of the sage arts are all called sages. Did the sage of 6 paths learn from one of the 3 grounds? Of course not, he shook his head. I asked a slug sage the same thing when I first went. He learned it on his own, and to some extent, he guided all 3 of them. I sat very still with a card in my hand. Because that's the ceiling. If there's a level above what I'm doing, it belongs to a man who died 1,000 years ago, whose religion collapsed, whose scriptures were scattered across the continent in a war nobody remembers. He also mentioned, in passing, that when he'd first gone to pay respects to the daimyo, he'd met the abbot of the fire temple in the capital and watched him use a technique called the celestial arts, and had copied the shape of it into one of his own. The word celestial in this world is not decoration. Ninja are extremely precise about naming techniques. There is something in that temple. I filed it under things I would need to be much more important to go and look at, and went home to grovel. Hinata was in and did not throw anything at me, which I chose to read as encouraging. I apologized before she could get a word out. Fully, no conditions. I was wrong. I shouldn't have forgotten that you're a ninja too. You're willing to fight for this village exactly like I am, and I insulted that. She had clearly prepared several extremely good speeches and now had nowhere to put them. She shrank about 2 inches and muttered, "Well, good that you know. But I don't want anything to happen to you, so I'm going to ask Lord Koji to put you in my squad." I had briefly considered asking to have her assigned to logistics, and then I had considered what would happen to me if she found out, and I had decided I preferred living. And honestly, it wasn't charity. She's not a liability. She was trained by Izumi. She'd been sparring with me every week for 2 years, and she and I fight together the way people fight together after a decade of it. I know where she's going to be without looking. If one of us dies, I would rather it happen with the other one close enough to see it than 100 miles away. She stopped being angry after that. She kept pretending for a while because she wanted me to learn a lesson about speaking before thinking, and she is an appalling actress, and I let her run it all night anyway because it seemed to be making her happy. Koji, when I asked, had already been planning to pull her in. He agreed on the spot and put us in the same squad. The third member was Ryoma Uchiha, which I suspect was Koji being efficient rather than sentimental. The captain was Izumi Senju. I want to tell you what it is like to be a 20-year-old man whose squad captain is the woman who raised his wife. Every unpleasant job in that unit came to me. Every long watch. Every drill run twice. Every time she wanted to demonstrate a failure state to the squad, the failure state was me. And Hinata sat on the sidelines and watched with the delighted expression of a person at a play, and Ryoma, polite, gentle Ryoma Uchiha, said absolutely nothing, and enjoyed himself enormously. The maddening part is that it worked. I got better in 6 months than I had in the previous year, because she was very deliberately breaking every habit I'd built while being the strongest person in whatever room I was in. Also, she was terrifying. Izumi survived the entire Warring States period as an illusion specialist against the Uchiha clan, and I want you to sit with that for a second. She spent her 20s fighting the people whose eyes see through illusions, and she is the one who came home. Ryoma told me flatly that he could not win a genjutsu duel with her and would probably not notice he'd lost. So I took the extra laps and kept my mouth shut, because I was the son-in-law and because she was right. I did start pretending to be exhausted at the end of sessions, though. I don't get exhausted anymore, but if I looked wrecked enough, Hinata would stop laughing and come over and fuss. Ryoma saw straight through it inside a week and never said a word. He just sighed once and told me he wished his wife were assigned to the unit so he could do the same thing. A few months into that, the daimyo of the Land of Fire died. I need you to understand what that man was, because everything that happens next happens because of the hole he left. When he took the throne, the Land of Fire was a small country. He built it. He was the one who looked at a pack of ninja crawling out of a 100-year knife fight and thought, those. He cut the deal with Hiroki, hired an entire hidden village as a national army, and then spent a decade eating his neighbors with it. Of every ruler that country ever had, he was the best one. Then he worked himself into a minor illness, and the minor illness let everything else in, and he was gone in 2 weeks. Koji had to go to the funeral. Hiroki insisted on going too, because he'd worked with the man for 15 years and was not going to send his brother alone, which meant an escort, because there is always somebody willing to try for the head of a retired legend. Somebody from the Land of Waterfalls had actually made an attempt on Hiroki years back and gotten away, mostly because Hiroki couldn't be bothered to chase him. Koji picked 3 Anbu squads. All 7 of us were in it, plus Hinata, plus a Hyuga from the branch house named Haru, who I'd end up trusting with my life about 6 times, and 3 captains, Izumi, a Sarutobi, and an Aburame. I had never been outside the village. None of us had, not once. The leaf sat on land the daimyo had given it. The land fed us. The country had been at peace for a decade, and there had been no reason to go anywhere. We were the elite of a village that had never left home. Haru ran Byakugan the whole way, and the Aburame ran his insects, and nothing on that road could have hidden from either of them. So the trip was boring. The atmosphere was awful, because Koji on a mission is made of ice and does not permit anybody to be a person. We complained about it during rest stops, quietly, the way soldiers do. Then the capital came over the ridge and all of us stopped talking. Look, I have memories of a city with towers of glass in it. I have memories of things that make the capital of the Land of Fire look like a market town. It still got me, because in the Leaf the buildings are functional, and everybody in them can kill you, and here there were streets full of shops and tea houses and people who had never once thought about ambush angles. There were children running in an alley who were just children. Kaito's head was on a swivel like a farm boy. Koji did not take us to the daimyo's residence. He took us to the temple, the Fire Temple, built a century back, the largest religious house in the country, and the place where the last real pieces of a dead religion are kept. Here's the thing about ninja. Every ninja on this continent will tell you that our techniques come down from the Sage of 6 Paths, that we inherited the Shinobi sect, that this is our origin. And every single one of them has forgotten every word of what the Shinobi sect actually taught. We kept the weapons and threw away the book. Koji and Hiroki went off to the daimyo's residence with the 3 captains. The rest of us were shown to guest rooms, and the abbot offered to walk us around. And then he offered, out of politeness, to explain the doctrine, expecting nobody to want it. I said yes. The abbot was a kind old man in his 50s, and he did an actual double take, because he had been an abbot for a long time, and no ninja had ever once said yes to that question. Kaito and Ren and the others made polite noises and went to their rooms. Hinata came, because she'd been raised Senju, and the Senju respect that temple. Haru came, because the Hyuga are the oldest ninja clan alive, and the only one that never stopped taking the old religion seriously. And Ryoma came. Not out of interest. He came because I'd said yes, and he had decided years ago that if I was doing something apparently pointless, there was a reason. On the way there, we passed 2 women in the corridor. One walked ahead, one behind. The one in front was dressed plainly, and was very obviously not plain, and she bowed to the abbot and said, "Master Abbot." He returned it and called her Your Highness, and all four of us nearly fell over. The third daughter of the dead daimyo, sister to the man who now owned the country. She looked at our headbands, worked out what we were, and then the abbot mentioned we were there to hear the doctrine, and she looked genuinely startled and pleased. She said the teachings were deep and required careful study, and then excused herself because her father was 2 days dead and she was there to pray for him. I filed her, very carefully. A devout believer in a dead religion in the palace with the ear of the new ruler, and no ninja on earth takes her seriously. The abbot talked for hours. He was good at it. He knew exactly how much a bored audience would take and stopped a paragraph early every time. Most of it was cosmology, the place souls go. The idea that the dead pass through a hard place, and if they come out clean, they go on to somewhere better and are born again. Hinata and Haru and Ryoma were skeptical in the polite way. I was not skeptical at all, and could not say why. Which is that in about 40 years, an Uzumaki is going to invent a technique that summons a death god to eat a soul. A man is going to use it on a fox, and the afterlife is going to be extremely well documented by people who bought it at retail. But I wasn't there for cosmology. I was there for one word, and I got it about 3 hours in, buried in a story, in a line about what the sage said concerning sages. One line, that's all. The scriptures the Fire Temple has are copies of copies written by later followers, and there was nothing in them about how the Sage of Six Paths actually did it. But there was a shape of a hole where it used to be, which meant that somewhere on this continent, in the wreckage of a religion that fell apart 600 years ago, that instruction still exists. I went back to my room that night and lay on the floor doing arithmetic again, and the arithmetic said, "You cannot go looking. You're a chunin in a foreign capital under the Hokage's escort. You go where they send you. Get important enough that they send you." The funeral was enormous. We weren't allowed anywhere near it. Foot soldiers pay respects elsewhere, so we stood in the temple grounds with the abbot and bowed at the right time. Afterwards, the capital did not calm down. It got busier. New edicts, new appointments, new faces. And I stood in the middle of it and read the new ruler like a page. He was in his early 20s. His father was a legend who had built the country out of nothing, and he was going to spend the rest of his life being compared to that, unless he did something bigger. The abbot said the new ruler treated Hiroki and Koji with enormous respect, and I believed him, and I did not believe for 1 second that it meant anything. There was no shared history there. Hiroki and the old daimyo had built a country together. That's a bond. Hiroki and this young man were strangers who were polite to each other. And this young man had inherited a national army run by 2 40-something legends who had known his father better than he did, and he was going to spend his first years working out how much of it he actually controlled. Then we went home, and over the following months, 3 of the 5 Kage died. The first Kazekage went first. An old wound from the wars opened up again, then the first Mizukage, then the first Tsuchikage. In under a year, 4 of the 5 men who had signed that peace treaty were replaced, and the 5th, the first Raikage, was not well. The village treated it as sad news about old men, which is what it looked like. The average ninja in the Warring States period lived about 30 years, and the ones who survived carried the damage forever. Of course they were dying. They'd been at war since childhood. I sat down with the intelligence files on the 4 successors and got cold. The second Kazekage was a builder, same mind as Koji, the man who developed the puppet technique and the sand techniques from scratch, and who had just quietly turned Suna's entire national policy from securing resources to increasing military strength. The second Tsuchikage was a strategist, cold, rational, entirely about the interests of his own village and nothing else. The second Mizukage was worse than either. He was a man who genuinely enjoyed war. And the land of lightning is the land of lightning. It has produced warlike people the way other countries produce grain. And it never stopped, not even decades later, when everybody else was pretending to be civilized. The signatures on that treaty belonged to 4 dead men. Every hand that had actually shaken on it was in the ground. That's when I sat down and wrote the first scroll. I want to be precise about how careful I had to be. I could not write down what I knew. I couldn't say, the land of lightning attacks first, with a single overwhelming raid, aiming to end it fast. I I had to build a road to that conclusion out of nothing but things a chunin in the Unbu could legitimately have found out, and make every step of it defensible. It took a few days. Hinata came up behind me halfway through, read over my shoulder, and said, "Kenji, is that really what you think? You know the other villages have all changed leaders. Look at what the new ones are doing." She knew. She'd just never lined them up in a row before. "Things happen faster than we expect," I said, "especially with the Land of Fire under a new ruler. Everyone thinks that's an opportunity. For a young monarch, nothing establishes authority faster than a victory. And for everyone else, nothing is more inviting than a young monarch who doesn't have his hands on the reins yet." She got very quiet. She'd grown up in peace. She was the first generation of this village who had, and she was watching me explain why it was ending. "Some things you can't avoid," I said, and took her hand. "If somebody won't have peace, then all we can do is make them understand what starting a war costs, until they'd rather not." Now, technically, I had no right to hand anything to the Hokage. There's a chain, and the chain goes through the Jonin, and a Chunin does not walk up to Koji Senju with a scroll. But I was his student, which is a door. I caught him at the training ground after inspection and held it out. He gave me a very short, very dry lecture about procedure. Then he took it. He read the first section standing up, and his face changed, and he looked at me and said, "Is that really what you think?" I said yes. He put it in his coat and went home. I found out much later what happened next. He read it once, then read it again word by word, then sat with it for a long time. Then he said, out loud, to an empty room, I didn't expect him to have that kind of insight, and looked at the 3 words I'd put at the center of it, Land of Lightning. I found out later, also, that at almost exactly the same time, the first Raikage was standing at a window in Kumogakure, being handed an order from his own daimyo that he could not refuse. He didn't want it. He thought the timing was terrible and the supply lines weren't ready. He asked to postpone. The daimyo said no. And Kumogakure had its own problem, which had a name and a face, and which was going to become my problem for the next 4 years. There were 2 men in that village who were treated as living legends, and they wanted the war. And if the Raikage refused, they could make his own people turn on him. So the first Raikage, a man I would have quite liked in another life, sat down and started planning an invasion he did not believe in, and thought, this will be my last battle. He was right about that part. I went to see Hiroki one more time before it started. I didn't know it was the last quiet visit. You never do. Sayuri was a year old and sitting on the floor in front of me, clapping her hands at a card game. "Look at that," Hiroki said. "Tsuna really likes you." "Does she?" "Of course. If she didn't, she'd have slapped you by now," said in a tone which strongly implied a specific incident. Hiroki was worse. He couldn't walk around freely anymore. He spent his days on a futon, holding his granddaughter and losing at cards to me, and everyone in that house knew exactly what was happening, and nobody said it. He didn't want comfort, so I didn't give him any. Kenji, he watched the maid carry Sayuri off to sleep. "If Tsuna becomes a ninja, I'd like you to look after her." "I will." "Actually," he rubbed his chin, "thinking about it, you'd be perfect as her teacher. She likes you, so even when she's difficult, it won't get out of hand." And I sat there with my mouth slightly open, doing frantic arithmetic about a group of 3 legendary ninja who are supposed to be trained together by Kaido Tanaka in about 20 years, and about whether taking one leg off that stool breaks something. Then I decided that a dying man asking me to look after his granddaughter beat a story I'd read in a life that hadn't happened. "Let's see," I said. "She might not want to when she's older." "I don't think so," he smiled. "Kenji, I've watched you grow up. I trust you completely." Then he said, apropos of nothing, "I hear you gave Koji advice about the threats around the country." "You know?" "Of course I know. I'm the first Hokage." Then his face fell. "The other shadows dying makes me sad. What I didn't expect was that their successors couldn't even wait a few years before preparing for war." "It may not be what they want," I said carefully. "There may be other reasons." Meaning, their daimyo. Meaning, yours will do it to you too. I didn't say the second half. "Hopefully," he said, "not everyone in the other villages loves war. There are peaceful people among them." Then he was quiet for a while, and then he said the thing I've carried since. "War's coming. But at least I kept the peace for 10 years. He looked at the ceiling. I probably made mistakes getting here. I had a feeling about it when I killed Kageyama. But I couldn't turn back, or everything I'd done would have been for nothing. I can't go back. But Kenji, your generation still has a chance. I hope everything I did gives you new ideas. I hope you find a better road to peace than mine. And I said, out loud, to the first Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, Lord Hiroki, I will find another road. And if my generation fails, we'll leave what we learned for the next one, so they can start further along than we did. He laughed, immediately and enormously. Well said. That's all the Will of Fire has ever actually been. Then he made me play 3 more hands and took all my money. The orders came down in early spring. My squad was going to the northern border to sit with the samurai and watch for movement. If anything crossed, we'd get word back fast enough for the village to react. Ryoma wasn't coming with us. Koji pulled him out and put an Akamichi in his place, and I didn't understand it until Ryoma showed up at my house that evening with a face on. Shame I can't come, he said. Then, before I could ask, Lord Koji told me that if war starts, the safety of the Leaf is the Uchiha's responsibility. He wants me to reorganize the clan. There's a sentence with a lot underneath it. Because when the war starts, the main force goes out. Every elite clan fighter in this village walks out the gate, led by the Senju. And what's left holding the walls is the Uchiha, who are the only clan that can do the job, and who are also the only clan nobody is sure about. And there will be no one left inside strong enough to lean on them if they go the wrong way. Koji had just handed my friend the most trusting job in the village and the most suspicious job in the village in the same sentence, and Ryoma was smart enough to know both halves. Don't be too nervous, I said. The Uchiha won't betray anyone. Most of them think exactly what you think. The few with other ideas can be watched. That's what I believe, he nodded, and then his jaw set. But there are still voices. After what Lord Kageyama did, the village handed us the entire police force and never held a grudge. And there are still people saying the clan should have been given more power. And then Ryoma Uchiha, who I had known for 6 years and had never once seen raise his voice, hit my table hard enough to move the cups. I didn't know what to say for a second, because I'd known the Uchiha could be foolish. I hadn't understood how badly or how fast. Koji had given them the entire internal security of the village, every patrol, the power to detain, the power to question. There was not one other department in the Leaf controlled by a single clan. It was, in fairness, also a leash. Put every Uchiha on patrol, and you always know where every Uchiha is, but it was an enormous amount of real power. Who's leading them? I asked. Kenshin Uchiha, he said without hesitation. He's the head of the Hawks. Kenshin Uchiha. I'd read that name exactly once. It comes up one time in a footnote attached to a man who claimed to have inherited Kageyama's will, and who was one of the reasons Koji never fully let the clan in from the cold. Then reorganize, I said, but he sounds like a minority. Ryoma, if you can hold the rest of the clan, he doesn't matter. After the police force went up, everyone was dedicated. Lately, there are problems I can't quite name. Are they getting arrogant? Some, but... And he stopped, because what he wanted to say was that his clan being arrogant was not news to anybody. So I gave him the only thing I had that was actually worth anything, which was a sentence from a country that doesn't exist. Ryoma, I believe one thing. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. He looked up. The police force has enormous authority. Precisely because of that, almost nobody can check it. It doesn't look like a problem now. In 10 years it will be. And the day a law enforcement body stops being just, nobody will ever trust it again. He went very still, because he'd been feeling the shape of that for months and had no words for it. Kenji, how do we stop it? Write rules, strict ones, inside the clan, and punish anyone who breaks them without exception. Then build pride in the job. Make them feel that enforcing the law fairly is what they are, not what they're assigned. And don't leave it to yourselves. Let someone else watch you, publicly. Make it so nobody could get away with it even if they wanted to. I shrugged. In practice, it's much messier. That's the shape. He left about 10 minutes later, and I found out afterward that he went straight home and started writing. That conversation is the reason the Uchiha police force spent the next decade being the most disciplined institution in the Leaf, and the reason the civilians in the new districts came to trust the clan that everybody had been quietly afraid of. It is also, I think, the single most useful thing I ever did in that village, and it took 40 minutes and cost me nothing. and no historian will ever record it. I was due to leave for the northern border the following morning. The night before, a hawk came in. The Land of Lightning had crossed the border in force. The Northern Army was requesting immediate support. They hadn't waited for us to get there. They hadn't waited for anything. Koji had every jonin in the village standing in his office inside 10 minutes. I want to give the man his due here. He had believed my scroll enough to move supplies and preform units, and he had not believed it enough to be ready. And the difference between those two things is measured in dead people. But because he'd half believed it, we did not lose a week getting organized. We lost about 4 hours. The picture was ugly. Kumogakure had gone in alone, no samurai support, just their ninja corps, straight at the Northern Army with no warning. That is an insane thing to do. It is also the only thing they could have done because they had no money for a long war and everybody knew it. So they gambled the whole thing on one strike, and the border army, who were seasoned professionals sitting in a peacetime posture, folded. They were already deep inside the country. There's no time, Koji said. We move now. If we let them keep momentum, the country can never assemble a real army, and when the lightning samurai arrive behind them, it's over. Somebody asked where exactly, since the intelligence was garbage. Koji put a map on the table. They need a fast victory. There's nothing faster than the capital. So their route is predictable. We'll also plan for what isn't. His eyes came up. Which requires the Hyuga. The Hyuga clan head nodded once and said his clan would do everything it could. 4 units, 300 each. First unit under Koji himself, Senju heavy, going straight down the throat at the largest castle on their likely path. Second under Tanaka Genji, Kaito's father, a man who could use all 5 natures, one of the genuine monsters of the previous generation. Fourth under the Hyuga head, doing reconnaissance and relay and reinforcement. Third unit was ours. Mixed clans, no depth, very good techniques, and not very good muscle. Captain, Izumi Senju. Our job was not to win anything. Our job was to be in the way. Hinata found me in the assembly. Is war really coming? It's here. Just like you said, her jaw set. Damn the Land of Lightning. Why? We prepare, I said, and then, because I had to know, are you afraid, Hinata? Afraid? How could I be afraid? No pause, not one. I'm not letting them touch this village. I'd had a whole speech ready about staying near me. I put it away. Ren got assigned to us in Ryoma's place, which surprised me until I looked at the roster. Ren is a wind user like me, but long range where I'm close range, and Kaito was already covering long range in the other unit. There are only so many people. You don't stack 2 of the same tool. Let's do our best, Ren, he nodded, once. It's a lot of pressure that our first fight side by side is one this size. The village will win, I said. We just fight. He looked at me sideways because he could not work out where the confidence was coming from, and then decided he agreed with it anyway. We moved out at dawn. Ryoma stood on the wall and watched us go, and I found out much later that he stayed there long after we were out of sight. Here is how our unit fought, and it was Izumi's design, and it was beautiful. Kumo were elites. We were a mixed bag with 3 real fighters in it. In a straight engagement, we would have been erased, so Izumi refused to have one. Ninja who are trying to be quiet don't march down a road. They spread into small groups and converge at the target. So Izumi spread us into small groups too, in a fan, with the Hyuga and Aburame scattered through it so we could see them before they could see us. Kill what you can kill silently. Delay what you can't. Above all, keep them from realizing anything is happening for as long as physically possible. Our own squad was the tip. Izumi, me, Hinata, Ren, and Hyuga Haru on the eyes. The very first contact went like this. Haru spotted a 5-man Kumo team in a kilometer. Izumi nodded. We went in. The Kumo captain felt something and stopped his squad. Good instincts. He looked around, found nothing, waited, got impatient. Then he caught a flicker in the trees, decided it was the leaf, and shouted at his men to send the signal. He turned around and there was nobody behind him. He'd been alone for a while by then. He just hadn't been told. He tried the release sign for Genjutsu. Nothing changed, because Izumi does not build illusions you break with a hand sign. Then his vision started to tip, and then he stopped. 5 bodies on the ground in a clearing, 1 wound apiece, no noise, no signal. Well done, Izumi said. Ren and I looked at each other because we had contributed roughly nothing. That was all her. Keep it up, she said, but don't relax. The stronger they are, the less illusions hold. Sooner or later, somebody won't fall for it. That took about 2 hours. The other squads weren't as quiet as ours. A flare went up, and Kumogakure realized that they hadn't outrun the leaf at all, that the leaf had gotten in front of them. The man commanding that route was named Goro, an old comrade of the First Raikage, and he was good. He noticed instantly that every direction was reporting contact except one, and correctly concluded that the silent direction was the dangerous one. So he came for us personally, with the best people he had, because the men of the Land of Lightning consider a strong opponent to be a treat. Haru picked them up at a kilometer. Izumi moved us off the spot immediately. Lady Izumi, what now? We fight them. She was smiling, which on Izumi was alarming. They might be the key people in this force. If we take them out... I have a suggestion, I said. They don't know where we are. Let's ambush them. Go on. The Land of Lightning are swordsmen, so don't start in close. You take them with illusion, we hit them at range, and we close after they're already scattered. Fine, you and Ren then. Wind is the only thing that threatens them. No, I said. Everyone should throw, different natures at once. Ren's head came around. Combined ninjutsu. Exactly. Now, combining natures was not new. It existed. What did not exist was doing it at scale, on purpose, as a doctrine. And the reason it didn't exist is that every other village has a house element. Kumogakure is lightning. Iwagakure is earth. Everyone in the village trains the same way, and even when they develop a second nature, it's usually the wrong one to pair. The leaf has no house element. The leaf is 30 clans in a bag. We'd always thought of that as a weakness, no identity, no specialty. Standing in that tree line, it occurred to me that it meant we could field all 5 natures inside a single squad, and nobody else on the continent could. I asked what everyone had: earth, fire, water. Then Ren and I open with wind to feed the fire, and earth goes underneath to throw fragments. What about me? Hinata, immediately. Water. Water's expensive here, and they're lightning users. It'll carry current straight back into us. Her face fell about a centimeter, and I felt it in my chest, and Izumi caught it before I could fix it. Then help me with the illusion, Izumi said. Great! And she was fine. Goro walked into it at speed. Izumi got him for maybe 4 seconds, which should have been longer, and I saw why the instant it broke. The whole squad was wearing lightning like a second skin. Chakra crackling over their bodies, boosting muscle, working as armor. That's the lightning release chakra mode, and it was brand new that year. And the reason Genjutsu slid off it is that Genjutsu works by disturbing the chakra in your body, and their chakra was already thrashing around. 4 seconds was still enough. Wind first, into fire, and the fire went up like a building. It hit the rising earth wall and blew it apart, and the whole thing came down on them as burning rock. They dodged. Even in lightning armor, they did not dodge all of it. The forest went orange. We went in. I picked the first person out of the smoke without looking at them, which is how I ended up in a knife fight with a woman. Blonde, pale-skinned, which in the Land of Lightning marks you out. Fast enough that she got her blade up in time, which almost nobody could do against my opening, and I remember thinking, impressive. And then I detonated the sword. I should explain the errata trick, because it's the thing that made my whole career. Wind Chakra loves a blade. My clan built its entire style on that. The family short sword was forged from metal that drinks chakra, so when you push wind into it, the properties come out sharper. Standard stuff. What I do is compress it. I hold a layer of wind chakra flat against the steel, invisible, packed, and I keep it there through the parry, and the instant our edges meet, I let it go. I stole the idea from Kageyama's war fan: absorb, then blow it back. She got the sword up and then took a wall of pressure in the chest and went into a tree. By the time she hit it, I was already there. She saw the point coming and could not do anything about it. And a man stepped in front of her and took it on his body. My blade went through his lightning armor, made it about a finger deep, and stopped. 1 drop came out and evaporated in the current running over his skin. He swung an arm at me and I got out of range, and I looked up at him and my stomach went cold. I had never seen his face, but I had seen his shape drawn in a book in another life. The man who would become the Third Raikage, the strongest shield ever recorded. The man who, decades from now, would hold back 10,000 Iwagakure ninja by himself for 3 days and 3 nights, and would only die at the end of it because he ran out of stamina, not because anyone beat him. He was maybe 25 here, not the legend yet, but my absolute best attack had drawn 1 drop of blood out of him. And I want to report something embarrassing, which is that I was not frightened. I was thrilled. A rush went up my spine that I had not felt in years. It turns out that under the planning and the calendars and the dead men's names, I am a person who enjoys this, and I found that out standing in a burning forest in front of a man who could not be cut. He came in. I put explosive tags on him. Not thrown, stuck. On the way past, while dodging, 4 of them on his body, and he only noticed when he glanced down and saw the word burn on his own chest. The blast took the forest apart. He walked out of it without a mark, because that armor was going to be turning aside things much worse than a paper tag for the next 30 years. Then he came at my head with a fist, and this is where my life changed, because everything slowed down. Not the way people mean when they say that. The world turned into water. I could see the ripples his fist was pushing ahead of it, spreading out in front of him, and I could read where they'd been and where they were going. I could see everything, every tree, every leaf shifting, the ground. I have never been able to sense chakra, and I never will. What I had just started doing was sensing what everything else does to natural energy, the world reporting on itself, and me reading the report. I pulled Senjutsu chakra and disappeared out of his eye line and put a cut across his side that actually opened. He stopped, touched it. There was almost nothing there, but there was something, and he knew what it meant, and I watched him decide something about me. In Kumogakure, very few people could stand in front of him at all. I'd heard him twice in one exchange. Then the whole clearing went white as Izumi fired a pillar of lightning scattering something to break us apart, and the retreat signal came, and I got out. The Third Raikage did not pursue. He and the blonde woman went back to their commander, because pulling away from your unit to chase a fast enemy is exactly how you get killed. I found out later that her name was Mina, that she was his junior under the same teacher, and that on the way back she said, out loud and furious, "If I run into that man again, I will never lose like that." He said something kind to her. He also thought, privately, that she was wrong. I got about 400 meters before the perception thing nearly killed me. I had assumed it was a combat state. It was not a combat state. It didn't switch off. The ripples kept widening. Then they kept refining. The trees, the leaves on the trees, the individual movement of a branch under wind, stones on the ground. Every single object in the world started reporting to me at once, and none of it was blurred, and that was the problem. It was too clear, and there was too much of it, and I could feel my own sense of where I ended getting thin. Time stopped meaning anything. Sound went. And then somebody was shouting my name, over and over, closer and closer, and the last one hit me like a slap. "Kenji! Kenji! Masaki!" Hinata's face, about 10 centimeters away, absolutely furious with worry. Everything snapped back to normal size. "Kenji, are you all right? Why aren't you saying anything?" "It's nothing." It was not nothing. I had come within about 4 seconds of dissolving into the landscape in the middle of a war, which is the exact way sages die, and my wife had pulled me out of it by yelling. I told her it was nothing because I did not want her thinking about it every time I went out. I have made worse decisions, but not many. Ren materialized beside us. She took one herself. I got 2. "Kenji, how many?" "None," I said. Ran into someone who could take my best wind and shrug. "There really are people like that." Ren frowned, and I watched an entire recalibration happen behind his face. The war proper started about an hour later because Kumogakure gave up on stealth. Goro had correctly worked out that stealth was now costing him more than it bought, so he pulled his whole force together and came at us in one mass, and Izumi had to abandon the maneuvering and hold a line. We could not hold a line. That is not what our unit was for. So Izumi split the difference. The bulk of the unit built a wall out of illusions and combined ninjutsu, and the actual fighters, me, Hinata, Ren, a handful of others, went around the outside to hit their flank and take the pressure off. "When it starts," I told Hinata as we ran, "don't get far from me." She nodded. "We've never needed to talk much when it's happening. And when we're separated, don't get distracted by something that looks bad. If you actually need help, signal." "If I can handle it myself, no signal, obviously." "Right. All right, Kenji, stop nagging your wife," said Ren from behind us. "We're about to be busy." I got my sage marks up to the left side of my face and went looking for that water feeling again, and found it, and this time held it deliberately and did not let it widen. Every person in front of me became a pattern of ripples. Then I went into the flank of Kumogakure's line. The first man saw me arrive from 20 meters away, drew, and did not get any further than drawn. The second and third only understood what had happened when the first one came apart in front of them, and by then I was past them too. I want to describe what that felt like from the inside, because it is the only time in my life the gap was that wide. They were slow. Not slow like untrained people are slow. Slow like a man walking through mud. I could see where every one of them intended to be, a quarter second before they went, and I had a blade that split their swords, and a body that didn't tire. The fourth one hit me with lightning armor and a proper stroke, and I cut through the sword and through the armor, because not everybody is the Third Raikage, and the ones who aren't found that out very fast. Ren came in behind me, took one look at my count, said, "How can we just watch this guy show off?" and emptied his lungs into a vacuum sphere barrage that shattered trees. And after that, it was just a fight for a long time. Somewhere in the middle of it, a line of gold came at me across the field. Mina had found me. She'd been in lightning armor before. Now she was in it properly, and hers came out gold instead of blue, and she moved in flickers like something being switched on and off. If you've ever heard of the yellow flash, understand that for one very confusing second I thought I was fighting a man who wouldn't be born for 30 years. "So it's you," I said, and knocked her blade wide. "Where's your friend?" "I don't need my senior brother," she was incandescent. "Lucky, let's settle this." Then she got to work, and she was good. She'd learned. She never crossed blades and held. Every time we met, she withdrew instantly, so I could never build the compression, and she came in from a new angle outside the blast radius each time. She had studied one exchange and built a whole answer to it. I blocked, 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 and for about 30 seconds I genuinely had nothing. Then I stopped trying to counter and started reading. Every muscle in a person twitches before it moves. In the ripple state, a twitch is a wave. She was telling me where she was going a full beat before she went. The fight turned over so completely that I felt slightly bad about it. She went from driving me around a clearing to being driven around it. Every dodge she made, I was already there. Every opening she looked for closed before she reached it. This, I thought, is what having a Sharingan must feel like. No wonder the Uchiha are like that. She got frustrated. Frustration made her early. I parried, put a boot in her stomach, and she went into a tree and stayed on the ground, gasping. I let out a breath. High-speed exchanges cost me almost nothing physically, and cost me a great deal somewhere else. Then she rolled over with her hands already moving, and shouted, "Lightning release!" and the entire clearing went white. Bolts came from every direction at once. Anybody else would have died there. I saw every one of them as a wave front, picked the gaps, and cut the two I couldn't dodge out of the air. She hauled herself into a tree and looked down at me, breathing hard, absolutely refusing to fall over. "Surprising," I said. "I thought you'd run. I can still fight. Why would I run?" She was going to lose, and she knew it, and she was going to make me do it properly, and I have respected her ever since. "Then let's see your ninjutsu," I said, is what I'd say, but we're leaving. She turned around and saw her own reinforcements arriving, which meant we were now outnumbered, which meant retreat. When she turned back, I was gone. The raid had failed by then. Goto threw everything he had left into one push, and it broke against a defensive line. And then the Land of Fire's samurai finally finished assembling and blocked the road, and Kumogakure had to fall back toward their main force. Which was exactly what we'd been sent to make happen. Izumi gathered what was left of us. "Be grateful," she said. "Their plan failed, and you're alive. Don't celebrate yet. We rest, then we join the other units. That's the real battle." Then she went away to be a captain somewhere, and the numbers came in. Third unit had gone out with 300. 47 of them did not come back. Another 40-odd were hurt badly enough to be out of it. Kumogakure had lost about the same, and given the quality gap, that was a genuinely remarkable result, and Izumi was right that we'd done our job. I stood in a field with my wife holding my arm and thought, this was the good one. This is the version where the plan worked. Hinata's legs went out from under her as soon as she stopped moving. I got her sitting against a tree and checked her over. Covered in blood, none of it hers. She'd used too much chakra and nothing else. Around us, the survivors were sorting the dead to carry home, and some of them were sorting pieces, and Hinata watched that for a while with her hand over her mouth. She'd been at war for 6 hours. "Kenji," she said, "now I know what war is." She leaned into my shoulder. "How long will it last?" "Simple," said Ren from behind us. "Kill all of them." Hinata looked up. "All of them?" She was doing the arithmetic out loud without meaning to. Third unit had lost 47 to inflict about the same. If the plan was every last one of them, how many funerals was that? I looked at Ren. He was 21 years old, and he had already arrived at the destination it took him another 40 years to build a road to. In his head, there was one lever, and it went all the way down. No, I said, we don't have to kill the enemy. Both of them turned. They're not united. They look united right now, but the moment this costs more than they can carry, they'll come apart on their own. I knew that, specifically, because I knew that a few years from now, the man who runs Kumogakure will want peace, and 2 of his own people will kill him for it. Which means there is a peace faction in that village today. Which means there is a seam. Is that even possible? Ren said. We're ninja. We follow orders. If the lightning daimyo says attack, what can Kumogakure say? Not necessarily. A hidden village has more weight than you think, Ren. He frowned at me for a long moment. He was, at that point, a man who genuinely believed a ninja was a tool, and that a tool with opinions is broken. He would not understand what I meant for years, and by the time he did, he'd have gone somewhere I couldn't follow him. We joined the main camp 2 days later, and I found out what a real battle costs. First and second units had gone out with 600 men between them, over 200 dead, over 100 more wounded, and the Senju, who led from the front because Hiroki had spent 20 years telling them that being a Senju meant leading from the front, accounted for more than half of it. Our unit's 47 suddenly looked like a rounding error. Koji laid the numbers in front of Izumi without softening them. We repelled them, and we cannot fight like this again. Nobody can afford it. Because these were clan ninja. Every one of those 200 was somebody's entire childhood of training, and clans do not restock. You can lose a battle and win a war. You cannot lose your bloodlines and have anything left to win with. So besides fighting, he said, we find other ways to end this. Meaning? We've taken prisoners, we interrogate them for intelligence, and I intend to use them as leverage when I sue for peace. Kaito found me in the camp and hugged me, which I was not expecting. Kenji, it's good to see you. He'd been on the line, in the direct engagement, the whole time. I couldn't even look at my comrades, he said. 1 second of distraction and you die on the spot. Then he walked me around the camp so I'd know where everything was, and I got to see what a modern war actually looks like from the back. The wounded first. Hundreds of them, wrapped in cloth, the smell of medicine so thick you wanted to cover your face. Kumo ninja are fearless, Kaito said, waving at a row of them. They'll try to take you with them at the very end. Half these injuries happened after we'd already won the exchange. Then the dead, laid out under sheets with clan crests on them, and there were far more of those than there were wounded. Hinata went quiet and put her hand over her mouth, because a great many of those crests were the Senju spiral. They weren't her blood. They were her family, anyway. Then Kaito took us somewhere with a lot of guards on it, and I saw the Kumogakure prisoners. They were in worse condition than our own wounded. Some of that was the battlefield. Most of it wasn't. Our guards had lost friends that week, and the prisoners were what was available. Serves them right, Ren said, and he was smiling. Hinata didn't say anything, and there was something in her face I did not like at all. Not cruelty, just a small, vicious satisfaction, and she probably didn't even notice it was there. Some of these men had killed Senju. It was hard to feel bad. That's how it works. I stood there and asked a question that changed the war. Have any of ours been taken? Kaito said he didn't know. Some people were missing. Some of them would be lying in a field somewhere. Some of them wouldn't. I looked at the men in front of me and let everybody follow the thought without saying it. Then we should beat them fast, Kaito said, and force them back. I nodded and did not say the rest, which is this. Say we get them back. Say they walk home. Every one of them walks home carrying 6 months of this, and every one of them tells the story, and the next generation of the Leaf grows up hating Kumogakure in a way we do not currently hate them. Then, when the next war comes, we do this to their prisoners, and they do it to ours, and we go around again with the dial 1 notch further over, forever. I have memories of a world that worked out a set of rules about this, not out of kindness. The people who wrote them were not kind. They wrote them because a war where both sides behave like animals costs both sides more. Nobody here had ever thought of it, because nobody here had had 2 consecutive generations to think in. I went back to my tent that night and wrote the second scroll. I did not write about prisoners, not yet. I wrote about medicine, because medicine was the thing nobody could argue with. Here's the situation I'd walked past that afternoon. Every clan treats its own wounded with its own inherited methods. The Nara have their thing, the Akimichi have theirs, the Hyuga have a way of using gentle fist to unblock meridians that they had never once mentioned to anybody. Some of it works fast, some slow, some of it actively fights with the treatment the man in the next bed is getting. There was no such thing as medical ninja as a profession. Sayuri builds that 20 years from now, after her brother dies, and even then she can't finish it because the second war eats the resources. I proposed the boring version. Standardize. Pool what every clan knows about drugs and wound care, write it down, agree on procedures, and stop treating a man's survival as a lottery based on which tent he was carried into. Hinata came up behind me while I was writing it, read a line, and understood immediately, and went to bed without saying anything so I could finish. Koji edited it whole, within a day, without a single amendment. Within a month, the camp had a unified medical system. It was crude, it was better than nothing by an enormous margin, and the mortality among our wounded dropped so fast that people started noticing. Then Koji called me in personally and asked what else I had. That was the moment I stopped being a promising student. I gave him the next step, and only the next step. Split medicine into fields, put specialists on each, research drugs, research techniques, and train dedicated medical ninja the same way you'd requisition arrows. Supply is supply. I did not give him everything. Hierarchy in a hidden village is real, and a chunin who has opinions about everything is a chunin nobody listens to. He took it, thought about it, and told me that when the fighting eased, he'd fund it, and he started quietly making a list. He wanted me as a jonin. The problem was that a jonin sits in on village decisions, which makes him roughly the equal of a clan head, and no clan head on earth wants to watch a man from a one-person clan walk into the room as an equal without an achievement so large that arguing looks stupid. So Koji, being Koji, went looking for a task that would produce one. Then the war got bigger. 3 months in, the Land of Earth issued a statement condemning the Land of Lightning for breaking the 5 Kage Pact and declared for us. We had about 4 hours of relief. Then Kirigakure hit our coast. Koji had garrisoned it, so it didn't go the way the Kumogakure raid had gone, but the Land of Water stopped pretending and formally allied with Lightning. And then the Land of Wind, who had watched all of this and calculated exactly how thin we now were, came in on their own. No alliance, no partners, because Wind is poor and did not intend to share anything it won. Fire and Earth against Lightning, Water, and Wind. That is the first great ninja war. That's the whole thing. Everybody says the name like it's weather. It was 5 men doing arithmetic in 5 different rooms. Koji stood in front of a map for a night and found the answer, and the answer was rice. Kumogakure was dug into towns inside our border and would not come out, because as long as they held them, we could not move troops anywhere else. Time was on their side. But they were a very long way from home, with the land of rice fields in between, and the land of rice fields had declared neutrality and would not carry a grain for them. Which meant everything Kumogakure ate came overland from Lightning, through rice fields to a forward depot, and then up to the front. Cut the depot, and their army has a week. So he needed a small elite team that could go the long way round, through a neutral country, and burn it. I got the summons and knew what it was before I got there, because I'd already worked out the same answer myself, and because my fighting style is one long argument for exactly that job. Fast, quiet, and lethal, at range from anybody who could help me. 7 of us. Hyuga Haru on the eyes, an Inuzuka named Hayato with a dog, a Yamanaka named Daisuke for the mind techniques, a Sarutobi named Taiki for the fire and earth, a very young Senju medic named Yui, and the captain was Izumi Senju. Hinata's eyes went flat when I told her. I'll ask Lord Koji to reassign me. Hinata, he considered it and left you off. That means he doesn't think you fit the mission. But I hugged her, which is cheating, and said into her hair that I was the best suited person in the village for this exact job and had the highest chance of walking out of it, and that I would come back. She got loose and looked at me and said the thing I have never had an answer for. I don't want to sit here knowing nothing. Rather than making me wonder whether you'll keep your promise, why won't you take me? If we come back together. If we die together. And I was standing there with absolutely nothing when somebody snorted in the doorway. You're about to go on a mission and you have time to argue? Izumi. I have rarely been so pleased to see anybody. Lady Izumi, Hinata said. Please tell Lord Koji to add me. Izumi did not soften it. Hinata, your abilities don't meet this mission. We need people who move fast, hit fast, and go straight for the throat. If you come, you'll cause us problems. So you can't. Hinata's jaw went, and Izumi crossed the room and put a hand on her shoulder and changed her whole voice. Don't worry, Kenji isn't weak. The second Hokage says so, and I say so. And if you're really worried, I promise you, I'll bring him back. Hinata looked up at her. You don't trust me? Of course I trust you. Good. Then wait for the boy to come home. She hauled me out by the arm before I could ruin it. Thank God you were there, I said outside. I had nothing. The girl's stubborn. It's not a fault. Then, sideways, in the voice of a woman changing the subject. So, when are you two having children? There's no time to think about that right now. Honestly, I'm looking forward to it. She shook her head. Would be a shame not to see it before I die. You'll see it, I said, instantly, and then heard myself say it, and covered my mouth like a man who has just thrown a stone at a beehive. What? What was that? Nothing. I want you to remember that exchange. I've thought about it approximately every year since. We went out that night, took the long way around through territory nobody was watching, and crossed into the land of rice fields, which is where I met a very short, very angry teenager who was going to run one of the 5 great villages. The rendezvous point was a stand of trees. Haru picked up 10 Iwagakure ninja waiting in it. Izumi signaled ahead so nobody died of nerves, and we walked in, and the person standing at the front of the Earth Squad came up to about my ribs. Hello, Jonin Izumi. My name is Kenta. I'm the second Tsuchikage's student. This time, I'll assist you in raiding the Land of Lightning's supply line. The third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, sent as a squad captain into another country's operation at what, 19, 20? And he was saying every polite word correctly, with a face like a man swallowing a stone. Because Iwagakure hated us. Kenta personally hated us. Years back, he'd come to the Leaf with his teacher to ask for an alliance, and Kageyama had humiliated them in the doorway, and that was Kageyama's private decision, and had nothing to do with Hiroki at all, and Kenta had filed it under Konoha forever. Izumi introduced me. Kenta went through his mental list of Leaf clans, failed to find mine, correctly concluded I was from a nobody clan, and was visibly confused about why I was there. So I bowed to him. Then I gave a speech, and I want to be clear that I had been writing it in my head for 3 days. 12 years ago, I said, the ninja world was in chaos. Every clan fighting every clan, casualties without end, everyone weeping. Then Lord Hiroki, together with the Tsuchikage and 3 others from your village and the rest, signed the 5 Kage Pact. And for 10 years the ninja world had peace. The countries prospered. We stopped sending our children to die. We lived in our villages. 10 Iwagakure ninja were listening now, which was the point. A few months ago, Kumogakure discarded that agreement out of nothing but ambition and invaded my country. And at that moment Iwagakure held to the spirit of the agreement, condemned the Land of Lightning, and chose to help us resist. I thank the Land of Earth from my heart. Kenta's face was doing something complicated, because he knew perfectly well why Iwagakure had come in. They wanted Kumogakure crippled because Kumo's lightning eats their earth defenses for breakfast, and their own daimyo had signed off on it as a strategic calculation. There was nothing noble in it anywhere. The Land of Lightning's aggression is an unjust war, I said. Peace-loving countries like the Land of Earth will be their next target eventually. To protect our people and yours, we have to beat them. I hope we can fight together and keep order in the ninja world. And I put out my hand. Now. Kenta knew every word of that was varnish, but the 10 men behind him did not, and I watched them come around. Because there is nothing in the world a soldier likes better than being told that the ugly thing he is doing for cold reasons is actually righteous, especially by a foreigner who has no reason to flatter him. Kenta shook my hand and said, "Yes, let's fight together," and looked slightly stunned, and I could see him wondering whether the people of Konohagakure really were like that. Then I sat him down next to me on the ground like we were old drinking friends, which physically startled him. Izumi waited until the planning was over and then pulled me aside with a look on her face that I did not enjoy. "Kenji, that was interesting. Since when do you talk like that?" "I wouldn't call myself a talker. I just think keeping Iwagakure on side matters right now." "Fine. I'm curious about something else." She was not smiling. "What is a righteous war?" And that's how I ended up explaining a doctrine to the sharpest woman in the Senju clan in a wood at 2 in the morning. "A war fought to keep order, defend peace, and let countries develop," I said. "I think order and peace are the direction the ninja world is going, so every war from now should be measured against that. Aggression that breaks the peace isn't admirable and should be opposed by everyone, like lightning, water, and wind right now. Lord Hiroki founded the Leaf to end the chaos and protect children. Iwagakure chose to ally against invaders. Whatever their motives, that's what their action was. So this is a war between people who keep the order of the world and people who break it, and we should say so loudly. First, so everyone understands what's just and what isn't. Second, so everyone knows that the Land of Fire is the side that says it. Izumi thought about that for a while. Then the Leaf inherits Lord Hiroki's will, but the daimyo won't care. What's the use of empty reputation? He wants land and a line in the history books. Reputation is worth an enormous amount, I said. Most people don't want war. Not the ambitious ones at the top, the ordinary people underneath. Peace is what they want, and it will keep being what they want. So a country that visibly defends peace and order becomes the country everyone else wants to stand behind. Do you know why the land of rice fields wouldn't help either side here? She waited. Because to them, Kumogakure is a pack of invaders, and the Land of Fire is also a pack of wolves. We took land off them once, so they let lightning walk through, and they warned nobody because they have no reason to believe helping us pays. Now imagine we were a country with a reputation for rewarding whoever helps us. Would they have let that army through in silence? Or would they have sent us a bird? Izumi opened her mouth, closed it. And if we'd sent troops to help them hold their own border, Kumogakure never gets a free road, and we don't take 200 dead in one afternoon because an army appeared inside our country with no warning. You'd stretch our lines to nothing, or we buy their grain locally and they sell it to us cheap because we're the ones protecting their fields. They're not ambitious. Small countries can't rise anymore, not in a world with 5 great villages in it. Their only real option is to attach themselves to somebody. If one of us actually offers them something, why wouldn't they take it? Izumi sat back on her heels and looked at me for a long time. She told me much later exactly what she thought in that moment, and I've never known what to do with it. She thought, I have met one other person in my life who talked like this about something that hadn't happened yet, and then went and made it happen. And he's dying in a house in the Senju compound. And then she thought, if Koji ever picks a third Hokage out of those 7, it should be this one. The plan was simple, which is how you know it was Izumi's. The Land of Lightning couldn't carry food all the way from home to the front in one run, so they'd built a staging depot in the Land of Rice Fields. Half the logistics corps hauled from home to the depot, the other half hauled from the depot to the army. Cut the road and they'd shrug, because the depot had enough stored to cover the gap while they rerouted. Burn the depot, and they either walk grain across 2 countries again from scratch with the road cut, or they go home. So the depot is the target, Izumi said. Kenta and the strike group hit it. His people cut the road behind us. Kenta was almost cheerful about it, which puzzled everyone except me, because I knew what was in that little man. Ordinary bloodline limits fuse 2 natures. Hiroki's wood release is water and earth. Fuse 3 and you get something the world calls a keke tota, and there is exactly one of them alive. Dust release. Wind, fire, and earth together, and what it does is reduce whatever it touches to nothing. Not burn, not crush, take apart, at a level below the level you can see. Decades from now, this short, bad-tempered man is going to point that technique at Kageyama Uchiha's complete Susanoo, and the only reason it doesn't finish him is that it's slow to aim. I'll use a big technique, Kenta said. It probably won't level the whole depot. It'll take a piece off it and cause panic. You go in through the hole. Izumi accepted that without asking why he couldn't just do it twice, because she had been alive long enough to know that when a man says, my strongest technique will do a part of the job, the missing half of that sentence is always chakra. What none of us knew was who was sitting inside that depot. I'll tell you because it matters. Kumogakure had 2 living legends, twin brothers. They claimed descent from the Sage of 6 Paths. Everybody treated that as a family boast, right up until the day the village sent them after the Nine Tails and it swallowed them. They cut their way back out. Then they ate its flesh. Then they did not die, and they came out the other side, able to use the fox's chakra. Tailed beast flesh is poison. It kills anything that isn't blood of the sage. After that, Nobody in the land of lightning argued with them about anything. They were called the Light of Kumogakure. They ran their own private unit of elite ninja who took orders from them and not from the Raikage. And when their daimyo demanded a war their own Raikage didn't want, they were the reason he could not say no. Their names were Raiden and Fuma. The Raikage sent Fuma to guard the depot because he was worried about a raid and wanted somebody in the weight class sitting on it. And Fuma, who wanted to be at the front killing people, went, sulked, and then made everybody's life a misery. The officer already commanding that depot was Mina. Her teacher had put her there to keep her away from me. She'd asked to be sent to my sector 3 separate times, and each time got assigned somewhere else. And she had worked out exactly why, and could not do anything about it. And she was spending her evenings running the same duel against me over and over in her head. Then Fuma arrived and looked her up and down, and asked whether she'd be interested in having some fun with him. She said no. He decided, out loud, in front of her subordinates, that she wasn't good enough to be asked in the first place, and shoved past her, and she got her hand on her sword before her own people caught her arms. Kumogakure reveres strength. He was stronger. That was the entire structure of the argument, and there was no other layer to it. After that, he stopped even pretending to run the place. He drank. He sent nobody out to scout. Mina told him formally that the Raikage expected a Konoha raid. Let them come, Fuma said. I'm bored anyway. But once they come, they don't go back. And a dozen men who worshipped him cheered. So Mina went and stood watch herself, with the handful of people who'd take her orders, and covered maybe a third of what needed covering, and lay awake at night with a very specific and very unprofessional prayer. Sage of 6 paths above. If you can see this, let your descendants suffer a little. We hit them 4 nights later. The first thing they knew about it was Kenta, floating above the tree line because he'd made himself lighter than air, firing a white beam through the outer wall. It punched through a wall that lightning takes minutes to break, and stopped a short distance in, and everything the beam touched simply was not there anymore. No rubble. No noise either. Dust release is silent, which is the strangest part of it. Mina had gotten up in the night because something felt wrong, and was standing near the gate with a sensor when it went past her ear. What ninjutsu is that? Then the sky filled with burning rock, because that was us. Combined ninjutsu, wind into fire into shattered earth wall, raining down in pieces across a depot full of dry grain. Mina saw fireballs coming down out of a black sky and had a vivid, unwelcome flash of the last time that had happened to her. She threw a signal flare anyway. She was the only person in that depot who did a single correct thing that night. The place went up. Men came out of tents into fire. People started shouting to save the stores, and other people started shouting to organize a defense, and both groups were right, and there weren't enough of them for either. And Mina turned around and saw a group coming through the gap in the wall and recognized the man in front. I have to give her this. She was delighted. There was actual joy on her face. Arata Kenji, we finally meet. You didn't expect me here, did you? This time, we settle it. I didn't expect it at first, I said. Then I got mentally prepared. Have you heard the saying about 3 times? She was already making signs. Full sequence, every seal, shouting the name, which you only do when you want maximum power and don't care who hears. Lightning release, rampaging lightning. The fires from the bombardment leaned toward me. She saw it happen, and it threw her, because fire does not do that. Her lightning came in from every direction at once and hit the flames I'd gathered, and while the 2 of them were arguing, sage art, wind reversal, I let the compression off the blade, and the entire wall of fire went out and went at her. She got her sword up with everything she had in it and still went backwards through the air into the depot, and I was already above her before she landed. Sword down, she blocked and hit the ground hard. She started to get up. I put my fist in her stomach and she stopped. Then I cut her arm with a poisoned kunai, the kind that takes your strength and stops you forming chakra, because I had known she was here for 2 days and had made a decision about her. I did not want Mina dead. She was the personal student of the man who was going to be the next Raikage. She was going to be a senior figure in that village for the next 30 years. And there is exactly one thing in the world more useful than killing a future leader of an enemy country, and that is having them owe you their opinion of the world. Meanwhile, Izumi and Taiki and Hayato went through that depot like a fire through a barn, because Izumi's genjutsu meant nobody could find them and the other two just had to burn things. Hayato saw me and shouted, "You fought your way all the way in here? Don't worry about it. Wreck the place and let's go." And then something enormous woke up. I felt it before I saw it. My perception did not report a person. It reported an event. "Well," said a voice. I thought he was strong. Kumogakure ninja get more useless every year. Mina was still conscious on the ground and could not answer him. Fuma came out of the smoke, and he was one of the great fighters of the age, and I had exactly one plan for him. "Lady Izumi, help the others. I'll take this one." She looked at me, and she made the correct call in about half a second, which is that wind is a sharp knife against the land of lightning, and I had proved it on the battlefield already, and that the objective was the grain and not the man. "All right, when it's done, we'll come and pull you out." "Boy," Fuma said, smiling in a way I did not enjoy. "None of you are leaving this place. I promise you." "I'd like to say the same to you." I put a soldier pill in my mouth because I needed a full pool, and let the marks come all the way up my body and across half my face. Here is what I intended to do, and it is the whole reason the next 4 years happened the way they did. I intended to kill him in one motion. Not beat him, not trade with him. I had one chance, exactly one, because the moment he understood what I actually was, he was going to become something I could not handle. So I was going to fight below my level for as long as it took, let him get comfortable, and spend everything I had in a single strike aimed at ending it. He opened with lightning that came off his body in every direction at once, the same technique Mina had used and about 6 times the size. One hand sign. Men at his level don't bother with the full sequence. I pulled the fires in again. Mina, flat on her back and unable to move, watched the air around me and worked out what she was actually looking at. There was a layer of wind on my skin. Same principle as their lightning armor, invisible, running constantly, and it had been running the entire time we'd fought, twice, and she had never once seen it. That's the thing about my style. Nobody sees the wind. That's the whole style. Fire and lightning met, and the blast nearly took my head off, and Fuma didn't wait for the smoke. He spat a bolt straight through it like an arrow. The smoke came apart with nothing in it. He drew and turned in one motion and swept a circle of steel around himself and caught me coming in from behind and knocked me across the clearing. The strength in that arm. I have never felt anything like it in a human being. Then he threw a sword at me while I was in the air, which should have been the end, and I bent around it using natural energy to push against nothing, and he blinked. And then he picked up somebody else's fallen blade off the ground, took it in both hands, and came at me properly. I want to explain why that was terrifying. A lightning user in close range against a wind user is supposed to lose. Every academy in the world teaches that. And Fuma did it anyway, because he was inhumanly strong, and his lightning was enormous, and his swordsmanship was 3 decades deep. His offense had no gaps in it at all. If he had gotten one clean opening, he would have finished me, and I would not have seen which part came first. So I read ripples, and I did not swing hard. I let him drive me. I let my counters get blocked. I let my breathing get ragged on purpose. I fought like a talented young man who was 2 steps behind a veteran, because that is a thing veterans very much enjoy seeing. It took about 4 minutes. Then his footwork went loose. He'd started enjoying it. I opened my eyes properly, and the world reported everything about him at once. Where his weight was, where the sword was going, what his shoulders had already decided. And I put every scrap of senjutsu chakra in my body into a short blade. The wind came off the steel and kept going. What I was holding was no longer a knife. It was a length of edge about as long as a man, almost invisible in the dark, and my clan's metal drinks chakra, and there was a forest in me. Fuma saw it and had time to think one thing, his knife, and we passed each other. To Mina, watching from the ground, there was a moment of nothing. 2 men crossing. Then a line of distortion hanging in the air, curling, drifting across Fuma's body. And both his swords fell apart into 4 pieces. He started to turn around to say something clever about how the boy's sudden attack was impressive but inexperienced. Then he felt a breeze go past, and it was warm. He looked down. His right arm was on the ground, his side and his shoulder were open. His lightning was still running, and it turned everything into a red mist around him. My hand! He went down on his knees, staring at where his arm used to be, and reached out with the other one as if he might find it. Mina could not believe what she was looking at. One of the 2 lights of Kumogakure, gone in under a second, and without a right hand, without hand signs, he couldn't use ninjutsu at all. I want you to understand that I was not standing there enjoying it. I was locked solid. I had pushed senjutsu chakra past what I could actually hold, and the backlash had my whole body rigid, and I could not move at all. That is what that strike cost, and I hadn't finished the job. Beating him wasn't the objective. Killing him was. I got my body back after about 2 seconds and went for him, and my perception screamed. The natural energy in that entire depot shifted, all at once, toward him. Fuma should not have been able to move. He moved. My blade went through where he had been and into the ground. I turned around. He was standing about 10 meters away, and he was covered in chakra so red it hurt to look at, and his skin was coming apart to reveal something underneath, and his eyes were gone. Unforgivable, unforgivable, unforgivable. And then he detonated. A cloak of red came up over him, and 6 tails came out behind it, and the pressure of it went across that clearing like a hand. I want to be clear about what I was now standing in front of. This was not a Jinchuriki. He had no beast sealed in him. He had eaten a piece of one, and that piece had been sitting in his body for years, quietly turning the world into more tailed beast chakra, and now it was all coming out at once because he was angry. 6 tails worth. I picked Mina up off the ground under one arm, ignored her extremely loud opinion about it, and ran. Behind me, the depot stopped existing. Not the part we'd burned, all of it. Whatever he could reach. I got to the others. Izumi's head came around. Kenji, what is? Run! There's no point. He's got the 9 tails chakra. He's a monster now. We go! And a dying Kumogakure ninja on the ground started laughing at us, delighted, because he was about to be avenged. I threw Mina across the back of Hayato's dog. Take her, knock her out if she's trouble, and get the seal off her later. She's important in Kumogakure. I turned around. I'll hold this one. All of you go. Hayato did not offer to stay. I want to say something about that, because it looks cold, and it isn't. Hayato was an Inuzuka, and Inuzuka do not leave people. He looked at that thing for 1 second and did the correct arithmetic, which was, I cannot help, I will die, and then the prisoner dies too, and then the mission dies. Koji had told us all from the beginning that the mission comes first, and that feelings do not get a vote. So he said, take care, and went, and I have never once held it against him. He left 1 person behind. 6 chakra arms came out of the monster's back and reached for me. I put my blade into one and got thrown backwards for it. You cannot cut a tailed beast cloak. It turns aside anything short of a legendary weapon. So I stopped cutting and started using them. Hit at an angle, bounce, hit the next one. I came out the far side of all 6. My arms went numb from the impact and unnumbed almost instantly because Sage Mode is very good at making a wrecked body forget it's wrecked. Why haven't you left? I shouted into the dark at the person still standing there making hand signs. I told Hinata I'd get you back, Izumi said. I'm the 2nd Hokage student. I'm the one who's qualified to stay. People with strength cover the retreat. Oh, you're stronger than me? Don't get arrogant, boy. And then she put a genjutsu on a thing running on tailed beast chakra, and it worked. I want to note that. Illusion works by disrupting the target's chakra with your own, and the amount of chakra in that monster was not a human amount. Kageyama could control the 9 tails with an eye technique, but Kageyama had the Mangekyo, which suppresses tailed beasts by design. Izumi just did it. With training and 40 years of practice and nothing else. It cost her everything she had, 4 seconds at a time, over and over. We did that for a long time. Longer than I want to think about. She'd blind it, I'd move, it would rip apart a warehouse, she'd blind it again. And every time the gap got a little shorter because she was emptying out, and it wasn't. Twice she stepped in front of something to buy me a position, which an illusion specialist is never, ever supposed to do. She was keeping a promise to a girl she'd raised. Outside, my squad had gotten clear and stopped, and Haru was watching through the wall with Byakugan and refusing to let anyone go back in. Wait, he said, they're coming out. Hayato nearly hit him. They're fighting that monster. Do you know what it is? I know. His chakra is so bright it hurts to look at. Haru's eyes narrowed, and he can't control it. His meridians are complete chaos. If we go closer, we can see it better. Then he walked toward the burning depot, which made everyone panic, and turned around and explained the thing that actually saved us. If he can't control that chakra, he can't hold his mind either. Konoha, or Kumogakure, everything's an enemy to him now. Nobody in there is coming after us, and we can't help. At our level, we're an obstacle. Lady Izumi and Kenji can survive him and find a gap. We wait here so Yui can treat them the second they're out. He was right, and he was privately terrified. and he watched the whole thing through a wall for 20 minutes and nearly shouted out loud twice. Then Fuma lost track of us in his own smoke, found some of his own men instead, and Haru let out a breath and said, "It's done. They're both out." We came out of that tree line looking like something dragged behind a horse. I was burned in a dozen places. Izumi couldn't stand up. Yui ran forward and I said, "No, not here, into the woods," and Izumi said, in a very small voice, "Listen to him." And that was the sound that told everybody how bad it was. We got a kilometer out before I let her down. The wounds from tailed beast chakra don't behave. They keep going. Haru had a Hyuga method for it, a family thing, using gentle fist to unblock what the chakra had jammed, and he did mine in about a minute. I asked him to do Izumi's. "I can't," he said. "It's a forced impact of my chakra. You can take it. Her injuries are too severe. It would tear her meridians." So we sat in the dark and watched a 20-year-old medic work on the woman who had taught my wife everything she knew, and I sat there and thought about a joke about wanting to see our children. She lived. She went unconscious and did not stop breathing. "She's stable," Yui said. "We can do better back at camp." I let out a breath that felt about a year long. Because in results terms, the mission was a complete success. Every warehouse we hadn't burned, Fuma had leveled personally. The Land of Lightning's forward depot was a field of ash. And they'd also devastated the land of rice fields around it, which the land of rice fields had done absolutely nothing to deserve. Yui said as much, bitterly, looking at Izumi. They deserved it. If they hadn't let lightning march through, would we have been in this position? That punishment's enough, I said. We don't need them as an enemy. Why do you keep saying this is a good thing? Because the land of rice fields spent this entire war offending nobody, I said. And now the land of lightning has offended them, on their own land, on purpose or not. From tonight, they hate Kumogakure more than they hate us, which means the land of fire can ally with them. Everyone stared at me like I'd started speaking a foreign language. To a ninja, the land of rice fields had opened the door for the invasion. The consensus in our army was that once Kumogakure was pushed out, we'd take the war into rice fields territory and teach them a lesson. Fight a war so you lose the least and gain the most, I said. Yes, they behaved badly. They've been punished. Now think about what actually ends this. The next phase of this war will be fought in the land of rice fields. If we fight them too, we've invented an enemy. If we ally with them, we get supply inside the country. We get their samurai tying down Kumo forces, and lightning is isolated in a country that hates them. Nobody had an answer because there isn't one. Then I said the other thing. Lady Izumi got hurt because of Fuma, not because of the land of rice fields. So whatever happens, even if this ends in a peace treaty, Fuma dies. I meant it as a statement of intent. I have since learned that when you say a thing like that out loud in front of 5 people, it stops being intent and becomes a debt. We got Izumi back to Iwagakure's lines, borrowed medicine, and limped home. And the land of lightning collapsed almost immediately. The Raikage found out he had no food, no depot, no mina, and that the man he had personally posted to guard it had spent the week drinking instead of scouting. He lost his temper so completely that he sat through the next war meeting running lightning through his own body to stay upright, because a Raikage does not faint in front of his officers. Raiden demanded to be sent out for revenge. The Raikage told him no. Raiden pointed out that his brother had lost an arm, and the Raikage pointed out that his brother had lost the war. And then Raiden started counting how many people in that room would back him instead. Kumogakure attacked once more, harder than anything they'd done all war, because Raiden forced it. Koji had been expecting some kind of push and broke it. Then, with nothing to eat, the land of lightning pulled out of the land of fire entirely and stripped everything usable on the way. That was the first nation out of the war, about 6 months in, and it happened because 7 people burned a barn. Izumi woke up in a cart on the road home and started laughing. I never thought I could come back. Hinata was waiting at the camp gate and had clearly been standing there for a long time. She hit me hard enough to bruise, then looked past me at Izumi being carried, and her face did something terrible. Lady Izumi, your injury. Not dead yet, Izumi said, and patted my hand. See? Told you I'd send the boy back. Then, as the medics took her away, she looked over her shoulder at me. Kenji, you did well. I'm recommending you for Jonin. Wait for the good news. The medics carrying her nearly dropped her. Jonin is not a rank in this village. Jonin is a seat. Jonin vote on who becomes Hokage. Jonin sit in the room where things get decided. With no clan behind me, without a single relative in the village, I would be, formally and legally, the equal of a clan head. Kaito said he'd get his father to vote yes. Ren said the same, immediately, which surprised me more than it should have. And in the end, there was no fight about it at all, because by that point, every ninja in that camp knew that a man from a dead clan had taken one of the two lights of Kumogakure apart, and there is no argument in this world that survives contact with that. Koji confirmed it a few days later, and then sat back and looked at me for a while. "I'm looking forward to your suggestions," he said. "This idea of a righteous war is interesting. Tell me about it now." So I told him, and Koji Senju, who had spent his entire life believing that a ninja obeys his employer, sat and listened to a plan for wrapping a doctrine in old imperial language and selling it to a young king who wanted to be remembered as an overlord. He understood perfectly well what he was being invited to do. He was being invited to handle the man who owned him. He did it anyway. Which is, if you want to trace it, the exact point at which the hidden villages of this world stopped being obedient tools and started being institutions with opinions of their own. Historians would call that the beginning of a great many things. It was two men in a tent, tired, deciding to lie to a king for the right reasons. Then he said, "Kenji, I hear you left your weapon behind." I nodded. I'd thrown my clan's blade to block Fuma, and there hadn't been time to go back for it. It had been in the middle of the depot when he took the depot apart. "Then go back to the village, escort the refugees, requisition a replacement. If your family blade can be recovered, I'll get it for you. If not, we'll have one made." "Thank you, teacher." "There's more." He paused, and something in his face went out. "Go and see my brother. Word came from the village. He's dying. Go while there's still time." I got back to the Leaf with a column of refugees behind me and a friend waiting at the gate. "It's been a long time, Kenji." He had the entire police force lined up behind him, and I looked at how they were standing and knew immediately. "Looks like you've been busy." "You were right. It works," Ryoma grinned. "Watch." The refugees coming in behind me were nervous, because to a farmer, a wall of Uchiha in uniform looks like the last thing you see. And the police force went out to meet them and asked after their health and carried their bundles and walked them to housing and got their names. Izumi watched it from a stretcher with genuine interest. "When we left, that lot were arrogant. Now look at them." "Lady Izumi," Ryoma said and bowed to her properly, "I heard you cut the Land of Lightning's supply line and forced them out and got hurt like this." "If it weren't for Kenji, we wouldn't have come back at all," she sighed. "Now I sit in the village and heal and watch other people fight." I gave Ryoma his own news in the form of a scroll signed by Koji, and watched his hands shake very slightly when he opened it. Jonin. And a posting. He was going to the land of Windfront, where Sunagakure had come in on their own, and was chewing through our southern towns while our whole army was busy with Kumogakure. He was excited. Genuinely, entirely excited, and that broke my heart a little, because he had spent the entire war holding a wall while his friends went out and became famous. "The Land of Wind's a good match for the Uchiha," he said. "Be careful, Wind is thinly populated and can't field many ninja, but they attacked alone, which means they think they've got something." I did not add, "puppets and a sand technique that is going to make your life hell. Don't underestimate them." "I understand." Then I asked about Hiroki. "It's bad," Ryoma said. "He's been unconscious for a long time. He used to wake up a few times. Not anymore." He looked away. "You got here just in time." "At least I can see him. Teacher will only see the grave." And Ryoma's face went out completely, because he'd already worked out that part. Their father, Butsuma Senju, had had 4 sons, and 2 of them lived to be adults. Those 2 grew up together, fought a 100-year war together, built a village together, and the older one was going to die in his own house, while the younger one stood in a tent 200 miles away, because a Hokage does not leave the front. I went to the Senju compound, and Ayumi met me at the door, dressed formally. She'd been running the village since Koji left. Every casualty report from the front crossed her desk. She'd been reading her own clan's names off those lists for months, and had told her husband absolutely none of it, because he was dying, and she wanted the last part to be quiet. "I heard he hasn't woken up recently." She sighed. "That day isn't far off. And then a red-haired woman came out of the room ahead of us at speed and nearly walked into her mother. That was Rin, Hiroki's eldest, Sayuri's mother. Married into the land of whirlpools, which is the Uzumaki clan's own small country over the water. Mother, father's just woken up. He looks well. Ayumi's face did not light up, because Ayumi had lived through the Warring States period and she had seen this 100 times. A man who has been fading for a month sits up one morning, clear-eyed and hungry and full of jokes, and everyone in the house cries with relief, and 3 days later, he's gone. We went in. Hiroki was sitting up, holding Sayuri over his head, and both of them were laughing. Kenji, what are you doing here? And then, with real hope, did the war end while I was asleep? Sorry to disappoint, but it's getting clearer. Lightning's been pushed out of the country, and we're holding an important Kumogakure figure. We're working out how to bring them to terms. He sagged about an inch. He'd been hoping. Then Sayuri jumped down off him and ran over and grabbed my leg. You're back. Grandpa's been sleeping the whole time, and nobody plays with me. Now Grandpa's awake and you're back, so we can all play together. You should call him Uncle, Rin said, and picked her up, and Sayuri struggled in outrage. She was 2. She did not understand any of this. She just knew her grandfather had been asleep for weeks, and now wasn't. Suna, Grandpa will play in a little while. Let me talk about something first. The daughters went to make food, and then it was Ayumi and me on the floor, and Hiroki propped against the wall. He asked how he was feeling, and he said, cheerfully, "Not bad. I feel like I could go outside and move around." Ayumi's eyes flickered, because he had not been able to go outside for 2 months. Ayumi, Hiroki said, I know I don't have many days left, so I want to know the truth about the war. She went absolutely still. Kenji, you too. Was what you just told me true? He looked at me, and there was nothing weak in that look at all. Koji not being here already tells me it isn't optimistic. I'd rather not die knowing nothing. Hiroki, Ayumi said, what Kenji told you is true. What I've told you is also true. But there was an enormous price. About 500 ninja have died, she said. Most of them Senju. I watched the color go out of the first Hokage of the Leaf. He took one breath and asked whether they had died well. They died fighting the enemy on the front line, Ayumi said. All of them. Ah, he closed his eyes. That's my doing too. Because here's the thing nobody in that village said out loud. Hiroki had been telling the Senju clan for 20 years that they had to lead by example. He never took anything for his own family. He never used the office to enrich them. What he did instead was tell them, over and over, at every clan meeting, that as the founding clan they had to be first into everything, always, or the village would never believe any of it. And they did it. Whether out of belief or out of pride, they did it, for 20 years, and then a war came, and the clan that was always first through the door lost more people than any other clan in the village. The Senju went into that war as the largest clan in the Leaf. They did not come out of it that way. If someday the clan no longer wants to carry that glory, Hiroki said quietly, then find a way. Any way. Let them choose for themselves. I'm agreeing to it now, so you can act. I'll speak to Koji. Then he turned to me and asked for the whole story of the war, and I gave it to him straight, every part of it. He listened all the way through, and then he shook his head and said, the result isn't bad. At least the land of Earth hasn't turned on us. Kenji, this righteous war idea of yours is good. There's an old saying, a war needs a just cause. With that, Earth won't sell us halfway. It's not enough. We also need to make the invading countries pay a price they can feel. And I'd like to find a way for their ordinary people to know what it costs them, so that next time they resist it themselves. Hiroki went quiet. Then he said, that's an unbelievable idea, and I think it's a good one. Is that the road to peace you've been thinking about? It's a tiny piece of it, and it isn't enough. Good. And he smiled the way you smile at a thing you've been waiting for. Then my failure gave you something. You'll do better than me. And whether you succeed or not, you'll leave experience for whoever's next. He tilted his head. You haven't forgotten what I told you. Only peace makes anything grow. How would I forget? Then I should help. He got up. He actually got up and crossed the room and dug in a cupboard and came back with an armload of scrolls that fell out of his hands onto the floor. My experience, all of it, Everything I ever worked out, written down since I got sick. He shoved them at me. Take them. Use them. Show anyone you like, as long as somebody can use it. Would it be all right if these went to the Ninja Academy? It's fine, he waved a hand, as long as the students actually learn. The complete technical and personal knowledge of the God of Shinobi handed to a 22-year-old with the instruction to give it to school children. That is the single most Hiroki thing that ever happened, and I was in the room for it. We ate together. He talked to his daughters. He played with Sayuri. And at some point, he wrote a letter, sealed it, and handed it to me. For Koji, when you go back, don't read it. He was awake for 2 days. He spent both of them being happy, on purpose, with everybody he loved in the room, which I do not think was an accident. Then he went to sleep and did not wake up again. He'd left instructions about the funeral. No ceremony. Nothing grand. So there were 6 of us at the graveside. Ayumi, his 2 daughters, Sayuri, Ryoma, me. The founder of the Hidden Leaf, the man who ended the Warring States period, the God of Shinobi, went into the ground in front of 6 people because he'd asked for it that way. Sayuri did not understand what was happening and got bored partway through, and then noticed that everybody was upset and asked me why Grandpa was sleeping in the ground and when he'd get up to play. Lord Hiroki won't wake up again, I said. He can't play with you anymore. And she cried, properly, the way small children cry, not because she understood death, but because somebody had just confirmed that a specific good thing was over. I did not tell her not to. That's exactly the right response. That's the only honest response anybody had that day. Afterwards, Ayumi took me to a storeroom and unsealed every weapon her husband had ever owned across the floor. He doesn't need them. They're going to be given away anyway. Pick what suits you. They were all wrong. Hiroki used enormous things because Hiroki could pick up enormous things. And I am a man whose entire style is being somewhere before the other person finishes turning around. I found the narrowest blade in the pile and swung it a few times and did not enjoy it. He's only barely managing, Ayumi observed immediately. It doesn't take chakra well either. Most of the chakra metal went into the big ones. Which is when I learned that chakra metal, the stuff that drinks chakra and lets a blade carry a nature, barely exists in the land of fire. There are veins of it in the land of wind. Before the war, we bought it from them at outrageous prices, in small quantities. I stood there, holding a mediocre sword, and understood, all at once, why Kumogakure was the only village on Earth with puppets. They weren't clever. They were sitting on the metal. And a second thought went through underneath it, and it stayed there for the next 10 years. If that metal carries chakra, then a sword is the least interesting thing you could possibly make out of it. Koji said he'd recover your family blade, Ayumi said. I don't think that's likely. It's excellent metal, but it isn't strong. From what you've described, after Fuma went berserk in that depot, it won't have survived. I know. Then have one forged, properly. She thought for a moment, and then smiled. I know who to ask. The Takatori. I said, out loud, Kaguya? Because I had heard that name in another life, attached to a clan of magnificent lunatics with a bone-manipulating bloodline, all of whom eventually got themselves killed in a rebellion. Not Kaguya, Takatori. She corrected my writing of it. Everybody makes that mistake. They were the Kaguya once. Some of their ancestors got sick of the clan's love of fighting and walked away, and became their own family, and never once developed a bloodline. She shrugged. They hate combat, so they became the finest smiths in the world instead. Even samurai go to them. They're in another village? They never joined one. They went into hiding when the Warring States ended. Give them materials and money, and they'll make you exactly what you need. I filed that too. A clan of pacifist master smiths, off the map, owing nothing to anybody. That is a very useful thing to know about. Ryoma left for the Land of Wind a few days later, and I walked him to the gate. He was fully armed, which meant he had the scythe, and also the war fan. Kageyama's war fan. Recovered from the Valley of the End. It was an heirloom of the Uchiha clan, and it goes to whoever holds the seat, and now it was going south on my friend's back. And I stood there thinking a thought that I have never been able to put down. In the history I remember, Kageyama takes that fan with him when he leaves. Ryoma never has it. If Ryoma had had a weapon that reflects ninjutsu, would he have died at 25? I did not say that either. I just watched him check his straps. Then I met Kenshin Uchiha for the first time. Cold face, a mark across the right side of it. He looked exactly like what he was. Ryoma had taken every hardliner in the clan with him to the front, and I want to be clear that this was excellent thinking. It got the destabilizing element out of the village, it put the strongest fighters where the fighting was, and it left the moderates behind wearing police uniforms and being nice to farmers. I looked at Kenshin and thought, with total clarity, it would be convenient for everyone if that man dies out there. For the record, I did not arrange it. I have done worse things than that in my life. I just wanted it noted that I thought it. Ryoma, don't forget what I said. I know, don't be reckless, focus on defense. He grinned, and then it dropped. The land of wind has something. I won't be careless. Wait for good news. Goodbye. Goodbye. And that was the last easy conversation I had for about a year. While I waited for orders, I built a technique. Here was the problem. My whole style ran through a blade, and my blade was gone, and the replacement was mediocre. So I wanted something that did the same job without steel in it. I knew what shape I wanted. In another life, I'd seen a technique built out of wind that looks like a shuriken and destroys everything inside a sphere by cutting a body apart at a level below where a knife goes. Extremely impressive. Wrong for me. It costs an ocean of chakra to fill out, and I do not have an ocean. I wanted the opposite. Small, cheap, and so sharp on the outer surface that nothing would stop it. Not a bomb. A disc. I ran into the exact wall that stopped the fourth Hokage decades later, and I did not know that at the time. And if I had, I might have given up. The wall is this. Shape transformation and nature transformation fight each other. You can build a perfectly stable ball of pure shape, or you can build a sheet of extremely sharp wind. And when you try to do both at once at high intensity, the whole thing comes apart in your hands. The technique that finally solved it needed shadow clones to hold it together, which is fine if you're standing still, and useless to a man whose entire point is speed. So I went sideways. The reason a Rasengan holds together is that the chakra inside it spins in irregular directions and locks itself in place. Stability by structure. So I built structure. Points inside the disc where the flow anchors. 8 of them. And once I had 8 anchors, the wind could be as sharp as I could make it, and the thing would still hold. I was standing in my own front room with a wobbling, half-formed windmill spinning between my hands when Hinata came through the door shouting. The disc dissolved into a gust and blew papers off a shelf. Kenji! Something's happened. It was a message from the 4th Division, which was the reserve unit posted between the village and the front. Kirigakure had come inland and hit them. The 4th had caught it in time and stopped the first push, and now they were asking for immediate support because the mist had brought members of the Kaguya clan. The actual Kaguya, the warlike ones. I had 36 people available in the entire village. I want to describe what the leaf looked like at that moment, because people forget. Every fighting clan was at the front. What was left in the village was Ayumi, the police force, and whoever was too injured or too young. I was, functionally, the strongest thing inside those walls. I picked 36, and we went. And on the road, I thought about the one thing that could go badly, which was Shikotsumiyaku, the Kaguya bloodline. Control over your own bones, grow them, harden them, pull them out and use them, rebuild your own skeleton mid-fight. It is called the natural enemy of taijutsu for a reason. There is no place on a Kaguya that is safe to hit. It's also extremely rare, even inside the clan. Most Kaguya never awaken it. I got there to find that Hyuga Akira, the head of the Hyuga clan and commander of the 4th Division, had spent the previous day fighting one. He'd held, not won, held. He'd used the rotation and the 64 palms and every technique his clan had, and landed 32 strikes on a man who then got up. Gentle Fist kills by hitting points inside the body, he told me afterward. He rebuilt his own skeleton so my strikes landed on nothing that mattered. If my father were here, he'd have hit the points before the man could move. My father was a genius. I'm not. He'd stopped trying to win and started tying the man down, which is the correct call and is exhausting. His name is Kaguya Hideki, he said. He wants me specifically because I'm a clan head, and killing me settles the battle. Then Kirigakure pulled back into their own mist because our reinforcements had arrived, and we got a few hours. I asked him a strange question. Lord Hyuga, can you tell me about chakra meridians? He blinked at me, and then, because he was that kind of man, he sat down and taught me. The Hyuga know more about the pathways in a human body than anybody alive. They found the 8 gates. They developed their own medical applications, and Akira spent an hour explaining which meridians stabilize a wind-natured flow, and offering, seriously, to seal off some of my pathways with Gentle Fist so the chakra would run cleaner. I declined that because my power runs on Senjutsu chakra and my pathways are already carrying more than they were built for, and blocking anything would have taken a year off my life for a small gain. But I took the rest of it, and that night I built the technique properly for the first time, in a field, in the dark, and it did not come apart. Then I told him I was going to take the Kaguya alone. Do you think that's all right? I can't promise. I'd say 60%. 60% against a Shikotsu Myaku user was a better number than he had, and he knew it, and after a moment, he nodded. Hinata did not like it at all. Why not go with Lord Hyuga? 2 of you would end it faster. The way I want to fight it, he can't help. He'd be in the way, and we'd be wasting a fighter. Can your new technique actually beat that thing? In terms of pure sharpness, I said, there is probably no ninjutsu in the world that beats it. Shikotsu Myaku included. That was, at that specific moment, an enormous overstatement, and I said it because she needed to hear it. And about 6 hours later, it stopped being one. Kirigakure came back the next evening and stopped at a very specific distance. Far enough that close combat was impossible, close enough that we could see each other. Do they intend to wear us down with ninjutsu? Akira said. This isn't the ground for it. He was right, and I couldn't work out the answer either. Water release is the most expensive nature to use when there's no water around, and they were standing in a dry field. Then, the Hyuga reported an enormous amount of chakra gathering, and water dragons the size of houses came across the field at us. We answered with combined ninjutsu. The elements ate each other, and the dragons blew apart into white vapor. And I watched the vapor keep coming, spreading low across the ground, and had a moment of pure clarity. Water clones and water dragons are chakra-imitating water. They can't actually evaporate. That isn't steam, that's mist. So that's it, Akira said, half a second behind me. The dragons weren't the attack. Kirigakure had spent an obscene amount of chakra on 2 decoys to deliver one thing, the hiding in mist technique, laid over our entire position, from far enough away that no wind jutsu could clear it before it settled. Their reconnaissance was worse than ours, so they built a situation where reconnaissance didn't exist, and in the mist, they hunt. The land of water eventually produces men whose entire specialty is killing you inside that fog without ever being seen. This was the generation that invented it. We had an answer, and I want to be smug about it for 1 paragraph, because it was mine. Hyuga eyes get confused in that mist. The chakra in the fog blurs the picture. Inuzuka noses do not. Aburame insects do not. Squads of 3, I said. 1 Hyuga, 1 Inuzuka, 1 Aburame, plus whoever's throwing. They cover each other's blind spots. Akira looked at it for 1 second and said, do it. That formation is standard doctrine in the Leaf today. It was invented in a field, in fog, in about 11 seconds, because I had once read a page about which clan can see what. The 2 lines went into each other, and it was chaos. And I went into the mist alone, because hiding in mist does not do anything at all to a man who sees the world as ripples in water. I could see everybody, all of them. And I went straight to the one I wanted, at speed, and Akira, who had been about to point out the direction to me, watched me pick a heading without hesitating and thought, can that boy see? Hideki had gone hunting for Akira and was working through a Konoha squad on the way. He'd already turned his whole body into a hedge of bone spikes, which meant our people could not touch him, and he killed one of them in a single pass. I got to the second one about a second before he did. My first strike went at a gap in the spikes. He turned his body and blocked it with a spur that had not existed a moment earlier. And I let the compression off. Wind reversal at full charge, straight into the chest of a man wearing armor made of himself, and he went across that field like something fired out of a tube. I want to be honest. Against anyone who has never seen it, that technique is essentially unfair. I glanced at the 3 survivors. They understood, and I went after him. He landed on his feet a long way from the battle, which was exactly where I wanted him. His clan has a technique that grows a forest out of the ground across an enormous area. If he had used it inside our formation, it would have killed dozens of us. Who are you? The one who kills you, I said from behind him. He blocked. He was about to counter when he felt something at the back of his neck and put a spike up in time to catch a strike that would have finished it. His pupils shrank. I was already somewhere else. He turned his head and caught an afterimage. I want to give the man credit. He was not fast enough to see me, and he adjusted anyway. He worked out where the next one had to come from purely from experience and got a spur there in time, and this time he caught a glimpse of my face and was visibly annoyed to discover I was in my 20s. Then he grew a spike straight out through my arm. He laughed. He'd read me as a hit-and-run fighter, and I had stayed instead, which meant I was an idiot, and idiots die. He extended the spur straight through my body, and my body turned into smoke. Shadow clone. Koji's technique, taught to 7 people in a field, being used to bait a bloodline user into holding still. Hideki was still processing that when he noticed the explosive tags I had left in the smoke. The blast took a piece out of the landscape. I watched it from behind a tree and thought, with some satisfaction, that the timing had actually worked. Any later, and I'd have been in it. Any earlier, and he'd have walked out of the radius. I had only intended the tags to inconvenience him. He walked out of the fire. His skin was ruined, and half his spikes had shattered, and the reason he was alive is that he had built a second skeleton inside himself and folded it around his own organs. Then he lost his temper. "You brat! Come out! Forget the Hyuga! I'll deal with this one first!" Which was, for me, the best possible outcome, because getting him to abandon the field commander was the entire point. I brought the marks up to my face and stepped out. Here's the part where it gets technical, and I'll be quick, because it's the only time in this whole war that I got to use something I'd built from nothing. He opened with 10 finger bones fired like shot. I swept them out of the air. 5 cut clean, 5 only chipped, and I looked at that and thought, this sword is garbage, and it's going to get me killed. Then I went to work. You cannot armor a whole human body in spikes and still move. There are always gaps. Earlier, I hadn't been accurate enough to thread them before he reacted. I was accurate now, because the world was reporting to me. To anybody watching it would have looked like Hideki standing in a clearing, shouting and turning in circles while a black line went past him, over and over, and wounds appeared. None of them serious, all of them adding up. He described it later, in his last minute, as being cut with a soft knife. Then I threw a flash tag. He shut his eyes for a quarter second. That quarter second is what the entire fight was for. I put everything into one pass at his left leg and cut the tendon behind the knee. He went down on that side and could not work out why. He'd been guarding his upper body the entire time because I'd spent 4 minutes attacking nothing but his upper body. He got his vitals covered when I came back, which was good work, so I took the other leg. Then he did the thing I'd been afraid of. He gave up on moving entirely, grew a forest of bone out of the ground around himself, and started to merge into it. Because a Kaguya inside his own bone forest is functionally a fortress, and if he got in, this became a siege. So I put the sword away and made a hand sign. I thought I wouldn't need it. Apparently, I do. He saw a light between my hands and recognized the flash from earlier and understood, too late, that the flash had also been me. A disc formed, 8 anchor points, an edge on it that made the air distort. He tried to sink into the bone. Sage Art, wind release, 8-part wind wheel. It crossed the distance faster than anything he had thrown all night. He froze in place. Then a line appeared across him at an angle, and the forest of bone behind him came down in pieces. He knelt there for a while and did not immediately understand. Then the pain arrived, and he understood, and he gripped the grass, and it did not help. "Damn it," he said, "to die in a place like this." I stood a good distance away and let him. But the last fight was against someone of this strength, so I have no regrets. That's the Kaguya. They're not brave in the way we mean it. They just genuinely, sincerely believe that a life is a container for good fights, and that a full one is a successful one. When their whole clan rebelled against Kirigakure years later and got wiped out, not one of them surrendered. Not one. They just kept trying to take somebody with them. His hand went down, and he stopped moving. I did not go over. I took out a kunai, blew a layer of wind chakra onto it, and threw it into his neck from 20 meters, because he wasn't dead. He'd been playing dead, deliberately, waiting for me to walk up and collect the body, and a body like his is worth a fortune to any village, and he knew it, and it was the last piece of bait he had. My perception had told me his ripples were still moving. The kunai finished it, and I finally let out a breath. Then I picked up an armful of his broken bone spikes and walked back into the battle. The first thing I did was throw them. They're extremely sharp. Wind chakra makes them worse. 3 Kirigakure ninja went down before anybody worked out where it was coming from, and then one of them saw what I was throwing. I watched it travel across a battlefield, one man staring, then his neighbor. Then a spreading, sickening understanding. So I held up a handful and waved them and smiled. Kumogakure had spent the whole night waiting for Hideki to come back and finish it. Instead, a Konoha Jonin walked out of the mist, decorating himself with pieces of him. Their line broke inside 2 minutes. Akira went through them like a man 20 years younger, because without a Shikotsu user on the field, there was nothing in that army that could survive being touched by gentle fist. Their second-in-command called the retreat correctly. We annihilated most of them anyway. A handful got away. Hinata checked me over afterward and found almost nothing, which annoyed her because she had spent the entire night assuming otherwise. Kumogakure had nearly gotten her from behind while she was watching me come out of the trees, which she did not mention, and which I found out about from Haru 2 days later. Akira came over and clapped me on the shoulder. "Arata, that's an enormous achievement. The Hokage will be very pleased." "I only finished the technique because of your help with the meridians." "Shikotsu is powerful," he said. "And with Hideki dead, the Kaguya are unlikely to produce another awakened one for a generation." He glanced at me. "Is the body still there, or did your technique take it apart?" "It's there. I didn't know how to preserve it." Which is how I learned that a ninja corpse is a research asset, and that I had just handed the Leaf a complete Shikotsu sample, and that Akira was extremely pleased about it in a way he was too polite to show. "Your mention of sealing reminds me," he added. "The village should ask the Uzumaki for help. Their sealing and their barriers are worth a great deal in a war." Which is how a squad of red-haired sealers from a small island country ended up standing in Ayumi's receiving room 3 weeks later. The Uzumaki are distant cousins of the Senju. They live longer than anybody, and there is not a sealer alive on this continent who can touch them. What they are not is a fighting clan. They never developed an offensive tradition, they don't reproduce quickly because they live so long, and they run a small country over the water and would rather be their own masters than a district of somebody else's village. Ayumi greeted the leader by name, a young man called Kai, and told him what they'd be doing. Barriers for the camps. Sealing techniques to lock down enemy movement on request. Rear support, nothing forward. Then she pointed at me, "And you'll choose your 3 best to go with him, to the most dangerous battlefield." Because a message had come from Koji that morning ordering me back to the front immediately. The first Raikage was dead. Old wounds made worse by a war he'd never wanted. His right hand, a man named Jiro, had succeeded him as second Raikage. And Koji had read the intelligence on Jiro and worked out something enormous. The man wanted peace, had wanted it from the start, thought the whole war was a mistake. He'd been the one arguing against it in the room. He also could not simply have it, because Kumogakure's war faction was too strong for a Raikage to overrule. That had been true for the first Raikage, and it was going to be true for this one. And the reason had 2 names and 1 face repeated twice. So Koji's plan was surgical. Break Raiden and Fuma's unit on the battlefield. Publicly. Take the shine off the myth. Give the pro-peace faction inside Kumogakure a defeat they could point at, and let their own Raikage do the rest. And for that, he needed a specific wind user, and he wanted him at the front by the end of the week. I gave him Hiroki's letter first. He knew what it was the moment he saw it. He took it, and then he stopped and said, "Kenji, go and rest." So I did not see him read it. I heard about it from a guard years later. He read it once, then he read it again. Somebody brought him food, and he did not put the letter down and did not touch the food. He sat there past midnight, reading a dead man's handwriting over and over until he had it memorized, and then he kept reading it anyway. The first half was childhood. Just childhood. Thank you for the work. You always were the one who actually did things. Do you remember when? Koji Senju, the coldest man in the village, sat alone in a tent and cried at a letter, and told nobody, and then hated Kumogakure a little more for the fact that he had not been able to go home. The second half was the future. What the village's foreign policy should look like. What its internal structure should look like. And then, one by one, an assessment of each of his brother's 7 students, what they were good for, and where they should be put. And at the end, 2 names as candidates to succeed Koji as Hokage. Kaito Tanaka. And me. Hiroki had written in the last week of his life that the choice belonged to Koji because he'd be alive to see who they became, and Hiroki wouldn't. I did not find out about that for a long time. Koji never told me, and I understand why. Tell a man he's a candidate, and you never get an honest day's work out of him again. The plan he did tell me about, he laid out in front of every jonin at the front, and then he looked directly at me. Kenji, I want you to lead a team to lure Raiden and Fuma to a prepared location where the Uzumaki will seal them inside a barrier. Then we hit them with everything. Can you handle it? I knew exactly why it had to be me before he finished the sentence. Fuma had lost an arm to me and could no longer form hand signs, which meant he could not use ninjutsu at all. Raiden loved his brother more than he loved anything else in the world. You do not need to bait those two. You need to stand somewhere visible. No problem, I said. I picked my own team, and I picked the people from the depot raid. Haru, Hayato, Daisuke, Taiki, Yui. Plus Hinata, because we needed a sixth, and because I was not doing that particular argument twice. Yamanaka Daisuke asked, honestly puzzled, why us? There are stronger people in this camp. Because I trust you, and I know exactly how you work, I said. A team isn't strong because every member is exceptional. It's strong because it fits together. I would rather have 6 people who've already survived something together than 6 better individuals who haven't. They were flattered in a way that embarrassed all of us slightly. Then we did our homework, and the homework produced a surprise. Recent reports said Fuma had started using a fan-shaped tool that converted his chakra into fire and lightning without hand signs. I looked at the drawing and my stomach dropped. This is… You know it? Haru looked over. I've never heard of a smith who could make something like that. Who on earth built it? I knew who built it. That is the banana palm fan. It is one of the Sage of Six Paths treasures. There are supposed to be 5 of them, held by that family, and this was the first one anybody outside Kumogakure had ever seen. Its actual function is not 2 natures. Its actual function is all 5. You do not need the nature, you do not need the hand signs. You push chakra into it, and it gives you whatever element you ask for. The reason Fuma had brought it out was that he had no right arm. He physically could not fight any other way. It doesn't even need a seal, I said. Just chakra, and it produces that scale of nature transformation. That is not something an ordinary person made. Not an ordinary person, Haru said? You mean the Sage of Six Paths? They do claim to be his descendants, Hayato offered, and the story about eating the 9 tails turned out to be true, so… If it really is his work, I said, it won't be limited to 2 natures. Daisuke got there instantly, which is why I'd picked him. If it can do all 5, he said, with a sick little laugh, then whatever we throw, he counters with the element that beats it. I gave him a small salute, because that is precisely the problem. We have combined ninjutsu, I said. Even without lightning, if we alternate cleanly, we can hold the fan off. Taiki had fire and earth, Hinata had water, I had wind. Nobody had lightning. It would do. I'll take Raiden alone. Fuma won't come close with that fan, so Haru, Taiki, and Daisuke handle him. Hinata and Hayato take the guards. Yui holds back and plugs whatever breaks. Objections? There were none. Then let's build some signals, I said, and go and be extremely visible. Being bait is a strange job. You do your work normally, and you do it loudly. We went out onto the line, and I cut through Kumogakure squads in the open where anybody could see it, and within 2 days, word of exactly where I was got where it needed to go. Fuma heard it and laughed for a while, and then swung the fan and set a stretch of the front on fire, and some of our people who couldn't get clear didn't. Arata, Kenji, you finally arrived. You're not going back this time. That's right. Raiden beside him without any of the heat. Nobody hurts my brother and walks away. Then he told his men to follow him, and a Kumogakure officer ran up and told him he could not leave the line because it would compromise the Raikage's plan. Raiden explained his position by hitting him in the face. The officer went down. Raiden walked past without looking. And Fuma, following, stopped and put his weight on the man's leg until he made a noise, and said, pleasantly, "Don't try to intimidate us with the Raikage's name. Jiro isn't senior to us." That is what the second most powerful faction in Kumogakure looked like from the inside, 3 weeks before it destroyed itself. The second Raikage got the report and was furious, and then he stopped being furious and started thinking, because he was as clear-headed a man as Koji. He worked out that my behavior was too loud to be accidental. He worked out that it was bait. He worked out that Raiden and Fuma would walk into it anyway, because with those two the trap is not a secret, it's an open invitation, and they cannot refuse it. And then, the second Raikage of Kumogakure made a decision that decided the war. He decided not to warn them. He needed a defeat. He needed something he could stand up in a meeting and point at, so he could argue for peace without being shouted down by his own war faction. Raiden and Fuma had become uncontrollable and were going to be a problem for the village long after the fighting stopped. So he let it happen. He would send help, eventually, at a pace of his choosing, exactly slowly enough. Two village leaders on opposite sides of a war, quietly agreeing to feed the same men into the same fire without ever exchanging a word. They came for us with 14 elite ninja and no plan except arriving. Haru tracked them the whole way. Daisuke held a mental link between us, and when they came through the trees, Fuma opened with the fan, an enormous mass of water out of nothing, and his people put lightning through it while it fell. Taiki slammed earth walls up and shattered them with his own fire to throw burning rock into it. Hinata punched a hole through the falling water with a focused stream, and two figures came through that hole at each other, Raiden and me. He knew about wind reversal. Of course he did. Everybody at the front knew that if you crossed blades with the Arata, you got a hurricane in the face, and the reason it kept working was that when steel meets steel, you cannot easily change where your body is going. So Raiden had decided to solve it by watching my blade. Just watch the edge. When the wind comes, be somewhere else. Then put a sword through him while he's committed. He came in with his eyes locked on the cloth strips on my back where the blade rides, and there was nothing there. He had a very bad half-second. Because I obviously had a sword, I could not possibly not have a sword, which meant I had hidden it, which meant he had no idea what angle anything was coming from. He tried to read my wrist instead, which works if you have a Sharingan and can see every muscle in a forearm in real time. He did not. He guessed. He guessed wrong, and a wall of pressure took him off his feet and out of the clearing, and as he tumbled, he finally saw it, a sword slowly becoming visible in the middle of the wind. I'd stolen the idea from a story in another life. A king with a sword wrapped in wind, bent so the light goes around it. Doing it properly is absurd. The chakra cost is savage. The control has to be perfect, and even then the outline is faintly visible if you look for it, so it doesn't survive close inspection, which is why I'd tied bright white cloth around the grip. Give a man something obvious to look at, and he will not look at the thing next to it. The most technically advanced technique I ever built, and it worked because of a piece of laundry. That reversal was the biggest I'd ever thrown. It crushed the falling water, threw Raiden out of the fight, and pinned everyone else where they stood, which was the signal. Haru threw a smoke sphere, and the wind carried it straight into Fuma's group. Then he found Fuma in the black with Byakugan and pointed, and Daisuke made one sign and jumped. Fuma felt his own body stop belonging to him for about 3 seconds. The Yamanaka mind technique is not powerful enough to control a man of that caliber. 3 seconds is all Daisuke could hold, and 3 seconds of a body you can't use properly is normally worthless. You can't make a stranger's hands do ninjutsu. Unless the stranger is holding a tool that turns chakra into fire without hand signs. Fuma's own arm came up and fanned his own elite guard, and the fire went out and met the gale from the reversal, and the whole clearing went up. Fuma threw Daisuke out of himself in a fury. Daisuke came back into his own body coughing blood, which is what happens, and Hayato's dog caught him before he hit the ground. "Run!" Hayato shouted, and we ran. Behind us, the fire got shoved back by something. Raiden and Fuma stood up out of it, wrapped in a translucent red skin. That is the first form. That is what those two can do without being angry. A controlled draw on the Nine Tails chakra, enough to make them faster and stronger than anything else on that field, and available to them any time they liked. Raiden's ribs had been broken by the pressure wave and were already knitting. "Damn brat!" "Hey, you're all alive, aren't you?" Fuma to his people, who had just been set on fire by his own hand. "Get up. You're not going to tell me that was too much for you." They got up. Elites, all of them, and they'd survived by putting lightning armor up in the half-second they had. Then chase them. And they came, at a speed I could feel in my teeth, and they were faster than us. We were fast enough. Kaito was waiting where we needed him to be, linked mind to mind with a Yamanaka, and he had a very specific job. Raiden and Fuma, on the Fox's chakra, outran their own guards badly. The gap opened to about 200 meters. Kaito made signs and shouted, and a wall of earth came out of the ground so violently it felt like a quake, big enough to cut the terrain in half. 14 elites on one side, 2 monsters on the other. Kumogakure's guards immediately started gathering lightning to break it, because earth loses to lightning every time. And then Akari, Haruki, and Kazuki came out of the tree line with the reserve force and gave them something else to do. Meanwhile, the two brothers ran on through the ambush ground, and behind them 3 Uzumaki raised a ceiling barrier. Not the full 4-corner formation, they didn't have 4 people. 3 of them worked together and put up something that, unless Raiden and Fuma stopped everything and attacked it with everything, they were not getting out of. And they were not going to get a free moment because Koji's whole plan was standing inside it with them. Good, I said, and gave the signal, and everyone who wasn't part of this scattered out of the way. Kaito came out of cover breathing a dragon of flame, and I turned and fed it wind, and the combined ninjutsu went across that clearing hot enough to hurt to breathe. Fuma fanned it once, and a wall of water put it out. Water release? Kaito said, in my head. That fan does water too? If I'm right, it does wind and earth as well. Wonderful! Then, because we were both Koji's students and we had both had the same idea at the same moment, we used the burning smoke to hide a swap and left 2 shadow clones fighting while our real bodies went to ground. Ren was already under there somewhere, waiting. Don't be afraid of them, he said over the link. They aren't tailed beasts, they obtained a tailed beast. Pierce a heart, take a head, they die like anyone. No, I said, it's both of them or neither. Explain. I've seen the second form. It only shows up when they're extremely angry. If one dies, the other one goes into it, and I am not sure our teacher could handle that. Then I'll come out and fight beside you. No, you're worth more where you are. I watched Fuma swat a swamp of the underworld out of the ground with a wall of fire that hardened the mud. Take the fan. That thing is the whole problem. Kaito and Ren both agreed at once because they had both just watched a legendary tool counter every technique we owned with the exact element that beats it. Our clones spent the next 4 minutes being chased around a barrier, and it was humiliating. Kaito tried an actual attack once and got it broken so hard he nearly lost the clone, and I had to pull him out of the way of Raiden's follow-up. To everyone else in that barrier, my team, hugging the wall, watching, it looked like the 2 best young ninja in the Leaf being run down like dogs. Haru was trying to find an angle to seal the fox chakra with gentle fist and could not even see them properly. Daisuke tried the mind technique twice and could not land on a target moving that fast. Hinata watched me flicker in and out of view and dug her nails into her palms. Ha ha ha! Raiden, delighted. What's the matter, children? You lured us all the way out here. Was running in circles the whole plan? Neither of us answered him, because talking is how a clone dies. And then he relaxed. That's all it takes. 4 minutes of watching 2 boys flee, and the arrogance did what arrogance does. Ren had been lying under the ground waiting for that specific instant with the patience of a man who would later run this village's entire shadow apparatus, and he moved. He came up behind Fuma with his hands already through the signs and his lungs already full. Fuma felt it. Even at that distance, even with all that noise, he felt it, and had no time to think and did the only thing available. Shoved chakra into the fan and swung it. At the same moment I dropped my clone, took the returning senjutsu chakra and hit him from the front. He got the fan around to face me, and then he saw my face. Half of it was covered in sage marks, the same as the night at the depot, the night he lost his arm. And Fuma, who was loud in front of everyone he had ever met, went cold for exactly as long as I needed. He was braced for me to take the other arm, so he protected the arm. I took the fan. Then I put a foot in his chest, used him as a step, and went out backwards through the air, pulling the fan after me with natural energy. Fuma, what are you doing? Raiden abandoned Kaito and turned, and Kaito dropped his own clone, came up out of the ground, and dragged Raiden waist deep into a swamp. No fire this time to harden it. Then he summoned a very old monkey who turned into a staff and hit Raiden with it hard enough that the ground moved. Raiden blocked it one-handed and sank deeper, and could only watch me go past with his family's treasure. Hinata, I shouted. One word. She was already running. She met me halfway and put both her hands on the fan next to mine. Fool, Raiden from the swamp, laughing. You aren't of the sage's blood. You can't use a treasure of the 6 paths. Here is what I had been thinking about for 2 days. In the future, I remember, 2 different leaf ninja get their hands on those treasures. Both of them are unusually strong. Both of them use them a handful of times and are visibly wrecked afterwards. The setting says plainly, these tools drink an inhuman amount of chakra, and only a descendant of a sage can wield them without paying for it. but Raiden and Fuma had been swinging that fan around all week without breaking a sweat. Either their chakra was so vast it did not matter, or the treasure knows its family. And I had reason to suspect the second one. And I had reason to suspect that there was somebody standing next to me every day who qualified. Hinata pushed her chakra into it. I pushed Senjutsu chakra in beside hers to help. I felt mine start to drain out of me at a rate that would have emptied me in about 6 seconds. Then it stopped, and the fan swung, and a gale came off it. Raiden's face changed shape. He got lightning up in time to split the worst of it, and still got cut across the body a dozen times, and the wounds closed almost immediately, and he did not care about any of that. This is impossible. Mortals cannot use the treasures, he said, slowly, and his eyes went to my wife. And even if they could, they'd pay for it. Could this woman be a descendant of the sage, like us? Hinata looked at her own hands. Are you all right? I asked her. Did that cost you? No. She turned the fan over. You said it might be one of the sage's treasures, so I expected it to hurt. It's less than I thought. And I said, is that so? In the voice of a man who has just watched a hypothesis get confirmed in the middle of a battle. Then I said, Hinata, lightning next. Right. Ren, Kaito, and Hinata opened up together, while the two brothers were still trying to process what they had just watched. Fire, wind, and lightning, out of a legendary artifact, all at once, in one column. Raiden threw everything he had at it, and I do not know what he thought was going to happen. The blast put both of them through a stand of trees and flattened everything for 100 meters. And when the dust cleared, Raiden got up alone, with the fox chakra gone off him, coughing. There was nobody there. We had left. We had gotten what we came for and gone, and there was no ambush waiting and no second wave, and the great Raiden stood in a field of broken timber, having lost his brother's treasure to a group of people whose average age was 24. He turned around and hit Fuma in the face. Then he did it again and shouted at him, and Fuma said sorry over and over because he was terrifying to the entire world and 11 years old in front of his brother. Their own reinforcements arrived shortly afterward with cheerful news that the second Raikage was concerned for their safety, and Raiden snorted and said he's probably laughing, and walked away. Which brings us to the tent afterwards, where the second Hokage of the Leaf sat with a fan on the table in front of him and pushed chakra into it and went very quiet. Monkey, you're certain you heard it. Raiden said only a descendant of the sage can use it. There's no mistake, Kaito said. Koji had felt it himself. He was a censor. When he pushed chakra into that thing, it had not felt like using a tool. It had felt like moving his own hand. If Raiden and Fuma are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, and the Senju can use it too, then the Senju are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Koji sat with that. He'd known his clan was old. There were incomplete shinobi sect fragments in the Senju archives that nobody had ever bothered to read properly because they were religious and boring. Then his eyes came up and went somewhere else entirely, and I watched him get there. Kageyama's war fan. Absorbs any ninjutsu, releases it back as wind. Same weight class, same impossible category. Which would make the Uchiha the same thing. Incredible, Koji said to nobody. The myth is real. Kaito and Ren were staring at him with an expression I did not like at all, and Koji caught it, and I watched him do the political arithmetic in about 2 seconds. In Kumogakure, the descendant of the sage story was the entire reason 2 men could make a Raikage step aside. It is not a fact in this world, it is a claim to divine right. This doesn't leave this tent, he said. Understood? We all said yes. He was right, and I regretted it enormously because I had a use for that fact and would not get to deploy it for years. The second Raikage's peace envoy arrived faster than anybody expected, because it had worked exactly as designed. Raiden and Fuma's unit had been mauled, their reputation had cracked, and the second Raikage stood up in a meeting and proposed peace, and this time the room did not shout him down. The terms were simple. Both sides withdraw. Both sides return prisoners. Everything about money and land goes to the daimyo, because that's not a ninja's business. Koji agreed to all of it, which meant Mina was going home. She'd been in our prisoner camp about 6 months. She had walked in braced for the worst thing a prison camp does to people. She had decided in advance to give up nothing. She had a sealed compartment in her own mind that a Yamanaka could only have opened by wrecking her. Instead, they'd asked her a few times, concluded she wouldn't crack, and put her in general population. And general population had gotten better since she arrived. Not good. Basic. Food, water, wounds treated, nobody using them for entertainment. She asked a guard why, and the guard told her, and the name was mine. She had a very complicated few weeks after that, because I'd beaten her twice, and the second time was not luck, and she was Kumogakure, and Kumogakure respects strength the way other places respect money. She had spent her whole life being exceptional and had met one person who made that irrelevant. And now that same person had proposed that enemy prisoners be treated decently, and the second Hokage had agreed. The guards told her the rest, in the reluctant tone of men repeating an official line they hadn't fully swallowed. Konohagakure didn't want this war. We fought because our country was invaded. We have nothing against Kumogakure ninja in particular. In the end, you were following orders, same as us. 6 months of that, in a camp full of increasingly tired men, does something. I went to collect the prisoners for the handover myself. She came straight over to me, and a guard moved to stop her, and I waved him off. Congratulations, I said. This pointless war's over. You can all go home. Pointless? Her chin came up. You think this was pointless? What did it produce? Displaced civilians, a wrecked treasury, dead people on both sides. The only useful thing it did was show the world what isn't worth doing. So we're the villains. In terms of the outcome, yes, I looked at her. Why did the Land of Lightning start this? Not enough land? Too many people? No. Your country is green. Your rivers work. You could feed everyone in it and have plenty left over. If we were talking about the Land of Wind or the Land of Water, I'd give you the argument. They're genuinely poor. What's your excuse? She didn't have one, and to her enormous credit, she didn't invent one. Our king has ambitions too, I said. We tried to stop him and mostly failed. Yours you went along with. Look at the result. Then think about what you and every dead person in this camp would be doing right now if it hadn't happened. She looked at the ground for a while. Anyway, I said, the treaty isn't signed, but this is peace. I hope it holds. Maybe someday we'll even fight on the same side. Her head snapped up. Absolutely not. I hate you. I will never fight alongside you. Not necessarily, I said. Maybe soon. Absolutely not. I want that on the record because of what happened 11 days later. Because there was one thing about that peace that both Hokage and Raikage had missed. Raiden and Fuma were not going to accept it. They gathered the officers of their private unit using a code that only existed inside it, and Raiden laid it out. Jiro has betrayed the village. He is handing Konohagakure everything. He will not stop because he is not a Raikage. He is a coward. The men in that room were the most loyal soldiers in the Land of Lightning, and they were loyal to 2 men, not to a village. So, Raiden said, we'll ambush the signing and kill them both. 2 Kage, at once. And every single officer in that room agreed. Then they went back to their tents and behaved perfectly normally for a week and a half, and the second Raikage saw 2 men sulking about a treaty and lowered his guard. I did not lower mine. The signing was set for the border between the Land of Hot Springs and the Land of Frost. Both armies would sit at a distance, watching each other, unable to move. Only the Kage and their personal guards were allowed inside. Koji chose Kaito, Ren, Akari, Haruki, and Kazuki. He did not choose me, and it was my idea that he didn't. Teacher, I'd said, the peace ground worries me. Kumogakure is built on martial spirit. The war faction is the foundation of that village. They've been beaten badly, and I can't tell you what some of them might do. He hadn't believed it, not really. A Raikage who can't control his own village isn't a Raikage. But Koji Senju had never in his life dismissed a precaution just because he thought it was unnecessary. So he agreed to 2 things. First, that I would stay behind with the prisoners, at a distance, out of the trap. And second, and this is the entire reason any of them came home, that he would carry a slug. Little ones, almost invisible. He seated them along the road on the way in, one every few hundred meters, and kept one on his person. Because slugs share vision and they pass what they see down the chain, one to the next, and any barrier that blocks signal, flares, and space-time techniques does not know what to do about a chain of extremely small animals lying in the leaf litter. I'd signed the most exclusive summoning contract on the continent in order to commute to a drinking fountain. That morning, it became the most important thing in the land of fire. "Teacher," I said at the tree line, "come back safely." Hinata stood beside me and watched them disappear into the woods. "Do you really think somebody will interfere?" "Maybe, maybe not." "Why are you being vague? You're never vague." "Because most things are the shape of the world, and those I can't get wrong," I said. "This kind of thing isn't. This is two men choosing." Ryoma had gone south instead of being on that guard detail. Raiden and Fuma had lost worse than they were supposed to. Enough had changed that I genuinely did not know. "Then I hope you're wrong," Hinata said. "If someone causes trouble, I don't want to know how many more people die. So do I." I was not wrong. The two of them got through the pleasantries. Both of them were nervous, which is a strange thing to imagine about two Kage. And then the nerves went away because they both actually wanted the same thing, and they were reaching for the agreement when the sky went white. Lightning came up out of the ground in a ring and joined at the top, and men in Kumogakure uniforms came out of the earth all around them, and then the soil under everybody's feet turned soft, and every single person there was standing on explosive tags. Nobody died in the first 4 seconds, because Kage guards do not die in the first 4 seconds. Everybody moved. The ground came apart. "Raikage, you—" "This is not my order." The second Raikage got it out fast, because he understood immediately that if Koji believed otherwise for even a moment, both of them died here. "They're Raiden and Fuma's unit," and the two of them walked up out of the ground. "Too bad," Raiden said. "Shadows and their personal guards, not so easy to catch." "Raiden, Fuma, do you know what this means?" "Of course," he was smiling. "It means you all die here." "What happened to the village?" "It's under our control." "Impossible! How could B not stop you?" And I need to explain that, because it's the one thing that made it work. The Land of Lightning has a tradition. There is always an A, and there is always a B, and B stands beside A, and the current B was the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. The second Raikage had left his village in the hands of a man with a tailed beast in him, and that is why he had walked to a peace conference with an easy mind. Raiden made a sign, and an enormous red gourd appeared behind him. Neither Kage recognized it. I would have. It's another one of the 5 treasures, and what it does is swallow anyone who answers its call. "There's no need to tell you," Raiden said. "I searched this entire area," Koji said, and his voice was flat and cold. "I couldn't find you anywhere. As descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, we inherited many good things. This is only part of it." Then he moved his hand, and a golden rope came out of the ground and went for both of them. Koji did not know what it was and did not need to. He threw a marked kunai, and when the rope got to where he had been, he was standing next to the kunai instead. The Flying Thunder God. The technique that made his name, the technique the 4th Hokage later polished until it became a legend, being used to dodge for the first time in that war. The second Raikage was fast, but not space fast. The rope brushed him. It did not break skin, and something came up out of his own throat, a knot of chakra with words inside it. Fuma was already in the air with a silver sword, and he did not swing at the Raikage. He swung at the knot and cut it, and a character appeared on his blade. Then he smirked at his brother. Which is how Raiden and Fuma's toys work, and I'll say it once. The golden rope makes you speak a habit, some word or phrase you use without thinking. The 7-star sword cuts that word out of the air and curses it. And after that, the moment you say the cursed thing, the amber purifying pot swallows you. Raiden explained all of that to them, out loud, in detail. He even patted the gourd and said, "So be careful, Jiro. If you happen to say your word, you're finished." Koji did not believe a syllable of it, and neither did the Raikage, which was the point. Raiden was not being arrogant. He was being extremely clever, and both Kage were about to learn that the hard way. "Hokage," the second Raikage said, "this time we fight side by side." Two men who had spent a year trying to kill each other turned around and stood back to back. I will tell you what happened in that fight quickly, because I was not in it, and I have only ever had it secondhand. Koji was better than they expected. He built a lake out of nothing in a place with no water, which is a thing about the second Hokage that people forget, and then that lake was his ground, and he owned it. He caught both brothers in whirlpools. Kaito put up rock walls to keep the water in. For about 90 seconds it went perfectly. Then Raiden and Fuma brought out the fox chakra, and the lake stopped mattering. Still, Koji had already worked out from my report that the second form only comes with rage, and he was very careful never to kill one in front of the other. He and the Raikage worked in silence. The Raikage would not speak at all because his own habitual word had been cursed, and he could not risk a syllable of it in a fight that fast. And in the end, they got Raiden separated, and Koji pinned him with water, and the second Raikage went in with a blade at his chest, because even the fox's chakra does not put a heart back together. The time is almost up, Raiden said, and smiled. The gourd on his hip pulled. The second Raikage's body left the ground and went into it. That was the trick. The curse was never the word. The curse was silence. Raiden had told them the truth about the rope and the sword, and then let them draw the wrong conclusion about what triggered it. And the second Raikage of Kumogakure had spent an entire battle very carefully not speaking, which is the one thing that finishes you. Koji felt a Kage's chakra vanish out of the world and lost a fraction of a second, and his own killing blow on Fuma turned into a wound instead. Then he stood there and worked the whole thing out from first principles in about 4 seconds, which is the most Koji moment in this entire story. So that's how it is. If I'd stayed quiet long enough, I'd have been sealed too. Everything you said before was a lie. Correct, Raiden laughed. Except one thing. What I said was also true. For the gourd, a habit and silence are both forbidden. And now Koji Senju was alone, exhausted, against 2 men in prime condition, with 5 of his students fighting 20 elites behind him. So he did the only correct thing, which was leave. He flooded the ground, dragged both brothers under, teleported to the outer wall, gave 5 hand signals, and cut a path through the enemy line personally. Kaito and Ren hit one point of the barrier with wind. Koji put a spear of water through the crack. Go! The Raikage is sealed. This is no place to stay. And then he did the one genuinely compassionate thing in that entire day, which was to shout it in a way that included the Raikage's guards, who were not his people, who owed him nothing, and who followed him out because he had made room for them. Raiden left 20 men to finish the guards, and took the rest after Koji, because the plan required a Hokage. Meanwhile, 400 meters away, a slug the size of a thumb watched a barrier go up around the peace conference and passed the image to the next slug down the line. Lord Kenji, said the slug on my shoulder, something has happened at the peace talks. Hinata's head came round. What? Raiden and Fuma, their men have surrounded the site with a barrier. They intend to kill the Hokage and the Raikage together. I was already moving. We support them now. If those 2 moved, they came prepared. Here is the situation I was actually in, and I want you to sit with the numbers. Every fighting unit was at a distance, held in place by the terms of the conference. The Kumogakure army had no idea anything was happening. I had a handful of ninja and a prison camp, and it was a long way, and Koji was already running. So I went to the prisoner camp and had every Kumogakure ninja in it brought out. Gentlemen, you're about to be free. I gave them about 1.5 seconds to be pleased. Not because the talk succeeded, something has happened and we need your strength. I watched 100 confused faces try to construct a scenario in which that sentence made sense. Raiden and Fuma have rebelled at the peace conference. They intend to assassinate the Hokage and the Raikage together. Silence. I know how that sounds. I can tell you it isn't a trick, because I sent a summon along as a precaution, and it reported this to me directly. They are using the Sage of 6 Paths treasures. Even a Kage is in mortal danger, and there are 20 of their people in there. Raiden's unit is now our common enemy. So I would like to borrow your strength. Nobody moved. They were prisoners of war being asked to arm themselves by the man who had captured half of them. And then one person walked forward out of the crowd. Arata Kenji, Mina said. If what you're saying is true, I'm willing to help. Which is to say, my teacher is in there. She had, I would like to point out, sworn 11 days earlier that she would never fight beside me under any circumstances. I said, I promise you it's true. Time matters. Raise your hand if you'll come, and I'll break the seals right now. Every hand in that camp went up. Some of them because they believed me. Most of them because Jiro's own student had just moved. I turned to the Hyuga and the Uzumaki and gave the order. There was a pause of about 1 second, and I want to acknowledge it, because what I had just told them to do was unseal the chakra of 100 enemy soldiers standing in the middle of our own position. Then they did it, because I was the ranking officer, and because they had watched me be right too many times. Mina felt her chakra come back and made a sound like a woman surfacing. Where? Follow me. And 100 Kumogakure ninja and a Konoha strike force went across the border together at a dead run, and some of our people would not look at some of theirs, and nobody said anything about it. The Kumogakure army did work it out eventually and started moving. but they had no idea where the conference was and no chain of small animals in the leaf litter. The man leading them was the future Third Raikage, who would inherit the name from Jiro in due course, and who said, when he heard, "Those two brothers are scoundrels, doing this now, of all times." He got there late. That is not a criticism. He got there as fast as anyone could have. Now, I want to tell you about the sword, because there is a piece missing, and this is where it goes. A few days before the peace conference, Koji had called me in and put a lump of metal on the table. "Your family's blade is gone for good, so I'm having a new one made, as agreed." He'd asked the Hyuga, and the Hyuga had told him where the Takatori clan's main house was, which was a piece of information about 4 people in the world had. They're in the land of hot springs. In a war zone? The war came fast. They couldn't move, so they hid. Nobody's found them. They used to be a ninja clan. He tapped the metal. "This is the best chakra metal we could get. Take it and take money. I've asked the Hyuga head to send his son to guide you." The son was called Ryosuke, and he was going to be the head of the Hyuga clan one day, and he had the manners of a man raised in a museum. He brought Haru along as a bodyguard, because the main house carries the Byakugan unsealed and does not travel alone. We walked into a wood in the land of hot springs. On the way, we passed a group of villagers listening to a man in strange clothes preaching about immortality and eternal life and a god. Ryosuke tutted. "Peasants listening to nonsense instead of the proper temple." I stopped walking. Because I had heard that doctrine described before, in another life, attached to a man named Shiro who could not be killed, and who came from exactly this country. "In places wrecked by war, that sort of thing grows," I said. "It isn't that the villagers are ignorant, it's that the Shinobi sect stopped showing up." The sage of 6 paths walked the continent helping people while he preached. If the sect still did that, this man would have no ground to stand on. Ryosuke gave me a very odd look, because that is not a thing a ninja says. I filed the preacher. That was a mistake I would not correct for another decade. Then Ryosuke ran a hand sign sequence so fast I barely caught it, the air changed, and we walked through a barrier into a hidden village of smiths. The head of the Takatori clan was older than Hiroki would have been. He had been alive and adult before Hiroki and Kageyama were born, and he had spent that entire span refusing to fight anybody. "I know your name," he said to me. "I hear the Raiden and Fuma brothers have run into trouble with you repeatedly." "Luck." "That was your hands," he smiled. "Their followers have been robbing the countryside for years. My family got caught in it too, so honestly, Arata, I owe you a thank you, because you're the reason the Land of Lightning is pulling out." Then he asked one question. "What is your innate nature?" I said, "Wind." Ryosuke added, because he was that sort of person. "Lord Arata is a fast, agile fighter who uses wind at close range." The old man nodded once and said he had some ideas. He was gone for 4 days. He did not eat properly. The head of a clan skipped meals for 4 days to make a sword for a man he had met once. He came out holding what looked like a walking stick. I pushed the sheath and the light came off the edge and hit me in the eyes. A ninja sword. Narrower than my family's blade, which I had thought was impossible, and long. It was not built to hack at anything. It was built to be somewhere and back before you finished blinking. "It's one of the finest things I've made," the old man said. "Give it a name, otherwise it's just another nameless piece of work." I thought about a technique from another life called the lightning cutter, and about a famous sword that shares the name. "Kazekage," I said. "Wind cutter," meaning faster than the wind. I got back to the peace conference sector 2 days before the signing, with the best blade I would ever own strapped to my back. Which is why, when I finally caught up with Raiden and Fuma, I had something to show them. Koji had stopped running. He'd found a spot and sensed how far away I was. The correct move there is to leave one man behind as bait and take the rest out. That is what a Hokage does. That is what happened in the history I remember, and it is exactly why, in that history, Koji Senju does not come home from this conference. He decided to hold them himself until I arrived. "Get ready," he told the 5 of them. "It's going to be hard. We only have to last until Kenji gets here." They ambushed the pursuit, and it did not work, because Raiden and Fuma were exactly as good as advertised. Then it turned into 5 guards against 20 elites, and 1 Hokage against 2 monsters, and it went about the way you'd expect. We came over the ridge into that. Koji was in reasonable shape. The guards were covered in wounds, because 5 against 20 is not a fight, it's a delay. And then 100 Kumogakure ninja and a leaf strike force came out of the trees, and the entire mathematics of that clearing inverted. Raiden and Fuma turned around and could not understand what they were looking at. Mina scanned the field and did not find who she was looking for. Raiden, where is my teacher? Jiro? He's right here. Raiden patted the gourd. If you miss him, I can arrange for you to keep him company. Traitor! Traitor? Jiro is the traitor to Kumogakure. Since when do the men of the Land of Lightning sue for peace? He spat it. Even if only one of us is left, we keep fighting. We do not stop until we have given everything. You've gone mad. Have I? Then why are you standing with Konoha Ninja, Mina? You're of Kumogakure. Who's the traitor here? And I said, because we're allies now. Both sides want peace, and people who want war are the ones who shouldn't exist. Then I looked at Fuma and said the thing I'd been saving. I'm curious. You've failed against me several times now. Why do you keep coming? Arata Kenji! His hand closed on the 7-star sword hard enough that I could hear it. Koji nodded at me, which meant he'd gotten his breath back during the conversation, which meant we were done talking. Fuma is mine, I said. The rest of you go to the teacher. Fuma heard that and took it exactly as intended. You think you can beat me alone? There's no need to think. The last time settled it. Now, I want to be fair. He was still one of the great fighters of the age, but he had one arm, which meant no hand signs, which meant no ninjutsu at all, and his fan was in my wife's hands 300 miles away. Everyone in that clearing knew it. That's why nobody argued when I called him. Look around, I said, while he was still going red. Your brother is surrounded by my teacher and my friends. Your unit is surrounded by 2 armies. You are not overwhelming anyone today. Damn traitors, they should be killing Konoha Ninja and they're attacking us. Who's the traitor? Kumogakure respects the Raikage, doesn't it? You attacked your own leader. That's what a traitor is. He betrayed the traditions of Kumogakure, the tradition of taking whatever you want by force. I drew the walking stick off my back and pushed the sheath, and the light came off Kazekage and went into his eyes. That one should have been thrown away a long time ago. He came apart. The red chakra came up around him, and the air compressed, and the wind of it pushed the grass flat. I stood in it and did not move, because in my perception, the ripples coming off him were as clear as text. And because of the thing I have not said yet, which is that the night he lost his arm, he did me an enormous favor. Before that fight, I could not match his speed under the fox chakra. During it, I pushed Sage Mode past its ceiling, and it hurt, and it moved the ceiling. I could match him now. We went at each other, and the swords met once. Kazekage is not built to trade blows. It is built to go through things, and the 7-star sword is a relic of the Sage of 6 Paths, so I did not try to cut it. I hit it from above, so it went into the ground. He was still processing that when he saw where my blade was going, and he did the only thing he could, which was let go of a legendary treasure and throw himself backwards. My blade went through the space where he had been, and on the follow-through I threw something. He saw a whirlwind expand and then vanish, and a soft breeze went past him, and nothing happened. He actually checked himself. Hands, arms, chest, nothing. He let out a breath. Then the breeze came back, warm this time, against his cheek, and his arm slid off and hit the ground, and the pain arrived several seconds after the fact, and he screamed. I walked toward him. The great Fuma of Kumogakure, one of the 2 lights, descendant of the Sage of 6 Paths, sat in the grass being loud and afraid, and I felt absolutely nothing about it. Wait, sword light went through him, and then more of it, from every direction at once, because I had spent 4 minutes not thoroughly everything, and I was done doing that. He looked, at the very end, past me, at his brother, and Raiden, thrown clear by a combined ninjutsu impact, turned his head at exactly the wrong moment and watched it happen. His eyes went red. Koji had been waiting for that for 6 minutes. He'd already put a Flying Thunder God mark on Raiden, quietly, at the first opportunity, and had not used it once, because using it early would have told him it was there. The fox chakra swelled. Raiden blew everybody back with a shockwave. And in the recovery beat after that, the tiny pause every technique has, the one that is far too short to exploit unless you can be somewhere without crossing the space between, Koji Senju vanished and reappeared beside him and put a blade through his heart. The Flying Thunder God slash, the same technique that put Uchiha Izuna in the ground. Raiden looked down at the point coming out of his chest and knew. He also did not intend to go quietly. Koji felt the chakra in the body still expanding, understood instantly, and teleported out. Half a second later, Raiden went into the full second form. 6 tails, no skin, nothing recognizable left. He got one attack. Chakra arms out to every point of the compass at once. Most people saw it coming. The guards moved, Mina moved, I moved. Some of the Konoha and Kumogakure ninja on that field were looking somewhere else and did not. Then it stopped, because a heart is a heart. The red went out of him, and he stood there upright and finished. Mina walked over, looked at the body for a while, and then cut it in half with a stroke of gold lightning and caught the red gourd off his hip as it fell. She put it on the ground and pushed chakra into it, and nothing happened. The gourd took everything she had and asked for more, and she had to pull herself back before it emptied her. Koji crouched down and touched it. The gourd lit up, and a man came out of it, growing from very small to full size, with his sword already coming out because he had spent the entire time conscious and had decided he would not go quietly either. He very nearly took his own student's head off and stopped at the last instant because she had already thrown her arms around him. The second Raikage stood in a wrecked field with 100 of his own prisoners of war standing around him in Konoha's escort and put it together fast. Hokage, I'm grateful to Kumogakure for saving me. It's nothing. You didn't arrange this. The agreement stands. Koji's voice was perfectly level. We haven't signed. We should still help each other. You're right. Jiro's jaw set. Then I'm sorry. If those two are here, my village is in chaos. I have to go back. He was correct. Kumogakure was in the middle of a civil war and had been for 2 days. Koji let him go without asking for a single thing and did not insist on finishing the treaty first because insisting on paperwork while a man's home burns is how you turn an ally back into an enemy. If there's anything we can do, he said, say it. That's what allies are for. And the second Raikage, who had absolutely no intention of letting Konoha ninja set foot in the land of lightning, said the one thing he actually needed. Handle Iwagakure for me, because Kumogakure was about to tear itself apart, and if Iwagakure noticed, they would come, and there would be no land of lightning left. Koji knew that. Koji also knew that this was, strategically, the single best moment in 100 years to finish Kumogakure forever. He said yes to the Raikage instead. Not out of kindness, because a dead Kumogakure means an Iwagakure with nothing on its eastern border, and a half-alive Kumogakure is the best possible fence. I have thought about that a great deal since. It is the coldest, merciful thing I have ever watched a man do. The civil war lasted 3 days. With their leader dead and their Raikage alive and legitimate, Raiden's unit collapsed. The pro-peace faction, which had been the majority all along and simply hadn't had anyone standing at the front of it, took the village back in 72 hours. Then, the second Raikage did what a Raikage does. Every member of Raiden's unit they caught was executed. The loudest of the war faction were executed. Anyone related to those two by blood, or who might be carrying a child of theirs, was executed. I am not going to soften that. It is what happened, and everyone in that era considered it obvious. And I sat in a tent 2 countries away and read the report, and thought about how many of those names had never made a decision in their lives. The second Raikage stood in his own village afterwards and could smell what he'd done in the air, and he thought about why it had happened, and he arrived somewhere. It happened because Raiden and Fuma could not accept peace, and they could not accept peace because Kumogakure had spent its entire existence teaching that everything is solved by force. He decided to change it. Kumogakure, of all places, came out of that year with a peace policy, and it came out of a purge, and I do not know what to do with that either. The prisoner exchange happened afterward. They sent Mina. We sent me. She saw me and made a face. Why is it you again? We got through the counting, and then she said, awkwardly, I have to thank you for the summon, for getting the warning in time. I was worried about those two. I knew they were mad. I genuinely didn't expect that. No, neither did I. You two deserve credit for stopping it. It would have cost us far more alone. Then I said, by the way, I remember you telling me you'd never fight alongside me. I watched the color come up her face like a kettle. Are you making fun of me? No. Liar. Think what you want. It was worth it. She had spent 6 months being the most dignified prisoner in that camp, and I got about 4 seconds of an ordinary, furious young woman out of her. Then I put it away and said the real thing. Your village should have learned something. What Raiden and Fuma did came out of an appetite that never stops. Didn't it? She looked at the men counting prisoners and said, quietly, that's how our village has always been. Now it looks like we might have been wrong. Desire isn't the problem. It drives progress. It's a problem when nothing bounds it. You're really something, Arata Kenji. I'm an ordinary person. If you're ordinary, what am I? Someone who might be better than me at something I can't do, I said. Strength doesn't measure everything. She looked baffled. You'll understand later. Before they marched off, I said one last thing, and this one I meant more than anything else I said that day. I hope our two villages keep this, so the next generation gets to live under the beginning of peace. Why not lasting peace? Because lasting peace has never existed, I said. What I want is to hold the shape of it in my lifetime, so that even if war comes back, the next generation inherits the shape and rebuilds it fast. If every generation remembers that it's their job, then war becomes a short interruption instead of a condition. I think that's what lasting peace actually is. Will it go that smoothly? No idea. It isn't something one person does. It needs people who'll carry it. I looked at her. Mina, fight for that. You've seen what the other thing costs. She turned her face away so I couldn't see it and said, I know what I should do. 10 days later, the second Raikage and the second Hokage signed a treaty, properly, with nobody hiding in the ground. The Land of Lightning was the first nation out of the first Great Ninja War, which left water and earth and wind was where my friend was. Ryoma had been holding the Land of Wind front for the better part of a year with a force that should not have been able to do it. He had the Uchiha and part of the 4th Division and nothing else because everybody else was busy, and Kumogakure had come at him with two things nobody in the Leaf had ever fought. The first was a sand technique that turns the entire Land of Wind into a weapon. On their ground, it makes normal counterattack nearly impossible. The second was puppets, purpose-built wooden bodies full of mechanisms and poisoned blades, controlled at range by a single ninja, and every one of them was a soldier who does not tire, does not flinch, and does not die when you put a sword through it. Kumogakure is the smallest of the 5 great villages by population. They cannot field the numbers, so they built a way to multiply themselves, and it worked. What saved my friend was that he had the Uchiha, and the Uchiha are the one clan on Earth whose eyes see through a puppet's tricks and whose fire eats a wooden body. They stalled it. He'd taken one bad defeat, when his own hardliners charged something they'd been told not to charge, and most of them died, and Kenshin somehow walked out of it. And after that, they stopped arguing with him, and he dug in, and for a year, the front did not move. Now the Land of Lightning was out, and we could finally turn around. Koji laid it out, and the room did the obvious arithmetic. Hold the line, wait for wind to run out of money. Done. I stood up and said no. The Land of Wind wants land the way a man wants water. This isn't Lightning's appetite. This is survival. They will not stop unless they physically cannot start again. Defense is safe, and it also gives them time to recover. Haruki pushed back correctly. Then we take losses we can't afford either. We don't have the strength to cripple them. Not with soldiers. From other directions. Koji, who had been silent, said, Explain. First, they take back the land they were given when the tailed beasts were distributed. It was never theirs. Second, they lease us a share of their chakra metal veins. That got attention, because nobody could see why. Because half of Kumogakare's fighting power isn't ninja. It's equipment. Every puppet on that front is made of that metal. Cut the supply and their army shrinks permanently, and we get the metal. Ren pounced. You want to copy the puppets? We took 3 of Kageyoshi's off the field, but even if we crack them, Suna has a century of practice, and we have none. We'd be fighting our weakness against their strength. I have no interest in puppets, I said. I think that metal can be used for something more important. I don't have the plan yet. I could see him getting ready to press it, and Koji waved him off. Set aside what he wants the metal for. It reduces Kumogakare's military capacity, and that's reason enough. Continue. Third, we win over the peace faction inside the Land of Wind's court, and suppress Kumogakure from above. Ninja obey the daimyo. If the daimyo doesn't want a war, then no matter how badly Kumogakure wants revenge, they cannot have one. How? Give the daimyo something better than war. Their whole problem is that their land is barren. We can't give them land, but we can trade with them. Food, fruit, goods, at reasonable prices, with concessions where it helps. I shrugged. Set that against paying an army to try and fail to take a province. Any accountant in that court picks the trade. The jonin in that tent thought about it and started nodding one by one, because everybody in that room owned land and understood exactly what a stable income is worth. We also have to be credible about not wanting their territory, I said, though I don't think we'll struggle. Who would believe the Land of Fire wants a desert? That got a laugh, and it was the useful kind of laugh, because our own daimyo did want it, and not for the land. He wanted it for the line in the history books, and my recommendation to Koji was to talk him out of it by explaining, in detail, how much a desert costs to hold. And once the Wind Court is friendly, we get them to cut Tsunagakure's military budget. Tsunagakure is already choking on limited land. Cut their funding on top of it, and they stop being able to grow. I knew exactly how well that works, because in the history I remember, Tsunagakure gets its budget cut decades from now, and becomes so desperate for the daimyo's attention that they betray their own alliance and help a rogue destroy a friendly village. That is what a starved, hidden village does. I only had to make it happen earlier, and to be the one holding the food. Handled properly, over time, our trade shapes their economy, I said. And two countries whose economies are married have a much harder time going to war. Meanwhile, the peace makes their readiness slip. That's the shape of it. It's probably immature. Forgive me. Koji clapped once. No, very good. He looked around the tent. We'll pursue the peace by Kenji's strategy. Objections? There were none, because nobody had anything better, and because I had just told a room full of clan heads that they could win a war with grain shipments, and they had all decided they liked me. The military half was simple and horrible. Main force to the border to hold Suna's attention, small team the long way round through the land of rain into the desert, and burn their logistics. Koji sent me and Ren with 21 people, which is how I met a demigod at the age of about 20. The land of rain is exactly what it says. It rains constantly. The sky is gray all year, agriculture barely functions, and the country is poor in a way that has gotten into the bones of everyone who lives there. It is also directly between three great nations, which means it is where the three of them fight, always, so that none of them have to fight at home. We went through it in the rain with our hats down, and I watched the war I had helped design from a comfortable distance. My righteous war doctrine had shaped Fire's policy. It really had. Here is what that looked like from the road. Our regular army was squeezing the land of rain for supplies under a series of very reasonable-sounding justifications. The resentment was stacking up quietly, and the only reason it hadn't gone off was that the land of wind was behaving worse. Fine words at the top. Same old thing at the bottom, because nobody down here had a reason to care. They've gone slack, I said. If they push the land of rain into rebelling, it'll be a mess. Really? Looks fine to me. Ren, shaking water out of his collar. I've always thought you were too soft on other countries. And the results have been very good, which you've watched personally. Short term, who knows if these little countries take the kindness and then cause trouble later. The current level is about right. Ren, your hostility to everyone outside our border runs too deep. If you don't fix it, it'll cost you something. What's wrong with being wary? And he actually looked at me with something like disappointment. Kenji, remember your position. Don't sympathize with the enemy. I understand, but violence is one tool. Different problems, different tools, that's all. Perhaps, violence is the fastest one. Then correct that instinct. You have your thoughts and I have mine, Ren said. Time will show whose are accurate. All right, let time show it. We were both 20-something. Neither of us knew that we had just scheduled an argument that ran for 40 years. Then people came out of the rain and stopped in the road in front of us. Amegakure ninja in the local uniform, faces covered by breathing gear. Ninja of Konoha? Yes, may I ask what this is about? I don't believe the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain intend to break their alliance. Even so, we're careful, a chuckle. We don't know when the ninja of a great nation will suddenly turn. You must be new. The Konoha ninja who've operated here know the rule. That's fair. It's only natural not to trust people from other countries. Watch us if you like, just don't obstruct the operation. Our target is Tsunagakure. They're your enemy too. We're here to help you deal with them. I glanced at Ren. He gave me the driest look in the world and said nothing, because whatever he thought of the Land of Rain, he was not going to make a scene in the middle of it. Their captain was quiet for a second. If every Konoha ninja were like you, he said, that would be something. May I ask your name? Arata Kenji. And yours? Kenjiro. I got about half a heartbeat of composure, and I am not sure I kept it. Kenjiro of the Salamander. The man who is going to become the only reason anybody outside 3 countries has ever heard of the Land of Rain. There is no bloodline in him. There is no clan. There is nothing but an appalling amount of work and a salamander's poison gland implanted in his body as a child, which makes his breath dangerous and does not make you a demigod on its own. He took a country with nothing in it and led it against 3 great nations at once, and survived, and was called a demigod by his enemies. And every single thing about that is absurd. And then, in about 30 years, having failed to actually make his country strong, having watched himself be the only person who could hold the line, he stops being a hero and becomes a man who exists to keep his own chair. He hunts down a group of idealists in his own country because they might replace him. He works with Ren to do it. And he dies at the hands of a god he created by killing that group's leader. I have used that man as a warning to myself ever since. Not because he was weak. Because he was the strongest person in his world, and it wasn't enough. And the shape a person takes when the thing they gave their life to does not work is a shape I intend to avoid. He stood in the rain in front of me at 20 odd with his eyes absolutely blazing. He let us pass and followed us at a distance because of course he did. He's skilled, Ren said, low. He is. Didn't expect to find that in Kumogakure. A man like him is Kumogakure's ceiling. The country isn't big enough to support two. Which is true, and it is the entire tragedy of that place. Talent is not the only input. You need a tradition, and food, and correct training, and the accumulated experience of hundreds of ninja over generations. The 5 great villages have that. A small country can produce exactly one miracle, and then nothing. As we got closer to the wind border, the country got worse, and there were bodies by the road, and nobody had done anything about them, and it had been like that for a while. And a piece of my other life stood up and started shouting, "The land of rain is a permanent plague country. Constant rain, standing water, no medicine, and the highest disease mortality on the continent. And there are bodies in the fields." So on the way out, I stopped, walked back to Kenjiro, and said, "There are corpses left everywhere along that road. They should be dealt with, or you'll get an epidemic." An epidemic? He was genuinely puzzled. In this world, people knew plagues happened. Nobody knew why. It'll be hard to see here because it's constant. In the land of fire, our outbreaks come after big battles where the dead were left. I can't tell you why, but it's a cause. He thought about it, and I watched him check it against everything he'd ever seen and find that it fit. We don't have the people. We barely have enough to fight. We can help, I said. Your people suffer from plague all the time, don't they? If you'll accept it, we'll send medical ninja to treat them. Price is negotiable, depending on the situation, free. I had absolutely no authority to say that. Really? I want to describe the change in that man's face, because it is the reason everything downstream worked. He was not thinking about himself. He was thinking about a country full of people who, when they got sick, waited to die. If you actually solved the plague, he said, then I, Kenjiro, will consider you a friend. And the land of rain will stand with the land of fire and help you win this righteous war. Don't worry, we will. Ren caught up with me and asked what I'd promised. I told him and grinned and said, "See, isn't that more effective than violence?" He made a noise. He couldn't argue because he just watched an entire country's most dangerous man volunteer in exchange for doctors, and the only counter-argument available was that violence is less effort. He then very smoothly changed the subject to route planning, and I let him have it. The land of wind is a desert with a few oases in it. Nobody can live in the sand, not even ninja. Which means every army, every depot, every transit point in that country sits at water, which makes the whole place a map of targets. We spent weeks doing nothing but hitting them. Slip into an oasis, wreck the supply, be gone. If a large samurai force appeared, we didn't engage. If a small Sunagakure squad chased us into open ground, they did not come back. Their logistics started falling apart, and the wind forces on the rain side started losing ground, and we moved deeper to work on their main body's supply. And then Sunagakure sent someone competent. The second Kazekage was, like Koji, a builder, the man behind both the puppet technique and the sand technique, and the man who had turned his own village's policy toward war. He read the reports about a small, fast unit destroying his depots, and correctly deduced Konoha infiltration, at least one jonin, probably two. He wanted to send his own student, who at that point was already close to his level. He couldn't because the front line needed him, so he sent a brother and sister. I want you to understand who they were at that point in their lives, because when I met them, they were not legends yet. Riko was 23, medical ninjutsu, taijutsu, and a genuine gift for puppets, trained by Kageyoshi himself, the man who built the first combat puppets in history. She was extremely beautiful and knew it and did not care, and she had a temper that could be used as a weapon. Renji was her younger brother, and the reason she survived. Strategy and analysis. filling in every gap she had, standing behind her his entire life. Riko swore to the Kazekage she'd bring us in fast, and then spent 2 weeks not being able to find us, and by the time she saw us for the first time, she was stamping on scorpions. They run faster than rabbits! Calm down, sister, at least we've seen them now. You don't need to tell me, I know that. It just makes me feel worse. Renji, who had catalogued every notable enemy ninja and their fighting style, took one look at a squad's hand movements from 400 meters and identified both of us. The leaders are 2 of the second Hokage's students, Ren Saito and Arata Kenji. Kenji? The one who killed Fuma? That one. Be careful, sister, and be careful of Shimura. His record isn't as flashy, but everything I have on him says he waits and then strikes exactly once. What do you take me for? Riko snorted. Anyone who can take down one of those brothers deserves attention. They caught us with an encirclement. Not a perfect one, you can always tear a hole in an encirclement, but you have to actually fight to make the hole. We split into 3-man cells and went at the thin side. I want to explain that formation because it is the reason we got out. Tsunogakure's wind ninjutsu is wide. It hits areas. If you clump, you die in groups. So we spread, 7 cells of 3, spaced apart, moving independently. Harder to hit, more flexible, and every cell can cover its own eyes. Riko arrived to find her people already coming apart and made a fast, correct decision, which was that Ren and I were the only things that mattered. Renji, go. I have never in my life been happier to see a beautiful woman. You must be Arata Kenji. What? Because I had gotten a strange look on my face for 1 second, and I could not possibly explain it. Because I was looking at a woman in her 20s whose face I had only ever seen as an extremely old lady in a book, and the arithmetic in my head was doing something unpleasant. It's nothing, I said. I just didn't expect you to be so pretty. Flattery doesn't help, Arata. We were already fighting by the time she finished the sentence. Kazekage went at her, and the ground exploded, and a puppet came out of the sand and blocked it. There was a notch in its blade afterward. She'd pushed wind chakra into it, and it still notched. Hiding a puppet in the sand, I said. A bit low, isn't it? You praised my face and then swung a knife. We're even. She was very fast and very good, and had 5 puppets, which for her age was extraordinary. Her own teacher could run 10, and nobody else in that village could run more than 3. She sent poison needles at me, and I did not even move, because the wind on my skin turned all of them, and then I hit her with pressure. 2 puppets locked shields to block it, and she still went backwards. 3 passes later, there was a broken blade and a wooden arm on the sand. And after 2 exchanges, Riko went from confident to absolutely locked in, because she had realized that if she made 1 error, she was finished. Renji could not help her, because Ren had him, and Renji is a strategist. Those 2 would have gone all day. Ren's voice arrived in my head through the Yamanaka link. Kill that woman quickly, Kenji. So I stopped playing. She dropped a scroll and threw 2 puppets at me at once as a delaying wall, and I went through them, and she summoned 3 more, and then all 5 came at me from 5 different directions. Puppets do not have to move like people. They can arrive from angles a person physically cannot. The 5 of them hit at once and threw up an enormous cloud of sand, and I came up out of the ground in front of her and put Kazekage across her throat. A line of blood appeared. That is all. A line. She got her head back by the width of a finger, and then, still falling, she threw 3 kunai with explosive tags on them at her own feet. The blast covered her. 3 puppets fired projectiles into the fire to catch me coming through, and 2 more folded around her as armor. She landed and immediately started healing her own throat one-handed while looking for me. I want to be clear about what I had just watched. That is not talent. That is instinct so far past normal that it looks like precognition, from a woman who is going to live to 70 and see 3 world wars. I had brought my hand up already. Kazekage swept the projectiles out of the air by vibrating the air itself, and in my other hand I spun the wind wheel flat and used it as a shield, the disc-shaped face forward, drawing in air and compressing it into a layer. That's the defensive form. I had never used it in front of anyone. The explosive fire clung to it, which meant the whole thing got hotter, which meant it hurt to hold, which meant I threw it before it stopped burning. Riko couldn't see through the fire. She could see that the fire had gone slightly wrong. She stepped back and threw 2 puppets forward, and the wind wheel came through wreathed in rings of flame and took both of them apart and missed her by about a meter because she had already moved on nothing but a feeling. I landed and did the arithmetic. Haru signaled that more Sunagakure were inbound. Given time, I win this. I do not have time. Then Haru's hand went up again, and the number he gave me was bad. So I bit my thumb and made the seal and pushed Senjutsu chakra into it, and a slug the size of a house came out of the desert floor. Riko looked up into a shadow with her mouth slightly open. Then the slug took a breath and sprayed, and Ren and I hit the spray with wind at the same instant. "Wind release, all of you, now!" Riko screamed, because she'd understood in half a second. Sunagakure are wind users, every one of them through, which meant that instead of a stream in one direction, the liquid went up and out and came down across an enormous area. Slug acid. Riko put a puppet shield over her head and watched the shield dissolve, and the shield was not an ordinary shield. She looked around, and there was smoke coming off the sand in 100 places, and men in it who had not gotten under anything. Then she looked up, and the slug was gone. And so were we. They chased us all the way to the land of rivers and never got another hold, and we came out into an actual battlefield, a real one, thousands of samurai on both sides with ninja weaving through them, and rode it home. Riko watched us go from the wrong side of a wall of infantry with an expression I could feel from 300 meters. Renji said, "All that effort wasted," and made her leave. We got 23 men into the land of wind. 19 came out. 4 people I had picked personally who had been with us for weeks in the sand. Ren came over with a map afterwards, and I want to record what he said because it is the most Ren sentence in this story, and it is also, in its way, kind. "Let's plan the route out. We used your slug this time. Next time it won't work." That's how he does grief. Same move can only be used once, so let's think about the next one. "You couldn't take the Suna woman," he said. "She's formidable. I thought you'd try to capture her, like the blonde one from Kumogakure. Is that the impression I've given you? For a second I thought you were Kaito in a transformation." I glanced back to check Hinata was out of earshot, which she was, because I am not a complete idiot. "I just find it hard to believe you couldn't take her. She'd be a serious problem for us later," I said. "It's a shame we couldn't finish it here." I was thinking about a poison specialist who would spend the next 4 decades making Konoha's life a misery, and about the fact that the only reason she never quite broke us is that Sayuri eventually grew up. What I did not know, and could not have known, was what happened to Kenshin Uchiha on the day his charge got destroyed. He'd been badly hurt, and had gotten clear and then collapsed, and had understood he was about to die. And a shadow came up out of the ground and went into him and stood him back up, and ran his body across the desert on a route that avoided every Sunagakure patrol as if it had been drawn on a map. Then it came back out of him, and he looked at it and asked what it was. "I am Zetsu," it said. "To be precise, I am Uchiha Kageyama's will given form before his death." Kenshin Uchiha, who had spent his whole life saying the clan should have followed Kageyama, sat in the sand and wept. "So you're Lord Kageyama's will?" "Lord Kageyama," said the thing, with a lot of edge on it. "You refused to acknowledge him as clan head when he resisted. Now it's Lord Kageyama again. Laughable." Kenshin could not argue. He hadn't stood with Kageyama when it counted, and he had been ashamed of it for a decade. And then Zetsu told him what to do, and it was the simplest instruction imaginable. "Kageyama is going to be reborn into the Uchiha clan. When he is, I will know which infant he is. Your job is to find every newborn in that clan, bring them where I can see them, and then protect the right one while he grows." And Kenshin, who by every account changed that year into a warm and attentive man who visited every new mother in the clan with generous gifts and asked to see the babies, said yes. The thing that had been alive for 1,000 years watched him limp away and said to itself, "Hopefully this one is useful." It was not upset about Kageyama. It was mildly annoyed. Kageyama had failed, and now it had to start growing a new Indra from scratch, which would take another 60 years, and it had never once been in a hurry. We had, all of us, burned a corpse in the rain and gone home feeling clever. I want to be honest about that. I did exactly one thing that day, and it was correct, and it bought the world about 50 years. And I did not think to ask what a will made of chakra does with itself while it waits. The land of wind front got worse before it got better, and the reason was Riko. Koji had come south and taken command off Ryoma, not as an insult, and Ryoma handed it over gratefully because Koji is a professional battlefield commander, and my friend was a very strong 23-year-old holding a line by force of will. We pushed, and Sunagakure, needing a fast result, stopped being polite. Rico's poisons went into everything, new compounds, nothing anyone had seen, delivered by puppets in ways nobody expected. Get touched, and you either stopped immediately, or you stopped slowly. Our medical corps, the one I'd argued into existence, worked on an antidote for weeks and could not produce one, because her chemistry was genuinely beyond anything the leaf had. That's the wall. I could bring the idea of a medical system across from another life. I could not bring the actual chemistry, because I had never been a chemist. The samurai suffered worst. Thousands of men, no chakra, no protection. Koji pulled back into the towns of the Land of Rivers and dug in, and Suna started slipping infiltrators into the castles, and Ren hunted them and was extremely good at it. I spent that month in the intelligence room with him, going through reports, looking for one specific man. I could not say his name out loud, so I said the shape of him instead. I'm worried Kumogakure has a conspiracy. They're running one now, Ren tapped a scroll. I caught another one yesterday. I mean the main battlefield. Rico's poison is making our lives hell, but this stalemate favors us, not them. They will try to break it. And since you've proven that infiltration doesn't work, they'll find another way. Because there was a hole in my intelligence. There was a man who should have been on that battlefield and was not. The third Kazekage is, by common agreement, the strongest Kazekage who ever lived. He controls iron sand with a magnetic bloodline, and what that means practically is that he is a siege engine that walks. He is also, decades from now, going to be assassinated by Rico's own grandson, which is not relevant here except as a reminder that Kumogakure eats its own. He was alive, he was an adult, and he had not appeared in a single report in a year of fighting. Either he wasn't as strong yet as he'd be, or the second Kazekage was holding him back for one specific moment. So we strike first, I said. Not until we solve the poison, or the teacher won't approve it. He was right, and the antidote never came, and my proposal to attack got voted down by almost everybody, and Koji said he'd think about it. He was still thinking about it when the wall came down. It happened at night. The first anyone knew was a Hyuga on the wall, making a noise like he'd been hit. What is that? Nobody else could see it. It was black, and the night was black, and it did not reflect anything. The Hyuga could see it because Byakugan sees chakra, and there was chakra all over it. It's enormous. We have to stop it or the wall comes down. Then it blocked the moon, and everybody could see it. A mass of metal the size of a building, coming in fast, with a sound like a mountain grinding its teeth. Earth walls went up, and it went through them. Fire hit it and did not slow it, and every man on that wall had about 2 seconds to understand that he was going to die because somebody had thrown a piece of the world at him. Then Koji came off the parapet. He could not simply blast it because he wasn't protecting himself. He was protecting a castle full of people, and that limits your options enormously. So he drew a marked kunai, threw it sideways, and charged the mass with a second one. He touched it, and it vanished. It reappeared where the first kunai was and hit the ground, and the shock went through the whole valley. The flying thunder god can move objects, not just people. He had teleported an artillery shell. Then he did it again, because they threw a second one, and this time he moved it further. Which is exactly what the third Kazekage was waiting for. Because when Koji moved it, the mass left his hands, and there was a moment where he'd finished one motion and hadn't started another. And in that moment, the first block of iron sand, sitting harmlessly in a field where he'd put it, came apart into 1,000 straight lines and fired. Straight through the wall. Then through the wall behind that. Then through everything. I felt the whole thing coming and got Hinata behind cover about 1.5 seconds before that district turned into a colander. Stay with the others, stabilize the line, do not fight that thing head on. Then I went out through the breach. Here's the calculation I made, running, and it was the most important one I ever made. The man out there controlling that sand can flatten a fortress from a distance. Nothing else on this battlefield matters. Not the Kazekage, not the poison, not the army. If he is allowed to work, we lose the war tonight. And in my perception, the ripples in the iron sand all bent back toward one point, which is when a very old man stepped into my path. Kumogakure had exactly one elderly ninja worth worrying about, and I knew the name before he opened his mouth. Kageyoshi, the man who invented combat puppets. Riko's teacher. We both moved at once. I drew Kazekiri, changed the angle mid-swing, and cut something to my side instead. The strong wind blew a figure out of hiding, It had Kageyoshi's exact face. The one in front of me had been a puppet wearing his features. Not bad, young man. The real one looked at his own decoy, which had been cut vertically into two clean halves, and did not enjoy the smoothness of the cut. You could tell it was only a puppet. I wouldn't dare. You live up to your reputation. Extremely cautious, he smiled. And then he summoned the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu, and I stopped being polite to myself about how much time this was going to take. They are the best puppets ever built. Riko would eventually use them to take a city on her own, in the hands of the man who made them. On a night when he had decided he was not letting anybody past, they were a wall. 8 came at me, 2 stayed with him. I went to meet them, because going backwards against 10 of anything is how you get surrounded. A bald one threw 5 iron chains like tentacles. Kazekage bounced them and left grooves. 2 others linked, and a chakra blade sprouted out of one of their heads and spun like a windmill, and the other threw it at me. We crossed. The blade collapsed first. A red-haired one with twin swords came in on the delay, and I turned inside her and blocked with the blade and hit her in the waist with the sheath, and she nearly came apart. Kageyoshi's pupils shrank. 4 of his puppets in about 2 seconds, and he had lost that exchange comprehensively, and he was a man who had never lost an exchange. Then he remembered where he'd heard my name. So he stopped trying to fight me at range, pulled 5 puppets in as a wall, and set 3 of them in a triangle with their mouths open and their hands in a seal. I felt the world start to move. The air went toward the middle of that triangle and took me with it. That's the 3 treasures suction crush. Everything inside it gets pulled in and compressed. And while it held me, the other puppets came at me with the wind behind them, which meant even if I somehow escaped the center, I was going to be run through. There was no way out of it. And I know that because I had built for it before I walked out of the gate. My body reached the point of no return and vanished. Shadow clone. Kageyoshi had already met Konoha's shadow clones and was not surprised. He was simply going to look for me. Then he saw the paper tags spinning in the vortex where the clone had been. I want to walk through why that worked, because it is the only clever thing I did that night. Explosive tags do not damage puppets. Puppets are built to take hits, and the Chikamatsu 10 are built to take enormous ones. Nobody chains tags behind a clone because the timing is nearly impossible, and it does nothing anyway. Unless the puppets have just created a device that pulls everything toward one point and compresses it, and unless there is a gale feeding the fire. 3 of the 10 went up at once, and Kageyoshi sat in that light thinking a thought that I would have paid money to hear. He was thinking, he knew about the suction crush, because he had never used it in his life, not once. He'd fought for 60 years and never needed to, and the only other living person who knew it existed was Riko, and Riko would sooner die than hand her teacher's technique to an enemy. Where does a Konoha boy get that? He never got an answer, and it bothered him for the last 4 minutes of his life, and I feel slightly bad about that. He pulled everything in tight around himself, near and far coverage, and went absolutely still, listening, because he had decided that if I got close he was dead and the only option was perfection. And then the guard puppet on his right threw itself sideways and took a sword on its body. The point touched his cheek and opened it. He turned his head, expecting me. It was Ren. "Old man," Ren said, cheerfully, "don't look around so much. You might die suddenly." Kageyoshi felt wind behind him and got another puppet's arms up in time, and then heat and turned, and there was a line of fire coming at him with wind wrapped around it. The blast took 2 more puppets to pieces. "Ryoma Uchiha!" "Be grateful, old man," Ren said. "You get to hold off 2 of the second Hokage's guard by yourself. Nobody else has that privilege." "Arata knew you were coming," Kageyoshi said, and it was not a question. He used the explosion to leave. "Kenji's senses have always been sharp." Ryoma's eyes were red. "Even my Sharingan can't see how chakra moves in that iron sand. It's a bloodline. Only Kenji can deal with the man behind it fast enough. So we'll deal with you. That is the whole reason we won that war, and it took no words at all. 3 of us had trained under the same man for 8 years, and when the situation changed, we redistributed it in the middle of a battle without anyone saying a sentence. I was already gone. Getting to the third Kazekage meant crossing the ground where Koji and the second Kazekage were fighting. That is not a place a person can walk. The second Kazekage's techniques reshape terrain, and Koji's answer to that is water, and where those 2 met the ground was being turned over like soil. It was not a problem for me. In the ripple state, I could see every impact before it landed. I went through the gaps, at speed, adjusting a half-second ahead of each collision, spending exactly no extra effort. And in the middle of that, Koji saw me go past. He worked out where I was going in less time than it took me to cross, and if he hadn't been busy, he would have looked pleased. I came out the far side and went at the man controlling the sand. The third Kazekage was cautious. He had iron sand suspended around himself as an early warning, so anything crossing it reported to him. He felt a very small disturbance and refused to ignore it, which was correct and which was not fast enough. He saw a blur, felt wind on his face, and threw up a barrier of sand in front and to the sides. Kazekage went through the barrier. The sand tried to close the tear and could not, because there was wind in it holding the wound open. The gap was too small for a person. It was not too small for a technique. He felt death and started to move, and it was too late. The wind wheel grazed his right shoulder. He did not feel anything at first. Then the shoulder came away, and he grabbed it and packed iron sand around the joint to hold his own arm on, because without both hands, he could not form seals. And I want to say this plainly because he deserves it. That reaction, at that speed, in that condition, is the single most professional thing I have ever seen a person do. It did not help. The third Kazekage is a monster at range. His iron sand is slower than sand, but far more powerful, and it hunts. In the open field, he might well have beaten me, and I mean that. I did not give him the open field. I gave him a knife fight in a phone booth against the fastest close-range specialist on the continent, and there is exactly one outcome to that. Kazekage went through his chest and came back out. He stood there for a moment. I never expected it to end like this. He looked at me, properly, for the first time, because it was the first time he had actually been able to see me. You must be Arata Kenji. I nodded. He smiled a little and let himself go backwards, and the iron sand lost its master and came down over him like water and buried him where he stood. The strongest Kazekage in that village's history, killed before anyone in the world learned what he was. I stood over a metal grave and breathed until my hands stopped shaking, because that was the second time in my life I had pushed sage mode past its limit, and my whole body was buzzing. Then I turned around and looked at the horizon, where the ripples were coming in like surf. The Land of Wind's regular army, tens of thousands. The whole plan had been to break the castle's defenses first, and then let the samurai roll over what was left. I set off to buy time. I did not have to. The second Kazekage felt his student die from the closest range of anybody, and lost about 1 full second to grief and disbelief. And Koji Senju does not need a second. He came out of the water like something fired, and the Kazekage barely got off the kunai, and then Koji dropped it behind him and was gone. He came out at the Kazekage's back and put a blade across him before he could finish turning. The second Kazekage got clear with a wound in his side, threw up a sandstorm, and inside it fired the signal flares he had prepared for exactly this. White light went up over the desert. Every Kumogakure ninja on that field saw it, and most of them were relieved. Haruki Aoki saw it too, and Haruki is the sharpest man of the 7 of us, and he read it correctly in about a second and ordered a full attack on people who were already turning to leave. Akari chased Riko across a field, shouting, "Ready to run away?" at her, which I am told Riko has never forgiven. Kageyoshi did not leave. He was old. He had been out of chakra for 10 minutes and running on stubbornness. Against 2 men in their 20s who had both been in a war for 3 years, there was no version of that night where he walked home. He threw his third puppet sealing device at Ryoma and caught him, and then watched Ryoma dissolve. So that's how it is. Sharingan Genjutsu. Exactly. The real Ryoma stepped out beside him. A puppet master can make it look like fighting many, especially one who can run 10. But, and he said the last part gently, which is worse, in the end, you're only one person. When facing the Sharingan, run, or bring a friend, Kageyoshi said, quoting his own village's doctrine at himself. I thought experience would keep me out of it. Then he threw his last 3 puppets forward with everything he had. Because a ninja who knows he is finished still finishes the mission. And Ren went around behind him and ended it. The first puppet master in the history of the world died in a field in the Land of Rivers, at peace about it, because the designs were safely in Kumogakure, and Riko could rebuild every one of them. By dawn, the Wind Army was routed, and the front was gone. They pulled out of the Land of Rivers entirely, gave up every position, and went home to defend their own country. And Koji understood immediately what that meant. They weren't repositioning, they were done. "It's finally over," he said to nobody in a tent. "Almost 3 years." Then he stood in front of the War Council and gave me public credit for the Iron Sand, which is how a man from a clan of one ended the war with the highest count of decorations of anybody in the room. I took every one of them, greedily, with both hands. Because military merit is the only currency I could earn. The Hokage's seat has 2 locks on it. One is the daimyo's approval, which is a relationship. The other is a vote of confidence from the serving jonin, which the Hokage cannot fix. And what jonin vote for is record. Then I stood up in front of a room that had spent 2 weeks assuming the war would end by itself, and told them that was not good enough, and laid out the terms, and they took all of them. Return the lands you were given for a tailed beast, sign an alliance, and provide mutual assistance. Open a trade route through the land of rivers, and we will sell you food and goods at prices you can live with. And lease us a share of your chakra metal veins, and we will pay you for it, every year in grain and coin. The second Kazekage read the draft in his own tent afterwards, and told his officers, "Konohagakure's terms are lower than we expected. The trade is something we actually need. This war wasn't a total loss." And Riko said, with her head down, "Signing it is still a disgrace." "Then don't forget today," he said. "If you ever get the opportunity, make Konohagakure pay for it. And if you don't get the opportunity, be on good terms with them, and never let feeling decide anything. Protect the country. Remember that." I have always liked that man. I killed his student, and I still like him. While that was being drafted, I paid a debt. With the Land of Wind falling back, we finally had medical ninja to spare, and Koji signed the order, and a team of Konoha medics walked into the Land of Rain. Kenjiro met them himself. He had genuinely expected a great power to forget a promise made to a small country in the rain, and he had spent months quietly braced for it. He put them where they'd be safe. He requisitioned every single thing they asked for. Some of his own people objected to handing supplies to foreigners. He threatened them until they handed them over. His own village leader called him in and demanded an explanation, and Kenjiro said it was the right thing, and he intended to keep doing it. Nothing happened to him. He was already too strong to punish. Our medics went into the worst plague districts on the continent, and several of them caught it, and rather than withdraw, they had their own colleagues run trials on them. Kenjiro watched that happen. He was not a sentimental man. He had a poison gland in his chest and could not touch a sick person without risking killing them, and so he did the only thing available, which was carry things. They broke the outbreak. The Land of Rain, which had lost people to that every single year for as long as anyone could remember, did not lose them that year, and the whole country knew exactly who had done it. And then Kenjiro, without being asked, took a squad across the wind border himself, hit one of their supply depots, and destroyed it. He performed extraordinarily. It's actually the battle where the wider world first heard his name. On its own, it wouldn't have mattered. It landed on a country that was already out of money, already out of depots, and already losing, and it was the last thing on the pile. That is what I bought with a team of doctors and a promise made in the rain. The Land of Wind's daimyo, presented by our envoys with a war he was going to lose and a trade agreement he could count, ordered Tsunagakure to make peace. The second Kazekage did not want to. He'd wanted to stabilize first, so he wouldn't be negotiating from the floor. He obeyed anyway, because he was a traditional ninja, and his employer had spoken, and he sat down in his own tent afterwards and let his shoulders go for the first time in 3 years. "As you all heard," he said, "the capital demands we cease hostilities." "Are we just giving up?" Riko, of course. "We still have strength." "The daimyo has decided. We are ninja employed by a daimyo. We cannot disobey our employer." They signed. And about a month later, on the last front, 2 men who had hated each other since before I was born finally caught up with one another. The second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage had spent that entire war chasing each other around the northern sea, ignoring strategy entirely, because they had a grudge from the Warring States period, and a war had given them the opportunity. They found each other, and they killed each other, and both of them died on the same ground. Their successors, who had inherited a war neither of them started, looked at the situation for about a week and opened peace talks. Kaito sent the message south. Koji read it in front of all of us and said the sentence. "Both Kage are dead. The new Tsuchikage and the new Mizukage want a ceasefire. The war will be over shortly. There was no cheering. Everybody in that tent had been at war for 3 years and had run out of the part of themselves that cheers. Somebody sat down on the floor. Somebody else laughed once, badly. Koji told us to pack and go home. Let me give you the final accounting, because nobody ever does. Fire and earth defeated lightning, water, and wind. On paper, we won everything. The righteous war doctrine held from the first day to the last, and the Iwagakure never once broke the alliance, because I had handed both our daimyo and theirs a story they could not walk away from without looking like the villains of it. Kumogakure came out of it with a civil war and a purge. Tsunagakure came out of it having ceded territory and mines. Hidegakure and the Iwagakure came out of it having killed each other's leaders. And Konohagakure, the biggest winner in the war, had fought on 2 fronts at once against 3 nations. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans went in with several hundred people each. They came out with fewer than 100. The Hyuga, who did the reconnaissance and therefore took the least direct fighting, lost a quarter. The Uchiha did not send many, but the ones they sent were the elite of the clan, and a Sharingan is difficult to awaken even inside that family. At the height of their power, there were only a few dozen in the world. And the Senju, who had spent 20 years being told they had to lead from the front, and who did, every single time, went into the first great ninja war as the largest clan in the village. They came out of it numbering a few dozen people. That is the actual cost of the war everyone remembers as the shortest one. It was not the biggest. There would be worse. But every soldier in it was a clan ninja, born and raised and trained for 20 years, and there was no civilian generation underneath to absorb the losses. The Second World War was 20 years after this one. The third was 10 years after that. 20 years is how long it takes to recover from what we did to ourselves in 3. I walked back through the gate of the Hidden Leaf on an ordinary morning in early spring. Koji did not rest for even an hour. He went straight to the tower and started work, because the village was full of civilians who needed land, and a country that needed negotiating with, and clans that needed reorganizing, and he had about 10 good years left and knew it. Hinata and I went home and lay down on the floor of our own house, and did not move for a very long time. I have never in my life been able to describe what that felt like properly, because my body has not been genuinely tired since I was 16. That's what sage arts do. But there is a thing underneath tiredness, a thing that had been sitting on my chest since the day I woke up in a broken bed with 2 lives in my head and a list of names with dates on them, and for the first time, it was not there. I had done it. I got here. I got her here. Kenji, Hinata said from about 6 inches away, is it really over? Will it start again soon? She has believed everything I've told her about the future since the day I told her the war was coming. Whatever I said now, she would take as fact, and I knew that. So I did the arithmetic one more time and gave her the honest number. It's over. There won't be a war for at least 10 years. If we're lucky, 20. She made a sound. Then we get to live properly? For 10 whole years? Yes, I said. We get to live properly for a while. She fell asleep about 4 minutes later, on the floor, in her gear, and I lay there next to her and looked at the ceiling I'd been staring at when this started. The village found out Hinata was pregnant about 2 months later. Twins, according to a Senju medical technique that Izumi performed personally, sitting up in a chair with a walking stick beside her, having survived a tailed beast and refused to die about it. She looked me straight in the face when she told me, and did not say a single word about a joke she'd made in a forest before a raid, and I did not say anything either, and both of us knew exactly what the other one was not saying. They were girls. Both of them healthy because their mother is a Senju, and there is nothing wrong with that bloodline that a war can fix. The Arata clan, which had been 1 line on a register for 14 years, became 4. Ryoma came round about a month after his own daughter was born, with his wife, and the 2 of them sat in my front room while our wives argued cheerfully about whether it was a shame we hadn't produced a boy between us. And he told me, with enormous relief, that the clan had settled, that the police force had become something the civilians trusted, that the hardliners had come home from the war changed. Even Kenshin, he said, and he was happy about it, which is the part I keep coming back to. He works constantly now. He goes to see every family when a child is born. He brought gifts when Emiko arrived. I asked him why, and he told me his mistakes got his people killed in the desert, and he wants to make sure the next generation grows up healthy, as atonement. I said something appropriate. I remember exactly what I felt, and it was not suspicion, not at first. It was a small, cold wrongness, like a chair being 2 inches from where you left it. Because people do change. The Uchiha change more than anybody. Their entire bloodline is built out of sudden, violent changes of heart. A man watching his followers die in a foreign desert could absolutely come home a different person. But Kenshin had not awakened to anything. He had lost a fight and walked away. And a man that hard does not become that soft that fast. And he goes to see every newborn in the clan, personally, every one. I sat in my own house, holding one of my daughters, listening to my best friend be happy about a man visiting infants, and for the first time in 5 years, I had the specific sensation of standing in a room where something was happening that I had not read about. I did not say anything to Ryoma. I wanted to. He was so pleased. Watch it yourself. Get evidence. Right now, Kenshin has done nothing wrong, and Ryoma does not want to believe it, and saying it out loud costs me my friend and buys me nothing. That is what I decided in my front room with a baby on my shoulder. So here's where I actually was, at the end of all of it. I had come into this world with a book in my head and a plan to be the man who makes the decisions. I'd spent 7 years earning it. I was a jonin with the largest war record in the village. I had built a doctrine that 4 nations were now quoting back at us. My teacher took my scrolls seriously, and my friends took my orders. There was a piece that I had personally helped write, and 10 years underneath it that I intended to spend rebuilding this village into something that could survive what comes next. I had burned Kageyama's eyes and killed the whole conspiracy in an afternoon. I had also, 4 years earlier, walked past a preacher in the rain in the land of hot springs and thought, I should look into that sometime. And there was a man 3 streets away, smiling, going door to door in the Uchiha compound, asking to hold the newborns. 10 years of peace. I had counted them myself. I was going to need every single one.